Nigerians, I address you today with a sense of gratitude to God and a high level of appreciation to all Nigerians whose tremendous goodwill gave me the opportunity to provide leadership for our great country at one of the trying times in her history. Conscious that today's address will be my last on an Independence Day as your president, I speak to the millions of Nigerians who believed in me, propelled and stood by me in my quest to bequeath a country where all citizens have equal opportunities to achieve their life's desires in a peaceful atmosphere. I am honored to say that my story in the annals of Nigeria's history is no household secret. My various attempts, failures, and eventual success in being elected president in 2015 was made possible by the majority of Nigerians. When you elected me, I readily acknowledge that the tasks before me were daunting but surmountable because of the growing national consensus that our chosen route to national development was democracy. This democracy was to be anchored on a clear understanding, application, and the principle of powers supported by a reformed public service that is more effective. I then pledged to improve the economy, tackle corruption, and fight insecurity. And this was further strengthened by my commitment to lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in 10 years.
Fellow Nigerians, congratulations on our 62nd birthday. Today marks 62 years since we gained sovereignty from the United Kingdom of Great Britain. For a nation such as ours, and for any person who has spent 62 years, there will be a lot of stories to tell. There will be low moments and high moments. There will be moments that make us to question whether all of this is even worth it at all. But there are also moments like this when, despite how many years we've been in the wilderness, we are coming to a junction where we have an opportunity to travel a road less traveled, to make a pivot, to choose a new direction, to do for ourselves what we ought to have done for ourselves a long time ago.
Presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in London.
What's he doing in London?
Exactly. What's he doing in London? He cannot rest in Lagos. They will not let him rest. So he came into Abuja most of the time. They will still not let him rest. This man has been working for an average of 20 hours in the 24 hours in each day. So reasonable people thought, okay, you need to leave this country because they will not let you rest.
Let me tell you a story. How you reach that? you want to know me. If you don't know me, I know you don't know me. Make a day and just story, not glory. Happy in the days, but not in the blood for glory. In the phone said I'm holy. Can't get over for before I go down my story. Can't get it through before I go down my story. You were born. You know my born.
Obedient family in action. You can see that. Obedient family in action. I love that. Obedient family in action. That's obedient family in action. This is Aboju by Express. The obedient action. Obedient people in action. Obedient people in action. You know that give Sisi.
All right, welcome to the show. It's Saturday, October 1, 2022. It's Nigeria's Independence Day. Happy Independence Day to all Nigerians. I know that there are several activities going on across the country and across the world. And we are going to start our show. I hope you will join us and be part of this conversation on this all-important day. Welcome. All right. We are going straight to the show. And who is driving again? John Abba. All right, John Abba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
And Ovie, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Happy
Independence Day indeed.
Happy Independence Day to you, and it's a wonderful day. Where are you, Kwankwaso?
Where am I?
Yeah.
Are they Atlanta?
Okay. At least you are.
Yes.
Jonaba, where are you?
I'm in Dallas as usual. It's in Dallas as usual.
All right. Happy Independence Day to all of you. So, Kwankwaso, what's going on?
Well, nothing much. We are in. I don't know if it's a happy independence. I think according to Showore, go wish Nigeria a happy independence because Nigeria neither happy nor independent. I think I agree with him. I think 62 years. I think we are not going anywhere. We are just successful assemblies of confused individuals. You know. We are still complete of pretty much everything. I mean, if at 62, let's even use our presidential aspirant as a content here. At 62, we have a man who is saying that we start to move from consumption to production. That's just like moving from hunter and gathering age to industrial age. People don't move on, but it's a presidential candidate is talking about. We have that of PDP, I think, who said preaching about unity, as if Nigeria does not see eye to eye. I mean, go anywhere in the world, or even in Nigeria, nowhere you will not see Nigeria outside Igbo, Yoruba, man, coexisting peacefully, regardless of anywhere in Nigeria as we speak today. So instead of them to actually focus on the fact that they have failed, that Nigerians are getting poorer, not necessarily divided in any way, we are just getting poorer, Nigerians are hungry. And then on the other part, we have Konkoso, who is saying that it's that time we give the poor opportunity. It's that time somebody who is nobody in Nigeria can rise to become somebody. I mean, at 62, that is what we are preaching about here. So, I mean, going to the other guy, the other side of APC again is that of Tinubu. Other than the fact that he's claiming that it is his turn at 62. We are claiming that it is my turn. But at the same time, the only thing he can brag about is what he did 20 years ago. At 62, these are our organizations, these are our leaders. At 62, instead of us to be projecting what the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years is going to look like, we are still basking about what yesterday was and what today could have been. So at 62 in Nigeria, I think individuals, as Nigerians individuals, I think we have failed, we could have done better, we could do better. And the way it is now is pretty much is hopeless. We are more closer to civil war than it was 60 years ago. So it's how do they, I might say sweet sweet I won't say sweet, bitter sweet at 62, I would say.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Obviously, we are not celebrating. Let me go to Janaba. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
So, how are you celebrating independence?
What can I say? It has been many years ago. I run from the country because of things like this. We couldn't, in our own country, we are not free. We actually don't understand how things work. We speak a lot of grammar, and all we do is to divide ourselves, allow the political elite and religious leaders and traditional leaders to divide us, that this is Hausa Fulani, this is Igbo, this is Yoruba, this is all of the things that it doesn't really help us. At 62, what I'm afraid of is prisoners that left China to come to invade our country, while and even killing our girls in our own country, and because of no true leadership, no vision, nothing. We are going backward than ever. And the person that's supposed to preside over the country in coming months went for total transformation. They say he's tired. They are not giving him rest. He ran from Lagos to Abuja, Abuja now to London. But all that is a talking point. We know where he went. And in fairness to him, he is not selfish. He's spending his money to change his engine, change his transmission, change all the fluid in his body, while your outgoing president used our federal money to build himself. So we can give him that credit that he's doing that before he come to the office if he succeeded. But if not, it's a sad day for me when I see that 62 years old country, every other country we gain independent with, go and look at them, and then we are still here talking grammar. It's a sad day for me.
Right. Thank you, Janaba. Thank you so much. James, welcome to the show. James, can you?
Thank you very much.
Happy Independence Day to you.
There's nothing to be happy about. So we are not happy.
Why? What happened? I can't hear you, James. You're muted.
The country is upside down. Nothing to celebrate. I mean, we should stop deceiving ourselves. I remember when Buhari took over the government as a military man those days. I think it was the first or second Independence Day they celebrated. He did not celebrate it. According to him, in those days, he said there's nothing to celebrate. Check the records. I'm not lying. So there's nothing to celebrate. Foreigners are taking over the country. People are not secure. I mean, so left to me, there's no need to celebrate or waste money on it. I mean, what are we celebrating? The little gains we've made in the past, like liberating South Africa, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau from the clutches of apartheid and colonialism. We've lost everything. In those countries these days, they no longer respect us. In South Africa, there's hardly a month that passes by whereby a Nigerian is not killed and nothing happens. These are people we spend so much, colossal sums of money to liberate because of the way we manage ourselves. So there's absolutely nothing to celebrate.
All right. All right, thank you. Let me go to Jibril. Jibril, is there anything to celebrate?
Like the rest of the people have said, not a lot to celebrate. And as a matter of fact, I'm actually worried about a couple of things, especially at this critical time we are in Nigeria, with the coming election and everything. My concern, of course, goes to the bandwagon mentality that we usually adopt in these times. It was the same when Jonathan was in power and Buhari was the only option that was seen. The next thing we're seeing now is Obi. Now, if we're being conscious, like conscious Nigerians, accept Obi without tribal sentiment or anything, then we would see that that particular system that we're trying to avoid, he was part of the system. He was head in the system. As far as I know, he was going to be vice president to the person that Nigerians think is one of the most corrupt people ever. So that perspective is, excuse me. So that perspective is lost on a lot of Nigerians right now, based on tribal sentiment and just that bandwagon mentality. So because we're not seeing this, it is very worrisome, and it's going to lead to chaos. Now, Tinubu is a pending disaster. You know that, right? And right now is being absent in critical events shows it's going to be worse in coming times. So it's that's a no-brainer. We shouldn't even think about that. But the problem right now that I'm thinking is the problem is we are not looking at these things critically, especially when it comes to Obi. We are driven by perhaps pity by the, say, Yoruba people. If you look at the Obi's campaign, it is predominantly the southeastern people. And that's not anything negative or anything, but this thing is mostly driven by sentiment. It wasn't PDP, it was going to be vice president. That's a big deal. Whatever ideals he holds, somehow he aligns with Atiku, but we don't see that. It somehow aligns with Atiku because Reno mentioned one thing, Reno Mark mentioned one thing about the Obi movement being a grandchild of Atiku movement. He's kind of right. Because as far as I know, Obi was going to be vice president to Atiku. Please let that sink in, Nigerians. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you so much. Ben, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning on this side. And I'm happy to join again today as we are discussing about Nigeria. I would say happy independence, Nigeria, per se, but not really happy, but happy that some changes are coming and that Nigeria will be better by next year. And the reason I'm saying that, I've had some of the things my brothers said regarding the current problems we've had in Nigeria, and also some of the things my brother Jubri said related to P2B and the other running candidates. But the issue is, among the people, I know that we cannot now go and get somebody that we think is perfect and say this individual should take the mantle. That time has passed. We have, as Nigerians, to sit down, look at those running, look at their manifest, what they intend to do to change the livelihoods of Nigerians, what they intend to do to turn Nigeria around. The top 3 or 4 candidates, Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, and Kwakwanso also. I can see Kwakwanso smiling. You look at them and you say, you know how old, you say amongst all these people, who has a better chance or a better dream or future to change Nigeria around? Let's forget about tribalism. Let's forget about religion. Let's forget about sentiments. Let's look at what we want Nigeria to be from next year moving forward. Who is capable of doing that? You know, of course, we have to look at their backgrounds. We have to look at what they've done in the past. Then we translate that into the future. So if we continue to live on, oh, this is bad, oh, this is my tribe, oh, this is this, we can never move forward. And Nigeria at 62, we've attained to that level that if we don't get it right this time around, forget about next 30 years. It's not going to come.
All right.
So everybody should join to get it right this time, turn Nigeria around, and whoever that wins, we hold him accountable. We monitor the progress. If he's not doing right, we let him know immediately he's not doing right. If he's doing right, we support him and keep moving Nigeria forward with good ideas. That's where I stand to it.
Okay, thank you so much. Underground one. Welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and happy independence.
Yeah, can you tell us where you're joining us from and your name?
Yeah, I'm in the UK. I'm joining you from the UK.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. What is feeling today about Nigeria's independence?
Yes, as a Nigerian, we have to wish ourselves the independence. Even I know we are very angry. We are very pissed with the way the country is run, but there is nothing we can do about it. It is our nation. It's our place. It's our country. So I'm here to talk about the other young man that just left now was talking about Peter Obi is part of the system and has been like that we cannot vote for him. We cannot just sit behind the camera and be telling people who to vote for and who not to vote for when we are not participating. We have to get involved in this election. We have to choose a candidate that we trust. And out of the 3 candidates we are having, he is the best choice we know. For the partner, okay, fine. If you said it because he was a running mate to Abubakar, then why didn't the youth go for Showore, who has segregated himself from these political gurus? But there is no way you can win an election in Nigeria without entangling yourself with these people. You have to go. They hold the grassroots, and you have to be with them to have some certain access to their region. So Showore, I love him so much, but he should not be so strong-headed. If not so, this is how he's going to be until he turns 80 or 90. He cannot he cannot get there. He has to compromise. He has to calm down. If he has a plan, then when he gets into power, then you can do what you want to do. It's just like you are going through a tunnel that there is an obstruction there, and you have to slim yourself to pass the obstruction, and you want to go with your shoulders high. You cannot. It's a natural phenomenon. It's a law of physics. You cannot penetrate through a membrane that is not permissible. You have to change your state. That after you pass the membrane, then you can what is it called? Generate and create what you want to be. That is for that. And I'm so ashamed at my time now. I was expecting Nigeria to be talking about space exploration, mega contracts, climate change, and other things in this time of our development. We need to face what the world is facing. I don't know why we are still talking about things that we are not supposed to be discussing about. And I think the leaders we are having at this time, I think they are behind they are behind the scene. We need a younger generation to take over the mantle of leadership in Nigeria. And I am a Peter Obi fan, fine, good, but I see him as the only choice that we have as at now. We cannot say Peter Obi is bad, Tinubu is bad, Atiku is bad. So what are we going to do? Should we leave the seat vacant?
All right. Thank you so much. Nneka, welcome to the show.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Yeah, it's nice to see you.
Yeah, I'm just going to start kind of trying to ask questions in case of John Abba. He said that it's because of the issue in Nigeria he ran away. Well, you know what? Anywhere we run to, we are running with the problem also.
Yes.
I don't think there's any place that is safe. In terms of James, you said the country is upside down. So what's the solution? Because we can't come on this platform every day. And this is why sometimes I just say, I stay on the background and watch what you guys are saying. We need to have solution because every day complain. So what is the solution? Nobody is giving me that. In terms of the brain, underground that one, you've already debunked what he said, because my question to him is, please explain to me more by telling me that Peter Obi was going to be somebody's vice president. You know, in life, you could see someone and you wanted to join them to do something. But the more you do your research, you find out that maybe that person is not the right person to join. So you pull yourself out. You shouldn't use that to criticize somebody. I don't think that's right. Whether I'm Peter Obi's fan or not, I think that each and every one of us here, we stand a chance to run for presidency in that country. Peter Obi is not a slave. Peter Obi is not the only one that is going to fix it. Peter Obi is somebody's son. He is somebody's husband. He is somebody's father. And each and every one of us in this platform, Peter Obi is not cut out to be the president. We all can be a president. But so instead of us to come into this platform most of the time and keep bashing them, we need to stand up because that country is also our country. So I really want us to come up with a solution rather than problem. We all created this problem because when some of these people will travel to United States, to England, to wherever, we all genuflect for them. So we are part of this problem. Whether we want to understand that or not, we are part of the problem. Because if you're going to say, you genuflect for somebody, you stand up for them, you clap, you give them the best seat in a party, you celebrate their party, you are part of that problem. So all I'm begging is, let's put our heads together and find a solution to it. Every time that I look at the vice president for Tinubu, that man is so angry in everything that he's doing. Just look at his facial expression. He's always angry. So that tells me a whole lot about him. All right? So that's all I need to say. And Ben also mentioned what he said is absolutely correct. Let's find a solution instead of the blame all the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nneka. Maury, welcome to the show. Mr. Maury, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Doctor, for having me once again.
Nice to have you. So happy Independence
Day. What did you say?
Happy Independence Day.
I didn't get that.
I like that. So what is your feeling today?
Oh, what did you say? Did you say happy independence?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. If I may borrow the words of Shure and Ovi, Nigerians are neither happy nor independent. So, by and large, we still have reason to say, yeah, happy independence. You may be right. You know, depends on the angle you look at it from. The dreams of our forefathers in 1960 have not been actualized, have not been achieved. But by my own calculation, by my own estimation, we might not be where we hope to be, but we are no longer where we used to be. I'm happy with the level of consciousness that is going on right now. Like I said the other week, we should not we should not go below where we are right now. If we can sustain this tempo, if we can sustain this level of consciousness, if we can sustain this level of political participation. I told you last week that the days of the cabals are numbered. At the beginning, you played some videos, and that will not permit me to to comment on all of them. But one particular one I will not, fail to talk about is the gentleman that was talking about Tinubu is tired. Yeah, they won't allow him to rest. He doesn't rest in Lagos. He goes to Abuja. If they don't allow him to rest, he has gone to London. Some of these people think we are fools. They really don't think we don't reason. They think we can accept all forms of garbage. They can throw anything at us and anything goes. This is the level. This is how they think about Nigerians before now. Well, as much as I would have loved to see a revolutionary-minded person that will take us from the, dark days, take us from the old past to the Nigeria of our dream. As much as I want to, want a total a movement from the old order to the new Nigerian of our dream, I'm still happy. I would have loved to see this movement. Somebody like Showere being a symbol of this movement. But then I'm still happy. The Nigerians are beginning to wake up to say enough of this nonsense. Amechi told us the reason why they are stealing so much, the reason why they are doing what they do to us is because we are not stoning them. Shomole said we allow them to get away with so much. They are right. Even Tinubu said if they don't succeed within 6 months, we should stone them. We waited for almost 7 years. We're not stoning them. So I'm happy with the level of consciousness. But one thing I want to tell everybody, for all of us that are here based on ethnicity, based on religion, based on whatever that brought you, that have made you an activist today, please don't go back. Don't go back. It's not a job for Chomode. It's not a job it wasn't a job for Ghani alone. We left it for Ghani, we could not do anything. It's not a job for only the Falanas. It is a job for all of us. What belongs to everybody must be decided by everybody. So we should not allow this level of consciousness to diminish. We should not go below where we are right now. We're already down there. So we can sustain this tempo. I bet you their days are numbered. For Tinubu, that man was talking as if he was forced to come and, I don't get it. I can't get it. APC has people like Sibanjo. They have brilliant people around them. What they could get was the Tinubu. The PDP, what they could get is a notorious looter like Atiku. So why will Obi not be popular? Why will the people not wake up from their slumber? So I'm happy. He's as much as I would have loved a different person to lead this movement. I'm still happy, not the same. He might not be the Moses that will take us to our promised land. He might not be the person that will lead us to our promised land. At least he will pave the way. He will take care of some fundamental issues, that will make us get to the Nigeria of our dream. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you, Omori. Thank you so much. Son of God, welcome to the show.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon. Yeah. Thank you for having me again. Yeah.
All right. So we are sampling opinion of people on Nigeria's 62nd Independence Day. What is your feeling?
Feeling about is it about in what regard? Is it as per where the country is? So in what regard is it? Can you kind of narrow it, or just me to give my own?
Yeah. How you feel today?
Well, it's been a very big disappointment, to be honest. There's not really a lot to celebrate. Things are sort of getting worse in the country, but it's the only thing that I will have to say is that what we're witnessing now with how the country, Nigerians have woken up eventually. I think over the last few years, people have been resigned to their fate, and people have accepted that their votes don't amount to anything. That the politicians just fix up who is going to rule, and they just do what they need to do. And the politicians have always used that as a way to imprison the masses in the country, because they've allowed the politicians to decide who the winner of elections are going to be in the country, do what they need to do, and then when they get to position of authority, they amass so much money and use that money to enslave the masses. So, but I think what Buhari has done is that I was listening to somebody somebody on YouTube yesterday. He was going around in Abeokuta. A young man has a YouTube channel. He was going around in Abeokuta doing interviews for people to choose presidential who they think they are going to vote for. And I was alarmed that in Abeokuta you still have people who were saying they are going to vote for Peter Obi. There are a few people who said they are going to vote for Tinubu. Obviously, a few of them were saying based on the fact that he's a Yoruba man, which is expected. A lot of people are still going to say based on the on tribal lines and stuff like that, they will vote for him. But when it was a bit interesting when the guy who was doing the interviews was asking them, why do you think Tinubu is going to be the one that is going to, don't you have any concerns? Well, a few of them were saying, well, he's a Yoruba man. I know there are other people who can also do, but he's a Yoruba man. And I think this is what the politicians have always relied on over the years, and it's become part of the psyche of the average Nigerian, where they think, well, they've used religion and where you come from, your tribe, to divide Nigerians and keep them in bondage. Nigerians have not realized that what they're suffering, they can actually get out of it by voting the right person in there. So, but I'm happy. One of the guys the interview was saying that one thing he will give to Buhari is that he has helped Nigerians to wake up. So maybe this is a way God wanted to teach Nigerians a lesson. So Buhari has been used to wake Nigerians out of their slumber, and now Nigerians are actually going out there to and they now realize that their PVCs can be a way to effect change. So it's been a disappointment the last 60 years or 62 years, but well, finally, I think there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel because Nigerians have woken up. Nigerians are now realizing that that there can actually be a way forward, which is the only thing that one can look forward to. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sam, let me reframe the question in a different way. The PDP, in their reaction to Nigeria's Independence Day, said that help is on the way. Is there help on the way? Are you feeling the help?
Well, what is the time here? Good afternoon to everybody, all of you, wherever you may be. PDP is saying help is on the way. Okay, you see, let me start from PDP point of view. These are the reality, these are the facts today regarding PDP. Some people they've shared money without us knowing, and they are returning the money because Wike blew the whistle. This is a party. Iyoshayu collected 1 billion. I don't know how they shared it, but some are returning 36 million, some are returning 28 million, and more are still going to come. I think if there's anything I need to say today is to, assuming who knows the Wike's phone number, I need it. Give the guy a ring, let him release another headline so that more will be revealed. It's just an irony of circumstances that PDP will be telling Nigeria help is on the way. With PDP suffering, it's as simple as that. But the issue that today is 1st October, Nigeria is celebrating their National Day. The picture I paint of Nigeria today is a country that has failed completely. It has failed its citizens, it has failed Nigerians, it has failed Africa as the beacon of hope, it has failed the Black people all over the world. It's a big shame. The picture I paint of Nigeria is a country where terrorism, 4 known terror groups, they've taken address, they've taken residence in Nigeria. I don't need to name them. We all know from Boko Haram, ISWAP, and all the rest. So this is the country we are. Nigeria is now an address for the concentration of the poverty capital of the world, where you have highest number of poor people living in below the poverty line, much more than India and China combined. Nigeria is a country in which you are not guaranteed your safety. You can die the next minute. I'm saying it.
from Sokoto down to Lagos, from Warri up to Kano, then Meduguri down to Akwa Ibom or Cross River, and anything in between. You could be killed anytime. Nigeria is a country in which hunger, spiraling inflation, the type they've never seen before, is now has taken precedent. Nigeria is a country in which, let me summarize it in the word of Black Lives Matter, in which the knees of the politicians are on the neck of their people. Ferociously, they are not willing to let go. So is this the Nigeria that PDP, and who are the PDP? The architects of the calamity that is Nigeria since 1999. Forget about, after all, APC is still an offshoot of PDP. The chairman of APC, you know, is a PDP. For Amoechi them, Saraki, these are people, even Atiku. So wherever you look at it, Nigeria has failed. It's a shame. The fact that Nigeria is still existing is even a shocker to the world, the way it is. So what really is there for somebody to say, help is on, which help? Help from where? Help from Atiku.
All right.
Help, is it help from Atiku? That's what because I need to know the PDP. Is it Atiku will give us help? Atiku. Somebody whose credentials, whose claim to the presidency is because he had children all over Nigeria, both registered and unregistered. That's what they mean by unifier. I mean, let us really be serious. This is where the joke should have stopped long time. What really are we talking about? Help from PDP? Help?
All
Excuse
right.
me, please.
CM, thank you so much. Alaro, your people, someone wrote somewhere that the OB people have stolen the Nigeria's Independence Day. I guess they are referring to some of the activities going on today across Nigeria. Let me remind people who just joined us some of the videos that we've been getting.
So, can I go ahead?
Alaro? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, my brothers. Dr. Damages and Ineka was earlier there. I guess she's gone. I heard some of stuff that she was talking about. Nigerians and the obedience have not stolen the independence. They have actually blessed today. This is the most blessed 1st of October in a long time. It's a long time coming. And when you see the streets of Lagos, I watched it since morning. I've been watching all the videos. There's a lot of stream. And you see the streets of Lagos as people are walking through the streets. And they said Tinubu developed Lagos State. And I didn't see an inch of development. When you talk about buildings, all these amazing buildings and Banana Republic and all these places that were built, that even 95% of the people living in Lagos have no access to, just a handful, and you call that the development of Lagos State, then we have a massive problem. People have woken up. What's happening all over Nigeria today is not a surprise. It's, I'm very encouraged by it. I expected it. I didn't expect it this soon. Because what the PDP and the APC have done, they did a great job for Nigerians. The same thing, by them enslaving us and taking everything that belongs to us and enriching themselves, they managed to do one thing. They united everybody, because everybody is suffering. Whether you are Hausa, whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Igbo, everybody is suffering. So we are now suffering together. We are now united in suffrage. This is how Nigeria will change. if Peter Obi can even accomplish 10% of the things he's saying, Nigeria will be 20 times better than what we are facing today. This is the reality of what we are talking about. The suffering is merciless. Enough is enough. Ovie, don't waste. Every day you are wasting. Every single day you are wasting, your value is going down. The earlier, the better come around. The change is here. But we also have to be a part of the change. Peter Obi is not bringing magic. We
Now
also
they give shishi. Now they give shishi now.
We know they give shishi. We know they give shishi.
See, that's the problem there. I need shishi.
No
I need
shishi.
shishi.
Now you will bring. You will be a part of the change. You will sacrifice.
I've done my part for Nigeria already. So it's that time Nigeria do something.
Whatever they give you, bring it and implement it.
All right. Thank you
very much.
Let's okay, go to James. James, go ahead. James.
Yeah, can you hear me now? I'm sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I wrote a comment and you asked how do you want it to happen?
You wrote, say what you wrote. You wrote that the solution is what?
Wait, let me scroll it a little. Kindly excuse me. I said the solution is a revolutionary dispensation.
Yeah. So when Nneka was talking about solutions, that we people should bring solutions, not just complain about things. And you wrote,
Nneka was saying that we always talk and we don't profess solutions. That's what she said. And then I asked, and then I wrote that the solution is a revolutionary dispensation.
Yeah.
Now, it is very easy to criticize, but to profess solution is a very difficult thing to do. Now, the revolutionary dispensation is already taking place. Let's go by antecedents in history. The French Revolution of 1789 that swept Louis XVI out of office was not planned. The people did not sit down, put their heads together and plan it before they carried out the revolution. It was spontaneous. Look at the Arab Spring that shook the whole of the Arab world. Just one man, I think in Tunisia, set himself on fire and died, and it was a catastrophic change in the whole of the Arab world. Look at the Republic of Ghana. When Afrifa, Akufo, Achampong, and all the other heads of states mismanaged the country, they flooded Nigeria. When Jerry Rawlings came, nobody planned it. It was spontaneous. And the man came and to a very large extent sanitized the system. The Nigerian youths, you saw what they accomplished at Lekki Peninsula. Now a judge is so frightened that he's telling what's called, it's not demonstration, those marching in Lagos now, that they should not converge at Lekki Peninsula. Something cost it. That is the foundation of the revolutionary dispensation I'm talking about. The revolution is already in progress. People are not aware of it until it will sweep them out of the system. Nigeria is changing for good, if you like it or not. You see, a slave cannot sit down with his master or in the presence of his master plotting his escape. If you are saying that, how will the change happen? Now let us sit down to plot. Atiku is there listening to you. Abdul Salam is listening. Babangida is listening. How can you succeed?
Okay, so James, so I take it that
it's like a slave plotting his escape in the presence of his master.
So
the youths have taken over the country already. If you like it or not. Okay. The revolution is already in place.
Okay, James, thank you.
Excuse me, we might not see the promised land, but as a people, according to Martin Luther, as a people, we will surely enter the promised land. Take it or leave it.
All right, thank you, James.
Nigeria has changed since NSAS.
Okay, thank you, James. Ben, go ahead.
Thank you again. I just want to throw a couple of words in there, basically responding in relationship to the money that was shared by PDP. It's so surprising that election is even starting and the money sharing is being mentioned again. This is what's some of the reason why Nigeria is where it is today. Bribery, money sharing, and all this corruption. Now we are starting to build a new day, and already money is being shared. I was perplexed when I read that in the news. Also, my brother here, Kwakwanso, who said that a big group doesn't give shishi. That was what got my interest in P2B. To be honest to you, I'm a registered PDP Ward 2 Nobi. But my interest came to be when I read what he stood for and what he wants to do for this country. And he wants to run without giving money to anybody. I was like, this is time for a change for Nigeria, because in the Western world, that's how it's done. You vote your conscience without receiving money from anybody. If you think this is the right candidate and you read his manifesto and you are convinced on what he wants to do for the country, you vote for him. And if Nigeria can be able to succeed on that this time around, we are now stationed for a great Nigeria in the future. That's all I want to say.
All right, thank you. Let's go. Let's hear from other people who joined us. I mean, I know I'll come to you, Kwankwa, so hold on. Man of Peace, welcome. No, Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. This is my first time I've been on this platform, but it's great to be here. I've listened to you a couple of times, not a lot, but it's great to be here. So I don't really know what the subject today is all about.
Oh, first of all, you can start by telling us who you are, your real name.
My real name?
Did I say the wrong thing?
Can I say, do I have to say my real name?
No, you don't have to, but anything. If you don't feel like it, I probably says the wrong thing. Pantami is tuned in. He just joined us now.
No, it's okay. You can call me Man of Prestige. You know, I'm in San Diego, California.
Okay, good. Go ahead. So we're talking about Independence Day. What are you doing today? Are you cooking a special meal? Are you celebrating?
Some Nigerians are doing something over here. I don't really know. My friends called me earlier, but I was at the gym at that time, so I need to get back.
Normal.
I need to get back to him and ask what's going on. But anyway, I watched some video about your Dante rally. Man, I was very impressed. I mean,
all right. If you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Let's begin.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't hear me. But anyway, I was looking at the Obi Dante rally. I mean, it was very impressive. So, are you having a problem hearing me?
All right. So this is what's going on. I don't know everybody's muted apart from you, Man of Prestige. So probably I'm guessing it's coming from your own end. Speak again. Let me hear.
Okay. I'm sorry. I think I had two tablets going on, so that's what happened. Is it clearer right now?
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for that. I'm sorry for that inconvenience. But anyway, I said I'm in San Diego, California. But anyway, as I was watching the rally earlier today, I was very impressed about the Obi Dante rally. I mean, I was very enthusiastic, but I didn't watch the whole thing because I was busy doing other things. So it was very impressive. This is a new day for Nigeria, so the other party, they better watch out. I mean, I've been on the fence before, but I'm completely obedient right now. And I've been doing other things, with people in Nigeria, helping them try to support Obi. So I'm completely obedient right now. I'm going to do everything, possible to support, Obi anywhere possible. But anyway, speaking about the independence, I have not watched anything about what Buhari said, so I can't speak on that. But I'm just pretty much focused to see what the rally, what state and what kind of rally is going on in Nigeria, so we can see where we go from here. Because Nigeria need a new day. We need a new Nigeria. We have been corrupt by the previous administration, APC and PDP. We don't need it. And I know there's a guy that I saw here that I know, Kwankwaso. Yeah, he's supporting Kwankwaso, but he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any place in Nigeria. Believe me, it's going to be OB all the way. And I'm thinking it's going to be a B for Nigeria. That's all I'm going to say. I see Kwankwaso shaking his head. I've seen him on other platforms.
I just allow Pantami to allow your network to be stable now. You are about to talk, Abi. Continue.
All right. Hold on, guys. Prince Akwachi, welcome to the show. Prince, can you hear us? All right. So Prince can. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Good day, everyone.
Yeah, Prince.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Prince, where are you? Where are you joining us from?
Okay, so pretty much I've been following your show, Dr. Damages. I am here in Concord, California.
California. Okay. All these California people, they just woke up now. So how are you celebrating the Independence Day?
Well, my celebration is all about, I've been watching the rallies going on in Nigeria. And I've been watching, I'm at work. I'm very much impressed with what is going on. The whole thing is just that we all need a new Nigeria. I so wish that we in the diaspora would be able to vote. That would have been another good way of improving on our electoral process.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay.
See Twitter. See the 4 people that are tweeting in the room. You cannot get vote in Lagos. We are the 4 people tweeting in the room. See us without structure. As we don't get structure, now we be this. So we carry our chairs with no structure. See.
All right. So let me come back to you, Kwankwaso. John, wanted to say
let me talk. Let me talk before all the landish, thin-skinned people that never let me talk, saying that what they shouldn't run away. They should have a thick skin. When we talk about issue of Nigeria, is what all of us want is a better Nigeria. The notion that somebody will come to the here and get a cheap talk like we don't have a choice. We all have a choice, and all we need to do is to work together, home and abroad, for a better Nigeria. The notion that if I said anything that you don't like and then you are irritated by it is to say that is how where we are today. It's all like we don't respect our differences. We are not the same people. We all have our choices to make. And we are supposed to respect it regardless whether we like it or not. So I believe that when I say that I left Nigeria many years ago, just like every other person left, we are all looking for a greener pasture. If Nigerian is working for all of us, I think most of us will be back home in Nigeria today. So it's mind-boggling to me when people think that one person is a solution. What about the election will come and it will be gone in the next few months, and then we see the aftermath of the election and see how Nigerian youth once again galvanize themselves, and whosoever become the president accountable, whether it will be Kwakwanso, Tinubu, Atiku, whosoever, whether it's Sowore, whosoever emerged to become a president of Nigeria, we all going to work together if Nigeria is going to move forward to hold them accountable. You have 4 years to deliver. That 4 years, all you promise is not going to be as usual. So the 4 years will come, Nigeria will tell you that, okay, we give you the chance to preside over us, but you preside over us whether the person deliver or with impunity, and then the next election, they will not vote the person in. And now that is where Nigerian is, and that's where we all supposed to wish Nigeria. Not that if I disagree, then I become your enemy. I think it's a thick skin issue. Man up, have a thick skin. Rudolph is life already been threatened several times. He still go to Nigeria. So if you are threatening my life, I'll still go to Nigeria regardless. It's our country, right? So we should wish Nigerian the best. Not that if I say I do not even say what anybody say I don't like it. I have the right to my own opinion, and I express myself the way I feel. And if you have a thin skin, you can't take it. Then you shouldn't be on this platform. So that's my own take. Let's move Nigerian forward, and I congratulate the youth that are marching to see that they take their country back from those that have mortgaged their life over the years.
All right, thank you, Janaba. Janaba was reacting to a comment. Somebody said he or she left the platform when he had Janaba speaking. So we encourage everybody to join us and listen and air their view. This is your show. We don't know who is scrambling everything. We must have annoyed somebody somewhere, and hopefully they will look for other programs. There are so many programs out there, to mess with, not this show. All right, Kwankwaso, let's move a little bit from what we are seeing. I mean, the people marching all over the country and all over the world. We are actually supposed to be live at New York event, but it was raining today, and it's been raining all day, and we decided that we are not going out there. But we'll get some pictures and videos as soon as they come in, and we will share with you what's going on out there. So, Ovie.
If you permit me, before I say anything regarding that, let me respond to let me respectfully disagree with Mr. James that in politics nothing happens spontaneously. And I also go ahead to say that even in life, I personally don't believe that there are conspiracy theories or coincidences. So to say that Arab Spring was spontaneous, due to one of the Arab man lighting himself up, is to say that the years of community service and work that the Brothers of Islam put in is useless. So you need to go do more research on Brothers of Islam, how that organization started, and the correlation between that and Arab Spring. So it don't just happen overnight. Even the last one we experienced, which is Sri Lanka, you need to put into consideration the literacy of the Sri Lankans. It's about 92%. And how that was able to be possible, because there was actually a crack between the bourgeoisie of the Sri Lanka. So it trickled down from there. So nothing just happened like that. And as I said, not on this platform, I was making an argument to the fact that I should go and listen to Showori's last interview on channels, where it was pretty much laying claim to him starting NSAS. That anything otherwise, that means it's political. And some of us actually believe that there's more to NSAS than what plays out. But of course, people will say, we are big we are playing conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff. That by the side. And my brother from Indobi that is saying that Obino they give shishi. Now, this is why. Let me give you another reason why I believe that Obi is not the Messiah. If in Indobi there, if you go further towards your right, there's a village called Nkolomofia village near Kaiti. during my playing days, I used to, use that place at home. And I have a favorite place there that I used to go and eat. Guess what? Now Aboki where they say suya all the way from Gombe. That was there. That is the Nigeria I know. And as far as I'm concerned, Obi is not the messiah of that can actually preserve the Nigerians that we have right now. That's the reason that's why I'm not supporting him. Now let's go back to people's marching everywhere. You know, I always believe that in any given society at all, the easiest thing to do is to complain. And the second easiest thing to do is to protest. One way, however you see it, through march, rally, or whatever. Those are the easiest thing to do.
What about coming on platforms like this and talking? Is that difficult to do?
Is it difficult to do? I mean, it depends. It depends on are we actually educating people, or are we learning? And what mine is that, what next after this? If I cannot answer that question, then it's not worthy.
What do you want to see next?
What do I want to see next?
Mm-hmm.
How do ordinary Nigerian and the core village, anywhere in Nigeria, an ordinary Nigerian, can actually be impacted about what we are, doing here, dissecting politics. I have had different opinions. I mean, this is the one Nigeria that we all dream about. Everybody deserves to hear his opinion, however crazy or how off topic it is. But at the end of the day, he or she will learn something, or we will learn from that person. So how does this trickle down to ordinary Nigerian in Gombe, in Nnewi, in Ososo? How do we impact that Nigerian? Does it come? We actually have a role to play. Because I said earlier on that we as Nigerians have failed at 62, we have failed. We have failed largely because we are miseducated. Majority of us are not even taught history.
Okay.
People are not even educated now. So how do we impact that? To me, I think that should be the next thing for us in this platform to do.
All right, thank you. Son of God, you're next.
Thank you. I was just going to kind of butt in there when he was saying that that doing rallies is the easiest thing. I don't know why he's making that that statement, because in the 62 years that we've been as a country, when have you ever seen the youths be on the road the way they've been on the road the past few months? When has
Please,
it
can
ever
I
happened?
finish that statement? Can I finish that statement? That was he actually cut me short of that. Because I wanted to go ahead and no, not him. No, I'm not talking about you.
Nobody
Dr.
cut you short.
Damages.
You said everything you wanted to say. I don't know when anybody cut you short.
Listen. I wanted to end it with that. When are we going to start putting this, our hunger, our criticism into action? And I think that's where Dr. Damages asked me that question, that what next?
Thank you very much. So it's fine. This all leads nicely into what I'm saying. Now, the first step for what you're asking them to do is for them to come out on the road now, do the rallies, use their own resources, which many of those people on the streets there, not all of them have a job. Some of them are actually using their little resources that they have to be part of this movement for change. When has that ever happened in Nigeria? When have we ever seen this number of people on the road asking for change? We can say maybe NSAS, when we are campaigning against brutality, against the police and all that stuff. That was the first time we saw that. But I'm talking about the political process where people see that their PVCs is actually going to be the way they can effect expecting I don't know this. I don't know who is sending. Maybe Kwankwaso is sending people down here to disrupt our this thing. Now, so I don't know when we have ever seen what is going on now actually happen in the country. It's never happened. So we need to start giving Nigerians some credit instead of asking them, "Oh, so when is this going to?" We cannot be asking for the end. This is the start. The next step.
All right.
beloved brother from Edo State. I came on this show last week. Maybe I was so much in a hurry. You didn't get the analogy I gave you about the notorious costis in Auchipoli. I don't know if you are a politician. I don't know where you belong, whether you're a politician, whether you belong to the citizenry or you belong to the those of the activism side. But I want to give you another parable today in our local dialect. A native doctor does not doubt the potency of his concussion until he is found to accept the cause of the child. You see, this was how the same way you're talking right now was the same way PDP boasted that they were going to be in charge for 60 years. They would tell you nothing will happen, nothing will happen, no shaking. Could they stay for 60 years? No. I don't know. See, I also ended by saying last week that the future belongs to those who see possibilities before they become obvious. I don't know why you see a revolution right in front of you. You still doubting. This is not politics. Somebody gave you, James talked about revolution. You are talking about politics. In politics, you wait for the politicians to bring their money, their looted money to mobilize the people. You wait for politicians to call meetings. You wait for politicians to make use of their structure from national to the unit. This is not what is happening. The people are coming together to say enough is enough. You are still there talking about the next stage from them. Like I said before, we must not go below this level of consciousness and political participation. If we can sustain this tempo, if we can continue, if Nigerians can continue the way we are going right now, the days of the Kabah, the Compensors, the articles, the Tinubus of this world, their days are numbered. There are 3 reasons why Tinubu did not turn up for that show. He missed the first one, organized by NBA. He missed the second one, and he wants to be the president. This is just a litmus test of what will happen. You know, but if we allow somebody like Tinubu to come on board, by the time we are done in 4 years, Buhari will become a saint. He will become Saint Buhari, no longer as General Buhari. So we must not make this mistake. Either his sons will not allow him to. No, I'm not against old age. Everybody prays to be old. I pray every morning, God, give me old age. But then I don't want such an old age that will begin, to put on my, either he could not sign, either he's not healthy. Some people even have it that it's no more. But that is not my, issue today. Was he forced to come into this race? Why not relax somewhere and enjoy your looted fund and be somewhere and enjoy your money? If nobody is supposed to be in prison, you're not in prison. So you see it as a right to lord yourself over Nigerians. Nigerians are simply saying, if you're not getting the message, this is not politics. This is not campaign. This is the people telling you that they are tired of PDP and APC. This is the message a lot of you are not getting, especially those that are close to the politicians and the politicians themselves. On this note, I rest my case. If I have opportunity, I will add more. Thank you, sir.
All right. So what we're trying to do, I know a lot of people want to speak, and we're trying to get everybody involved in the conversation. So let's go to Mohammed. Mohammed, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Mohammed.
Oh, it's nice to be here again after a very long time. And,
yeah. What happened to you? We thought you disappeared like Tinubu.
I've been on the road and
it's Kokosia, so he's walking on the ground. Kokosia.
Well, I'm an unrepented Showers fan. We are disobedient. We are not obedient. I think Dr. Damages knows that, and I don't think I'm going to change anytime soon. I think Obi might end up being one of the biggest scam apart from Buhari that we have seen. He's not the Messiah, according to Ovie. I'm on live TV. So he's not the Messiah, according to what Ovie have said. I think he's a bigger scam. I've watched several of his videos. I've seen him quoted a lot of unverified statistics. And this whole movement, I think, is just boiling in the south. I'm based right here in the north.
All right. I don't know what happened. We lost Mohammed. All right. Let me come to you, Sam. Mohammed, are you back? Can you hear
Yes,
us?
I'm back.
Okay.
I think the network actually cut me off. Like
Okay.
I said, Obi might not be the Messiah we are looking for. I've been watched most of his videos, programs. He quote a lot of unverifiable statistics, and this movement is largely in the south. The north has not bought into it. I'm based in Bauchi. I'm staying here in Bauchi. Of course, among the youth, it's popular among the students, among the elite, but I don't think he has really penetrated, and I don't know if that will happen before the coming election in 5 months' time. Is he the right guy for the job? I think Showora is better because he's part of the old system. You can't leave the enemy camps a few months ago and come and be claiming saint. If he's that clean, he shouldn't be part of the enemy camp in the last couple of months or couple of years. So for me, this movement should have been for Showora. I don't know how it was hijacked by the Obi people, the obedient. I'm very angry personally. They're even using our slogan now of take it back. So personally, this movement should be for Showore, not for Obi. Personally, this is my personal opinion. And I don't think Obi is the Messiah.
All right. Thank
I
you.
rest my case for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Call upon again.
Okay. Stand by. Prince, I want to come to you because you have to, you logged on twice, and I think you are part of the people causing this instability on our system. But if you can log off from one of the platforms, I see you twice, 2 places here. But anyway, go ahead, speak. You want to say something, Prince? Akwachi. You can't even hear me in any of the.
So
Can you hear
pretty
me?
much.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know. I don't know. For some reason, the what do you call it? The network keeps fluctuating. So like I think I aligned myself with the last person that spoke, which is Mohammed. You know, for me, I'm not gonna call anybody's name or say anything, but what I know is that for us to have a president who is capable to move around, there is enormous work to be done. We already have Buhari, who couldn't even, for the first 6 months that he was elected, he couldn't do anything. He was always struggling between Nigeria and and London. You know, is that what we want? We need someone who, from the first day, will work seriously.
All right, Prince, you are
Okay,
up.
yeah, please, it's my turn.
CM, go ahead.
Just to, I think the last time I spoke about PDP, whether they're saying PDP is saying help is on the way. Now, in this case, let's put things in proper context. You see, I often ask, what really do Nigerians want? In my introspection, I've come to the conclusion that I keep saying it, I may be the only person. The problem with Nigeria is not really corruption, it's hypocrisy of the highest order. Now, spontaneously, people are reacting. People see in P2B a very clean politician, and somebody is saying P2B is a scam. Somebody who were able to superintend Anambra State for 8 years with distinction. He was voted as the governor of the decade, governor of the from 1999 to 2019. He was voted widely by the Nigerian media. He didn't pay money. He was voted as the best governor ever since 1999. I'm not making it up. This is not somebody to say that it's unverified statistics. It's only now that I'm hearing that some P2B statistics are unverified. Only one person is saying it. Now, the obedient movement have moved up to Jos. It has moved up to Benue, Lafia, Nasarawa.
Really?
Even in some part of Taraba. Even in some part of Taraba. We haven't gone to Kaduna because of the terrorist that is in charge there. It will still go. So now, I'm now hearing that Jos is not north until P2B
Can you hear
gets
me
to
now?
Kasina.
Can you
I'm
hear me?
coming. Hold on. Please, it's my turn, please. Let me just say, I just keep it
No,
quiet.
Prince, hold on. We'll come back to you.
Nobody should interrupt me. Let's try and be civilized. Let's be civilized.
I'm here.
So
Prince, we'll come back to you
I'm
later.
I'm not hearing that Abuja is not north. Benue is not north. Plateau is not north. Nasarawa is not north. Until P2B goes to Sokoto, there's obedient movement in Sokoto. Then people will now claim that they have the monopoly, that until P2B comes to the north. Of course, P2B will come to the north. P2B is never a scam. He is the cleanest politician ever since 1999. The records are there. EFCC has investigated him. They found nothing. But people like somebody will come and then say that P2B is. Do you know the meaning of the word scam? Who has P2B ever scammed? We just just bandy words, whether we know the meaning or not. What is the meaning of scam? Who has P2B scammed? If P2B is a scam, with the Fulani mafia all over the country, trying to hand over power from one Fulani to the other, are you telling me that they are going to leave P2B? Fulani, they are in charge of EFCC, and P2B is not Fulani. If P2B is a scam, what are they waiting for? Somebody will come here and they're telling us that P2B is a scam. P2B is the best. There's never been a politician like him. He governed Anambra State and he performed with distinction. I'm from Anambra, the people are happy. The most important thing is that as a governor, you go to the state. Today, Obaseki is in charge of Edo State. I can never comment on Obaseki. I'm not from Edo State. If I want to know whether he's performing, I go to Edo State and ask them, is this man doing what you people voted him to do? If they say no, there he goes. Go to Anambra and take an opinion pool. Then somebody will see somewhere and say, P2B. Do you know the meaning of the word scam? Do you know what scam means? Attaching to somebody's name that somebody is a scam. By the way, the only Messiah is God. Nobody is a Messiah. P2B never say he's a Messiah. So for somebody to come and set a question and then start to answer it in an attempt to pin it on P2B, I mean, that is the greatest fraud of the century. Only God is a Messiah. Nobody, human being. P2B can never tell you, nobody, not even my dad is a Messiah. I'm not even a Messiah. So for somebody to come and redefine North, this election will open a lot of things. If indeed the North is what the people are saying, why is the North against themselves? Why are the North today? The problem we are having in this political something, Southwest are not having problem with Tinubu. Southeast and South-South are not having problem with P2B. The real problem political we are having now is in the North, between the Christians there, Dogara, former speaker, and then the former secretary. They are now slugging it out with the so-called people that believe that they are the speakers of the North. So when people come and use the word scam, you tend to wonder what type of carpenter taught them in English language. You start to think of whether a mortician, it was a mortician that actually taught them English language. What do you mean by P2B is a scam? Who has P2B scammed?
Okay.
Fulanis are in charge of everywhere in Nigeria. Yet they can never probe P2B. Let them use the FCC against him. Because the guy is clean.
Dr. Damaji,
He has been in UK for a long time, and they're not talking of you see, let us bring some amount of candor. Let us bring some element of candor to this discussion. I come here because I feel that this is an enlightened, civilized debate where people with intellect will come and exchange words. If you want to criticize P2B, P2B is never a scam. Who has he scammed? Can you give me an example where P2B scam? Do you know the meaning of the word scam?
Okay,
do you know the meaning? What it means? P2B is a scam. Do you know what it means? If he takes you up, if P2B hears this now and takes you up and takes you to court, are you willing to stand in it and prove it in court that it's a scam? What has he scammed? People should be able to say something and stand by it. However, having said that, let me come back to the issue of whether P2B will make it in 2023 or not. It is for the people to decide. It is for the people. Now you are taking the people that are gathering all over. Without being given money. Look at what happened in PDP. How did Atiku emerge? By giving money. Did P2B give money? No way. And you are calling the man a scam. Who should be a scam between the two? People should go back and relearn English language. SCAM. Go and look for the meaning. P2B is never a scam. He hasn't scammed anybody. If you know, you enlighten us, educate us here. Let me give you a chance. I will speak again.
Thank you. I actually like the fact that everybody will get a chance to air their view, and people can, take on issues on what people say, and I like that. So that saves me from being the one responding to all of you. I believe that everybody here is smart and is intelligent enough. Sometimes people will say things the way they feel. All right. I will let Mohammed respond to CM, and then we go. So go forward. Go ahead, Mohammed.
CM, please, I don't want you to misquote me. I actually mentioned the word scam. We all remember, we're all mature and grown up in 2014, 2015 when Buhari was campaigning. I'm actually referring to the style and how we're deceived in 2014, 2015. And this is where we are today. And the same pattern is playing out before our very eyes. Again, mind you, don't misquote, don't misinterpret or misjudge me because you see my name, Mohammed. I'm actually from South. So don't get that wrong. Don't peg me to North because you see I'm bearing Mohammed. What I'm trying to say in essence is that you cannot be coming from the enemy camp 3 months ago and now want to be the saint. Because I don't even know how he's going to campaign against PDP today. Because 2019 is all over the place with PDP, romancing with them. And he cannot suddenly be a saint overnight. That's what I'm talking about. And I said the only person who has been consistent over time is Shore. So mind you, that is the person I'm voting for. That is the person I'm supporting. So I'm not telling you that I'm supporting Atiku or Tinubu because my name is Mohammed. So don't misquote me. So what I mean by scam is that this was how they baggage us with promises in 2019. And this is where we are today. And the same thing, we see the same thing playing out today. And you can go back and watch all his videos. He has a lot of unverifiable statistics. He has quoted on national TV. And if you permit me, we can start sending them now. So don't misquote me. You keep hammering on the word scam. They scam us in 2014, 2015, and this is where we are. And today another person is coming to say he's the Messiah. And it was in the enemy camp some few months ago. What are we talking about?
Okay.
So the only consistent person over time is one man that I'm still supporting today.
No. CM, no. Hold on. I'll come back to you, okay?
He mentioned North. He said North. You forgot that. You said you are in the North.
But I just told you I'm here.
Okay.
It's just not. Is Plateau State not North?
Okay,
is Benue State not North?
Hold on,
What are you
guys.
talking about?
Let me welcome Blessing to the show. Blessing has light today. I can see the fan on in Enugu. While all of you are abroad talking, let's hear from somebody who is at home. Welcome to the show. Happy Independence Day.
Happy October 1st. I don't know about Independence, but happy October 1st. Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Blessing, I beg, greet Buhari first. You have lights, enjoy Independence Day. Give it to Buhari, please. Say baba.
I think I beg you. I just came back from a 5-hour hike. I'm not in the mood for Buhari.
See, Nigeria is peaceful. You can even go for hiking. You can even hike in Nigeria. That's peaceful.
Now we hike.
Okay, so Blessing, what's the mood in Enugu? How are people celebrating? Is there anything going on?
In the morning, when we came out, like I said, I just came back from hike. When we came out in the morning at the muster point, a painter offered to paint our faces with the Nigerian colors to celebrate the Independence Day. She offered it for free. We painted our faces, and while we were moving towards the hills, we drew so much attention. And the area we went through, it was I don't want to use the word, but majority of those people there are sympathetic to the IPOB cause. We drew so much attention that they were throwing insults at us. One outrightly called us stupid people, that we are celebrating stupidity. That why did we have our faces painted? This was after we took the risk to come out because rumors had it that today was a sit at home, and that is in addition to Monday and Tuesday that we'll be sitting at home. They also said today is a sit at home, but people braved it and came outside. The atmosphere is generally dull. There is no much. Everybody's just going about their normal activities, guarded but not excited. Everybody's just guarded. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. As much as possible, we know that the situation in Nigeria and the data and everything, we go back to Blessing to hear more from people down there. Can I welcome to the show?
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, I know you've been watching, and what do you think about today?
Yeah, I'm actually not home. I'm calling in from Iowa, so I just joined in now, and I heard Mr. Mohammed saying that he's angry. So, and try to understand why Mr. Mohammed, what triggered Mohammed's anger. But it happens that Mr. Mohammed's anger is channeled to a wrong cause. However, I have this thing to tell Mr. Mohammed. The Nigerian youth, millions of Nigerian youth are also angry, just as Mr. Mohammed. However, their own anger is for a good cause. And that is why today, being the 1st of October 2022, if you go to states like Bauchi, states like Kaduna, states like Lagos, and every other state, you will see millions of Nigerian youth on the street rallying around P2B, whom they've seen to be one that would try to rescue them from the mess that they found themselves. I've heard someone talking about protests, talking about what they call it, revolution. Revolution didn't start today in Nigeria. It started since 1966 when the military were trying to structure the country. They had the first coup, they have the counter coup in 66, they had it in 97, 75, even 83, 93, and even in 2014, the one that happened in Enugu State. So the youth have been trying to do that, though they were trying to do it in a militarized form. They were doing it with arms. However, today, 2020, there was a revolution again in Nigeria. And this time, the youth were trying to be peaceful. They didn't use arms. They didn't use a weapon. Nigerian government descended on them, which this Tinubu that you guys are talking about now, that is nowhere to be found. I saw a poster where Tinubu's picture was pasted, and they were looking for Tinubu as a missing person. So which Tinubu supported the killing of the Nigerian youth at the Lekki Gate? Atiku did not say anything about it. And these are the people that you are trying to vote for to come and rescue you. Rescue you from what? Now the youth are coming back again to show their anger. So it is a collection of angry Nigerian youth trying to make a statement. And that statement is enough is enough. So I don't know if we are here. When I mean here, I mean in this platform. If we are here to just like Nigerian pastors or malams trying to predict who is going to be the winner. I'm not here to predict who is going to be a winner. I'm here to tell you who I think will be able to fix Nigeria. If this person wins, I will thank God, for that. However, it's not about winning, it's about trying to do the right thing. Just like my brother Pomposo, Ovie, I know deep down inside Ovie is a nice person. He's a good guy. And I know that he knows the right thing. Just that Ovie is trying to win an argument, It's not about winning the argument. Just like my big brother, Mr. John Abba, I think he left already. They know, this John Abba knows the right thing to do. He knows what is right. Just that he's trying to be on the opposing side, Nobody is trying to condemn what you're saying. Nobody is trying to bully you because you're not supporting P2B. However, what we are trying to do is to make sure that Nigeria is structured. Honestly, if Nigeria is working, 50% of us wouldn't have left Nigeria in the first place. Somebody like me, I wouldn't have left Nigeria. I love that country so much. I heard somebody saying that he knew Mr. CM that P2B is going to fix the country. Yes, I believe that P2B, like I've said it multiple times here, is the only Nigerian politician that I've voted for. My own kinsman came out campaigning for one nonsense thing. I did not vote for him. I did not even stress myself coming to campaign for him. P2B has been the only Nigerian politician that I've casted my vote for. And I know the reason. I stayed in Anambra when P2B won the election. I stayed in Anambra when P2B was working for their, using the, oh, shit, I'm on phone. Get up. So I was in Nigeria when P2B was doing all these things. I know how he handled the country, the state. And so therefore, I still believe that P2B is going to do the same for Nigeria. I'm an IPOB member. Strong IPOB, not a member. I support their cause. right? I support whatever Nnamdi Kanu and his group are doing. I'm not a registered member. However, when the P2B came out, I was like, you know what? Let's do this first. You know, if it doesn't work, then I will know Nigeria is irredeemable. You know, so please, let's not try to win an argument. Let's try to fix the country.
All right.
Let me hold it back now.
All right, Kenechukwu, thank you so much. Son of God, go ahead first. I'll come to you, Ben. You're next.
Yes, thank you for coming back to me. Yeah, so right, sometimes I wonder, my brother here CM has spoken quite well, but what I wonder sometimes is you know, there seems to be the people that support Showore seems to be having like a rivalry with P2B. It appears as if they think that what is going on now should be theirs. But what people forget is that
did you say they think?
Yeah, they feel that this movement should be for Showore. Okay. But what they have to understand is that nobody gives themselves, only God gives power to anybody. Even those people that we think are the bad leaders, if God did not allow it, it's not going to happen. So when they say that, oh, this is P2B, this is Showore, it's not for Showore to claim that this thing should be for him, or people that support him to now be saying that it's Showore. Nothing, and this Showore that they keep talking about, that obviously I'm sure Muhammad looks at Showore as the Messiah because he keeps using the word Messiah. The P2B is not a Messiah. Obviously, he thinks that Showore is the Messiah because he keeps using that same word. Even after CM said only God is the Messiah, when he came back to do his to speak again, he reused the same word again, that the man thinks he's a Messiah. So it means that he thinks this Showore is a Messiah, that he's perfect, that when he gets there, Nigeria's problem will be solved. There's no guarantee that Showore is the Messiah, the way he thinks that Showore is the Messiah. And this thing about thinking that Showore is the solution to the problem, Showore himself, there are people out there who have one or two negative things to say about this, their Messiah. If you go on, I don't want to start saying things now, but in the last election that he ran, there are people that came out and accused him of embezzling money. There are people out there, people that were in his own party. It's on YouTube. They're all over the place. That he embezzled money. So nobody is perfect. P2B is not a Messiah. He's not a perfect human being. But what we're saying is that among the major people now, he's the best among the whole lot. So for them to continue to say, oh, Showore, this thing should be for Showore, nobody. Showore has no experience. If I want to ask a question, if you had a company, a multi-billion-dollar company, will you employ Showore with no experience to run your company? And the only experience he will come with, he will tell you, I'm going to run your company because I was a student union leader, I was an activist, and that's the reason why I have to run your multi-billion-dollar company. Is that what is that what he's going to give to you? And based on that, you will give him your multi-billion-dollar company to run, just based on the fact that he was a student, he's an activist? Can you give your company, your own personal company, to him to run? You won't do that.
Son of God, thank you.
Do that.
Thank you so much. I'll go to Ben. From Ben, I'll go to Murray. Ben, you're next.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph, Dr. Damages. First of all, I would like to thank my brother Kwakwanso for bringing to light the goodness of Nubi. From there, moving forward, I want to touch base on some of the parties that are going. I was watching an episode early on in the morning where Oshimole was being interviewed in Nigeria. And two questions that kind of came to my mind. The first question was, where is Tinubu? And Oshimole said his answer was that he doesn't spend every day with Tinubu, and he could not be able to answer. Then the second question was, what is Tinubu standing for to turn around Nigeria? What is he going to do for Nigeria? His answer was that he's going to build on top of accomplishments of Buhari. He asked him, what has Buhari accomplished in Nigeria? He couldn't say anything. I was highly disappointed. Now, moving forward, I already mentioned about the sharing money of PDP. And for me, it's a non-starter that at this early stage of the game, they are taking us back to sharing money. Nigeria is no longer at the stage of sharing money. Nigeria wants to see progress. Nigeria wants to see development. Nigeria wants to see things being done for the masses, for the citizens, for the students that finish colleges and have no jobs. I mean, time of sharing money. I hate to hear that again. Now, talking about Showore, he has come here in person at the last dispensation. I've met him personally. We've talked. I like the guy. He's a nice guy. You know, I won't take that away from him. But at this point, he doesn't have the capacity and the experience to rule Nigeria. You know, maybe if I'm him, personally, this is my personal opinion, I will team up with P2B and make this time happen. Next time around, okay, for those that are canvassing, even though I'm not one of those, I'm looking for the best guy. Those that are canvassing, you know, the Northerners are rude, the Westerners are rude, the Easterners is their turn and all these things, which I'm not part of. Maybe when is the time of the Western, which will be the next, he will be ready to take over the mantle. So for me, that will be the right thing to do. Team up with him, get into the next government, get some experience, take up the mantle from there. You know, so the time has arrived for Nigerians to unite together, form one, and get the right person to move Nigeria forward from where we are today, which is personally P2B. I don't belong to that party, but I think he's the right guy.
All right, thank you, Ben. Omori, you're next. I'll come to you, man of prestige. You will come next. Omori, go ahead. Omori, can you hear me? Omori. All right. Omori, you can hear me. So let me go to man of peace. Man of peace, yeah, or prestige, sorry. It's man of
Omori,
peace.
unmute yourself.
Can he hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. You want me to go ahead?
Go ahead, man of peace. Prestige, yeah.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Damed again. Yeah, I've been listening to everybody speaking. I think everybody has a point. This is like a dialogue, so we should be agree and disagree. You know, everybody's point. Everybody has a different point of view, and we are all means word for the same Nigeria. So regardless of who is supporting, it doesn't really matter. One person at the end of the day, one person is going to win the election, and we're all going to unite to be one Nigeria. But all we are praying is for the best candidate to emerge. On my own opinion, just my personal opinion, I think Obi is the best candidate. I mean, I've not followed Nigerian politics until this year. I've been in America for a while, but I do go home every now and then, maybe once a year, but I've never followed Nigerian politics. I was just deaf, dumb. I didn't want to say anything about Nigeria because I just feel Nigeria and Nigeria has been a fair state, in my own opinion. So having said that, like I said, everybody has opinion. So let's not quarrel about whatever somebody will say or not. So what I'm trying to say in reference to Obi, which has have completely become obedience, if I want to use that word. People have been saying about what he did and what he didn't do. I went personally and I read about Obi, his antecedent, and I was baffled. So this is what made me come to a conclusion that no, this man is the right person, okay? Because I've been on the mend. I'll be very honest. I've been leaning towards Obi. I've never been for Obi completely until recently. Of course, I'm not for PDP. I'm not for APC because I just felt the two-party has been ruling Nigeria for so long. So they have messed up that country. So we need a change. So that's why I was leaning towards Obi. But I wasn't sold initially until I read his antecedent. all those things they are talking about corruption, you know, that kind of things, you know, I have not seen it. Okay, I mean, just everything is just a speculation. I mean, like talking about Tinubu or something like that, you know. So I don't really know which one is a thief, which one is corrupt or not. But it's up people to judge, you know, how they make their money. But coming from Obi's side, I mean, this guy was a billionaire before he, you know, before he ran for Anambra. Like I said, I didn't follow Nigerian politics. My parents live in where I'm from, Imo State. My parents, you know, they come here every now and then, but they reside in Imo State. They are not involved in politics, but they are, you know, where council stuff. So this is why I came to a conclusion about Obi that he is the right man. I said again, I read his antecedents and it personified me to be the best Nigerian president. Some people say he doesn't speak the way he speaks. It's not about speaking. It's not about having the PhD or doctor or whatever, you know, the highest degree. That does not make you a president. And I can give you an example. Even in here where you know, Trump, which was Nigerian president, which was the former USA president. I mean, he was corrupt, you know. He was just a businessman. So when he came in, there's two things that was going for him at that time. The time that he came in, that's part of politics, you know, and the people that he surrounded himself with. I mean, US has one of the best economy during his time. I mean, he's going to get a credit for, you know, for it. So it doesn't necessarily mean because he doesn't have any political background before, you know, he's not going to be, you know, a good president or whatever. So Obi is going to be the best. Obi is going to be, you know, a good president. Is he going to be a messiah? No, but it's going to take a long time. So I'm just telling all these obedience people in Nigeria, the youth, you know, they have to calm down a little bit, knowing that Obi is not going to come in and solve the whole problem, but it will be a prelude for the future of Nigeria, because that will get to tell all the whole Nigerian that we can get away from these corrupt people, PDP. Maybe he will set a precedent. And what people don't realize from what I read about Obi, he may not be talking tough, but that guy is tough. I read about what he did when he came into power. I think there's some group called the Messiah or whatever, I forgot the name of the group in Anambra. He was able to dismantle them. He was able to dismantle. This is what people don't realize. Obi is going to be tough when it comes to crime, when it comes to all these bandits. And he said it yesterday, this man has been emboldened. The statement that he made yesterday, he said, I'm going to deal with bandits because they are criminal. I'm going to call the people like iPod, you know, I'm going to call like the One Nation. I'm going to talk with them and dialogue with them. And that's the right thing to do.
Okay. Thank you, man of prestige.
Okay.
Hold on, guys. We're going to, I know we've been on this Obi thing, it's getting to 2 hours. We're going to move away from there a little bit in a short while, but I want to hear from Ovie. Your name is mentioned several times. And then, of course, we want to hear from Blessing again now that she's back. But let's start with Ovie. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, can I? Nakedu. It's interesting that you see my position as an argument, and I think if there's anything I'm arguing about the possibility of Nigeria being given a chance to strive, because whether we like it or not, politically, Nigeria is one of the most important locations in the world politically. And as time goes, we will see why that is. So if there's any argument I'm willing to make, is to stand under Nigerian who is in a better position to manage what we have currently. You know, I laugh when people say the best. I'm sorry, at that point, it's not about the best. That's not actually what we are looking for. If we become president today, it's not going to be running from one stock exchange to another or one business office to another. That's not how it works. Yes, ability for him to assemble the people that will actually bring the Nigeria or project the Nigeria we want. That's what we want. Because at this point, as far as I'm concerned, nobody's even predicting the future. Nobody's telling about what Nigeria is going to be like in the next 30, 40, 50 years. Everybody's talking about what was yesterday and what is happening right now. I mean, we are 62 years, for God's sake. So does that mean we don't have people who can actually project what Nigeria can be in the next 20 years? Because at this point, it's no longer, I don't think it's about us anymore. We are here already, not to die and I remain. What about the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 generations to come? So Obi is not preaching that. No, or none of these the remaining guys are preaching that. So, but as far as I'm concerned, that's where I'm looking who is actually to manage Nigeria from, not who the best to come around, whatever we think he has the best argument in that field. So yes, my argument is on Nigeria. Nigeria deserves to. And again, at the end of the day, when the chips are down, we boil down to, if we give the leadership at this point to this group who believe that they must be heard, or who believe that now our turn, who believe that if not be this one, will work. If we give them this position, what precedents are we setting? Because at the end of the day, those leaders that we don't respect, they will still come out and say it. And these are the questions that we ask. If we give this person who has it must be us, what precedents are we setting? So yes, I'm on the argument of the Nigerian side. If I had to go with you, Nkene.
All right, thank you. Blessing, you're next. Blessing, go ahead.
Okay, so I did not get the chance to talk about Nigeria 62, whether we're running, crawling, or whatever. I think basically we have not even started existing. We are still like the ostrich, our head is still in the sand. We're not ready. Sorry, we are not even crawling. We are still learning how to sit. To say we have even started walking is to give us too much credit. Nigeria is still learning how to sit. And what is happening now? I remember during the NSAS, a lot of people had a lot of opinion here and there about the NSAS protest. And I remember telling everybody, just step back a bit from whether or not their demands were made. And you would realize that that thing was the first awakening of most people my age. The millennials, the Generation Z, it was their first political awakening. They saw the power they had. And that is what is coming full force now. Now, coming to where Jagaban is, I think even telling us he's not running to be, he's not contesting for a media president is enough proof that the man no send us. He could be anywhere. He could be in his house. And I think the APC is banking on his on the speculation surrounding his absence to trend, because it doesn't make sense. The NBA conference was represented by Shetima. A peace signing accord, it was represented by Shetima. Is he a pointer to what is to come? Are they trying to tell us something indirectly? I hope not, for our own sakes.
All right, thank you, Blessing, thank you so much. So we have a lot of people who are trying to get in here, and the studio is full. Is unfortunate, but we want to also hear from new voices. So what I will do now is I know everybody wants to speak. I will get people to we'll do the rant. After the rant, so we get a few people to leave and give room for some other people to come in. For those who are watching us, we have a room for one person to join us. So, but the next thing we are going to do is a rant. After that, we talk about Tinubu. Where is he? That's part of our topics. It's not just about Obi and what's going on. I know people have talked about that in passing, but that's the next topic that we're going to speak about. So I'll give you a chance to speak. Along the way, you can rant. I will bring my bell for a minute. So go ahead, CM.
Okay, thank you. For my rant, I will say this, because I'm free to speak on anything.
Anything, yeah.
Yes. Between 1999 and 2003, under Mbadinuju, all the schools in Anambra State was closed down for 1 year. A state like Anambra that have given the world Chinua Achebe, Chimamanda Adichie, and all those. When Peter Obi came in, I remember Professor Vincent Chukwuemeka Ike, former registrar of WAEC from Undi Keliong. He called Peter Obi, said, you must do something about education. Then Anambra was on number 26 in WAEC league table. Peter Obi did his magic, and the Anambra became number 1 consecutively for 3 years. CKC Onitsha became the best secondary school in Nigeria that produced the best student in West African and senior school certificate examination under Peter Obi. When Peter Obi left, the infrastructure he left, that's why Anambra State University is in session, why most universities are closed. The school called the Regina Cheli School at Onitsha went to United States and won Technovision, beating the whole world, and came tops. Another school at Alo, Technical School, also took bronze. So for a man to say this and somebody will be saying that person is a scam, you know, sometimes you wonder whether people really went to school at all or they just brandishing certificate. For somebody to call such a person a scam, this was what P2B said, and the Nigerian journalist placed it on the scale and said this is the best governor since 1999. And yes, somebody is saying a scam. What I will challenge Mohammed is to bring out a video where P2B said I am a messiah. Just if you can show it, where P2B said I am a messiah, then I can debate you on it. But to tell barefaced lies and concoct wild imaginations and, you know, pathetic fibs just because you want to belong, it's a very big shame.
All right. Thank you, CM. Scam. Rant is when you rant, you know, anything about anything. Rant. So, Mohammed, you are next. 1 minute.
CM, I don't know why you keep holding on to the word scam. I have literally came back to explain myself. And like you said, if you want to take me up, Dr. Damages can tell you how to reach me and I can take you up personally. So that is not a problem. I will repeat myself again. You see, those who cause this problem cannot solve the problem. If Peter Obi is that clean, for me, I don't see why he was dining with the enemies. He was with them a few months ago. He practically left them not too long. And I don't see the Messiah in him. That is the fact. And I have the right to my opinion, and you have right to your opinion. So those who cause the problem cannot literally solve the problem. Somebody mentioned that Showore does not have experience. I don't know what you mean by experience. For me, one of the biggest problem, somebody, not you, I said somebody mentioned that he doesn't have experience. So please don't misquote me. One of the biggest problem why Buhari failed, if you followed what happened in the last 7-8 years, was because those who brought him to power all have baggages. And when they brought him to power, there is no way he's going to fight corruption and fighting his friends, including Tinubu and Atiku. And that was why he failed woefully. And the same thing is playing out here now. We've seen Peter Obi paying homage to the Obasanjos, the IBB of this world. Those are the people that put us in this mess. So if Peter Obi practically, because let's assume by anything, miraculously become president 2023, will he fight Atiku, who was his principal in 2019? You and I know, of course, this is a national platform. I mean, this is a platform we have to be careful what we say. We and I know you cannot fight corruption in this country without bringing, at least his boss wrote a book and called him the most corrupt. So, and that was his principal in 2019. And today that is the sense. So for me, you can come here and say whatever you like, but the fact still remains that that's not the Messiah we are looking for.
Thank you, Mohammed. Kenechuku, you're next. 1 minute.
Okay, so it's ranting, right?
Yeah.
So now, P2B, let's talk about what P2B did in Anambra State. And I will only talk about one singular thing, and which is what I have interest in. P2B built the ultra-modern teaching hospital in Anambra State. There is no any teaching hospital in Nigeria that will compete with what P2B built in Nigeria. Now, let's talk about in Anambra State. Let's talk about Sowore. Last time I asked, what is Sowore's antecedent? Sowore has no experience. Being the SUG president is not a qualification to being a president. In Unizik, early 2000, go and ask in Unizik. I was the director of socials. In politics, I was carrying it on my head. If you want to win an election in Unizik, come and consult Kene. You must win that election, right? But I know that experience I had in Unizik will not qualify me for being the president of Nigeria. Sowore has no experience. Sowore ran Sahara Reporters. Sowore could not manage his Sahara Reporters. Now Sowore is managing it in his basement. We know he's in US. Sahara Reporters is in US. I'm in US. Sahara Reporters is closed down. Sahara Reporters is running online. He could not pay his staff. Sowore is very wicked. I have a friend who was his staff. He's paying them 800 naira per month, $800 per month. What kind of wickedness is that? Sowore is not a nice person, whether you like it or not. I have his story. See, I will start to expose Sowore here so that the Nigerians will hear. A wicked person that pays his staff because he's taking advantage of immigrants that came to United States and they don't have their complete paper and he's paying them $800 per month as salary. A wicked soul that could not manage Sahara Reporters. He's managing it in his basement. He cannot. Let him open the outlet again. New York government is going to jail him. You know that. It's disclosed that. He came to Nigeria and be deceiving people. We know his story. In fact, I will begin to expose him very soon. I have his record. Let him go and sit down. He's busy displacing P2B all the time. P2B is in his lips. I will take it upon myself to begin to expose him too.
Thank you, Kenneth. Blessing, you are next. I don't think my dad is ringing very loud enough. So
my rant is going to be about INEC. Yeah. Their body language is not showing they are going to be a very fair umpire in this election. What are they doing about the allegations of credit? There's this banker that made a tweet. He said in a branch where he works in a remote village, people were queuing up to open bank account. What was going on? Politicians were crediting them 10,000 naira each. That is vote buying. INEC does not seem to care that the elections are not even here yet, but inducements are already going on. All of a sudden, in the build up to the election, Shetima and his principal suddenly remembered that Nigerians are commuting every day and brought out a card for them to be transporting themselves. If that isn't going to vote buying, I don't know what it is. I am using this opportunity to plead with INEC. They should let God use them. They should not let the devil use them. They should let God use them, because it is not going to be funny if after everything, after all the work that has been done, they'll come and tout it. It is not going to be funny. My rant is about INEC. They should sit up and do their work.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Blessing. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning.
Yes, I know you're waking up in Arizona. We are ranting now. After that, we can continue with the show. So it's a turn.
Okay, so let me just join a rant. Okay, right. Yeah, so let me rant by way of a little bit say I want to report. Sometimes people don't understand the way Sahara reporter work. The media does not make money. I come from a family who they do a lot of things in the media. The media does not make money except you do adverts, paid advertisement and the likes, which some of us that watch Sahara reporter very well, we don't get to see that. So I don't understand how you expect them to make money. Sahara reporter, you get a little bit funding from different organizations, precisely maybe 2 organizations. That's how they get funding. And if you think Showore, when Showore was exposing people, if you think Showore did fraud with it, Showore would have been doing well. You just see declare his assets. And when you see his assets, we are talking about ordinary iPhone, bicycle, and the like. This guy don't have anything. So sometimes we should be very, very careful the way we say things, because people just want us to criticize. I don't think it works like that with Sahara reporter. This same Showore criticized Jonathan. It makes so many of us don't like him because of the Jonathan thing. And when he criticized the same Buhari again, some of us today he's just doing his job as a journalist, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Son of God, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just going to quickly talk about, I know this Showore thing sort of, it winds me up. You know, it really, really winds me up, because I do not understand. Nigerians think that sometimes you wonder, what do Nigerians actually want? How can people be advocating for a guy who has no experience to run the country just based on the fact that he's an activist? If that's the only qualification you need to run a company, because somebody coming to run Nigeria, it's like you're hiring him to run a business that is failing. The business is failing. This is what Nigeria is, a failed state. How can you give it to an activist to run based on just the fact that he's an activist? People come here and say this, and it actually makes sense to people. How can this actually make sense to people? And they say Nigeria has, that's why these politicians continue to use people, because people are not thinking properly. How can you be putting the Showore in this argument? Showore is such, and when people talk about he's going to come there and change things, I'll give you examples. Festus Koyamo, I remember in the 90s when I was still living in Nigeria. Well, I have to stop now. You rang your bell. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Ranting is not when they give examples.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
All right. Ovie, you're next.
I mean, hey, rant. Koko is your next president. You guys should better brace up. You guys, the earlier you guys, they tell you that message that they give you now, I don't want to hear. When I know 1 year, that's the next. See, if you look at the media, everybody just the bombarded will be Tinubu. They avoid that man. There's a reason for that. But when I listen to this last guy when they speak, can't give
Well,
a
here, there's
Nigeria.
no reason. There's no reason.
All right.
They cannot give a country to an activist to run. Nigeria is a very serious country. But you guys, we can't give a country to a sick man to run. Nigeria is serious than that. You understand? So, more could have brace up. In case we are seeing the beliefs, they go win. You go be like free for our eye for here.
All right, Ovie, thank you. Ben, you are next. 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you again. I just want to touch on a couple of things. One is, where do we want Nigeria to be a year from now? Secondly, as far as what we are discussing, why P2B left PDP. I'm a member of PDP, like I said before. P2B left because his vision does not align with PDP vision moving forward from next year. So he has to go to another party to execute that vision. That's number one. Number two, Showole, I like him personally. I've met him personally here in Milwaukee. And he does not have the capacity and experience to run a complex society like Nigeria. He needs to align with Obi and also be part of the government so that he can get some of the leadership skills and also the management skills that he's going to need, so that when he takes over, he will be fully equipped to run Nigeria. That is my take on it. Both of them are good guys.
All right, thank you, Ben. Man of Prestige, you are next.
Oh yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm going to concur with what CM said and the Kenechukwu said about Obi antecedent, because I read it and I concur with them 100% correct. I mean, some people may be coming here, confuse other people. Before, I used to be in that, I used to be in that bandwagon. I wasn't really sure, but when I read his antecedents, it's more than what they have portrayed here. So everything they said is 100% correct. So having said that, I'm going to divide to Showore. Everybody's talking about Showore. Yeah, so I beg to differ with a lot of people here talking about experience. It doesn't have to be in the politics of around Congress or for him to be a president. No, I beg to disagree. I mean, he runs Sahara Report. That's enough, for him to become a president. I mean, he's not my presidential candidate or whatever. I mean, I like him. I like some of his platform. I'm not going to agree. But he does not have the space to be a president right now because things are not, moving towards him. Maybe there's some envy. We are all human beings, so you can attest to that. I don't think whether he doesn't like Obi. I don't think so. In my own opinion, I'm thinking it's a matter of envy, because if you look at the movement going on right now, that's supposed to have been his movement. So he's looking at it from that perspective that Obi has stolen my people. So that's the way I look at it. So you should give that man a break. That's my opinion.
All right. Thank you. Anthony, I could see you, but I just want to reserve you come in when we start next time. So let me now plead with people to volunteer to leave for 1 hour at least. You can leave and then in an hour's time you can come back. Let's get new people to come in and hear their views. Okay,
I'll come back. I'll leave.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time, and let's invite new people to join us. Of course.
All right. It's nice seeing you all.
Thank you, Ben.
All right.
So for those who have been here, we encourage people to give room for other people, and we just posted the link for those who want to join us. They can join us. We need more people to volunteer to. So let me start with the new people that joined us. We will change the topic a little bit. We will talk about Bola Tinubu. Where in the world is Bola Tinubu, and what does that say about his upcoming presidency if he wins the election? So to lead us into that, let's listen to this.
Bola Tinubu.
I will come back in 1 hour. I'll come back in 1 hour.
Struggling to become president of Nigeria. That's nothing wrong with that. But we do not, because of him, collapse our struggle for the Yoruba nation. We cannot ask him to collapse his own campaign for the Yoruba nation. So we have here two parallel lines in the same country among
organizations, women associations, and every institution whose foundation is built on fairness and justice to join hands in this task of enthroning a democratic government by supporting Peter Obi. If we are sincere and honest about keeping Nigeria together in peace, the slogan henceforth should be to keep Nigeria one, everybody should be obediently compliant.
Candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in London.
What's he doing in London?
Exactly. What's he doing in London? He cannot rest in Lagos. They will not let him rest. So he came into Abuja most of the time. They will still not let him rest. This man has been working for an average of 20 hours in the 24 hours in each day. So reasonable people thought, okay, you need to leave this country because they will not let you rest.
All right. It's all your fault, all of you who refused to let him rest when he was in Lagos or in Abuja, and now he's out of the country. Welcome back to the show. Anthony, welcome to the show. Gary, welcome to the show. Jibril, welcome back. And Omoye's Corner, welcome to the show. All right, James, welcome back. All right, so let's start with people we've not heard from in a while, or people just joined us. Let me start with you, Anthony. Do you know where Bola Tinubu is? Anthony cannot hear me. Anthony, do we know where you are? Do you know where you are? Can you hear me? All right, we can't hear Anthony, so we'll go to somebody else. Gary, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Dan.
So, do you know where Tinubu is? Do you care? Does it matter?
I don't know where he is, but I think I do care, simply because it is if Tinubu tomorrow win the election in 2023, it will be the same reputation of Buhari reputation, right? So it might make London his second office, his second Aso Rock, and Nigeria will be the first one. So we have a president who will spend more time outside and more less time in Nigeria. So with him going to rest somewhere else, so we spend more. So his cabals, his people around him will be the people who will be ruling the country indirectly through him. Just what we are seeing today, what is happening today in Nigeria with Buhari.
Okay, thank you, Gary.
So that's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Jibril, do you know where Tinubu is? Do you care?
No, I do not know where Tinubu is. Do I care? Sure, I care, because it's only fair. It's only fair because the election is coming and we expect fair participation of all of the candidates. Now, his vice president representing him at a crucial meeting where all presidential candidates are there does not show he's serious. And permit me to say, there is this thing about being the president when you go in somewhat looking sick and you come out fit. Look at Buhari right now. Maybe that's what Tinubu is going for. Buhari is looking fit right now. When he went in, he wasn't looking very fit. So maybe this is what Tinubu is looking for. And of course, London is always the base for medical treatment. So there is something about these European places that they go to. So yeah.
So are you saying that Tinubu can now afford treatment in London? He's been going there, he can afford it, so he doesn't need the presidency to get the best treatment.
Yeah, but that's it. Maybe it's the rest of mine of being president that you don't have to do anything and just, do a lot. I mean, it worked for Buhari. Look at Buhari today. He's walking around like he's a 16-year-old. So, maybe that's what he's looking for.
All right, thank you. Omoye's Corner, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everyone. Good day, everyone. Dr.
So,
Damage's greetings.
Greetings. They've been mentioning your name and they wanted you to come in and weigh in on what's going on. So,
okay.
Over to you.
All right. So am I weighing in on Tinubu's
start with Tinubu? Yeah, start with Tinubu. But if you're interested in what people do, they start talking about this and they will go to the other things. Wherever you want to go ahead.
Okay. Do I know where Agbado is? Well, yeah, I think I know where he is. He's expecting some bullion vans, and word just recently received is that the bullion vans will be arriving anytime soon, because he's going to need all the funds to give to everyone so he can have mega rallies just like Peter Obi is having. So yeah, I kind of know where he is, and in the in between he's receiving some boost so that he'll be able to come back and make believe to the people that he really can do the job, which we all know the answer to that question. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you so much. George, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone from UK, and happy independence.
Okay, where are you in UK? Thank you so much for remembering that.
I'm in Surrey. Surrey.
Yeah, that's close to London.
Yeah.
Are you interested in knowing where Tinubu is? Can you find out for us? We had that he's in London.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, Nigeria. I don't know. You want to rule. You want to serve. You don't tell people where you are. You don't even know if they so that they can even whatever it is they can feel. I mean, I don't understand this relationship they want to have with people they want to rule. I don't. You don't want to tell us where you are, but you want to rule. You don't even know whether we want to wish you well. I don't understand. That one is one side. Then, please, there is no day Obi said, go and form obedient movement. Go and do this rally. Go and do the electorate on their own. Unlike Showore that went and organized Take It Back. He didn't. Obi has just been doing his thing. Talking. The people on their own. The electorate on their own have seen somebody. They created this movement. And you are insulting them. I don't understand them. I don't know what we want in this Nigeria. I don't understand. We are insulting Obi. He did not create the movement. The people are happy. We are supposed to be happy that people have found a voice. They found somebody. People on the other side will be attacking them. Oh, they are this. Obi is this. Obi is that. Obi never told anybody to create obedient movement. He's just being his genuine self. And people are resonating and resonating and resonating. I don't understand that. We'll criticize it. Oh, Nigerian youth, they don't want to get involved in politics. Now they are doing it. Where people on the other side are criticizing. We are mad. Madness is what our problem in Nigeria. Madness. We are mad.
Wow.
It's madness. Somebody has record. UNDP acknowledge him. He did the education we are talking about. He has done the thing. If you want to even say, zoning, everybody, if you want to say turn, southeast, he fits the bill. Competency, he fits the bill. Private sector experience, he fits the bill. What do you call it? I don't even understand. Some people will use this thing to show themselves. They will be on another side so that you and them will be talking. Is that what we are here for? You know in your mind he's the right person, but you want to be on another so that people will now be. I have cousins that is doing that thing. I said you are wasting your time. You want me to come and be giving you time so that you will be showing yourself relevant. You know he's the right person. You know. I mean, I'm sorry to using this tone, but we need to be. Obedient movement is not a creation of Obi. It's the creation of the people. All this mass of people, and you have some people on one side abusing them instead of you to woo them to yourself. They are the voters. They've not even voted. You are abusing them. You are supposed to be wooing them to your side, though. You are abusing them. You are calling them names. Attacking Peter. Now, Peter B is public enemy of number one. The old establishment, their consensus is a nuisance. Their agreement is we need to get him out of the way. And then, I don't know. I don't understand. This is someone that ran bank. He has experience. I don't know whether I'm the only one that is it's annoying me. I don't know.
All
I don't know what I want. I don't know. Nigerians have a problem. There's something wrong. This guy, Bloomberg, they say he will win. Everybody say he will win.
Okay, George, thank you so much. I know I wasn't fair to Omoye. I limited her to Bola Tinubu.
Something is wrong,
Let me use 30 seconds to say something.
Yeah. No, I know. We'll come to you guys.
Some people are using this thing to be on another side so that we'll be retaking people that will be talking to them to show themselves. Me, I'm not entering that trap. I'm not going. If you like, say you don't follow obedience, I'm not going to be joining you. Me, Osinbajo was my number one choice.
George, I know. George, thank you so much. Can you tell us where you're joining us from? Because I don't have any idea.
I told you, sorry, now SURREY.
Oh yeah. Thank you. I forgot already.
No.
I used to live there. I used to live close to that place, so I know. Yeah.
You maybe.
Yeah, so I know. Omoye, let me go back to Omoye. Let her talk about Obi because it's not fair to her because George went beyond.
Sorry.
Yeah,
it was something it was.
I know. Most people were.
I like your platform because you allow us to.
Go ahead, Omoye. Go ahead.
Okay, so what do you want me to touch on, Peter Obi?
Anything. We actually started the show with him, and we want to know what.
Okay. So it is evident that Peter the Rock Obi is going to win. I'm not even apologetic about it. He's going to win with a huge, according to Donald Trump, margin. That's how he's going to win. We clearly see that it's a new day in Nigeria. It's not the same. The citizens are awake. So it looks like everybody has been sleeping and everybody has now woken up and realized that the power belongs to them. So they're willing to put their bodies on the line, which is what we've been saying all over. I don't know. I can't even speak on the other candidates because there's nothing to talk about. I'm not going to waste my breath on it because there's nothing, absolutely nothing to talk about. Talk about who? Mikano, that we know wants to come in to sell the remaining things, the remaining manufacturing companies or industries or anything good that we have left in the country so that he can sell it to his friends because he's already told us that's what he's going to do. He's going to come in and sell and favor his friends. He wants to be able to favor his friends. So that's what he's coming to do. So why would I waste my time listening to someone like that? Right now, as we speak, they've been sharing money. 28 people are finding surprise 28 million in their bank accounts in a country where people don't have food to eat. People are dying every day. People are sharing 28 million. About 5 people, 5 different accounts got surprise 28 million and 36 point something million in their accounts. Is that the kind of person I should? Their party itself, their party logo is an object. There's no human being in it. The umbrella that they use to cover everything good in our country. Why will I even pay attention to such a man that cannot come out and talk to the people? He can't. The only interview we heard him talk was orchestrated. Not much said. In fact, they cut and join interview. Why would I want to waste my time with such a person? Or is it Agbado? Agbado season is even now. I forgot. It's rainy season in Nigeria. So he probably is in the farm somewhere, or maybe he's harvesting Agbado. We don't know. Because true, na Agbado season, we need cornmeal. We need roasted corn. You understand what I'm saying? So why would I? Somebody that has a bullion, nobody has asked, come, oh boy, I have bullion van to enter your house. I don't understand. You get back for
they actually did. He said it's not your problem. It's his money. Why are you worried?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
it's not our problem. We
it's
see something broad daylight. We should not ask. As a citizen, you want to come and rule over me, so I cannot ask you. That's what it means, Dr. Damages. That means that if he by mistake use back door, as somebody said yesterday somewhere on a live I was on, if he use back door enter, we can't ask him question. That's what it means. We are seeing, see, Buhari's regime will be like enjoyment. We'll be crying. We'll be saying, "Sai, Baba, come back." That's what we're going to be saying. If by mistake, Agbado enter, we are in trouble. With that Agbado, we go dey chop dry Agbado. Now we go dey chop. Man when be say all nepotism at its finest. His first daughter is a Yaloja. He should not become a Yaloja of all the markets in Nigeria. From the north to the south to the east. His son will not be in charge of all the billboards in all the 36 or more states in Nigeria. Is that what we want? Why will I waste my energy on people that have clearly told you that they do not have your interest at heart? It is criminal for anyone to even consider. I mean, the kidnapper that was caught the other day, there was a video circulating of him campaigning vigorously for APC, happy as an APC. Those are the type of people that they have that are supporting these APC people that don't want them to leave, that want them to remain in power so that the darkness and the evil will continue. Guess what? The light has come. Nothing when they feel do. You see this Obi movement, they cannot do anything. We fight to the end. There's no retreat, no surrender. All this one we are doing is just English because action speaks louder than words. Shebi, they said there were only 4 people in a room, in a computer room, doing pish. They are the ones generating all the traffic that Peter Obi has been gaining. Okay, so all the people that are doing rallies, where did they come from? Did Obi pay them money? I want to know. I'm asking for a friend. Was there any line that they were sharing 1,000 to Obi people? Because me, I didn't collect. I've been doing free campaign and no collect. So that means I have to calculate so that they'll give me my money complete. So please, let's not kid ourselves. Nigeria is in a place right now where we need a common sense person. Are people, all of us, people that are saying, oh, you know what, Nigeria, oh, everybody's angry, let's divide, let's do this. Are you guys ready for war? Do you know the impact of war? Do you know what it can do? The people that are going to sell you the weapons to use to destroy your own people, where are they? Your so-called candidates that are supposed to be going from place to place, campaigning, telling the citizens what they are going to do. They don't feel that they can rest in a country that they want to rule. They would rather go outside to another man's country where they have suffered and built their own to go and rest. No hospital, nothing. So you not go IITA, at least IITA is still fine for Ibadan. You not see that place, go rest. You not go Gateway Hotel for Ogun State, go rest. No, he had to fly to London. And Nigerians, anyway, me, I don't need to talk too much. The rallies have said it all. INEC, make I use the opportunity to say, INEC, more na no dey unfortunate. All of us, we are not smiling. Una dey hear me, INEC officials. Make una not dey unfortunate. Una see the rallies now. Not be say they tell una. Not be say person come na information na gather. Una get eye, una dey see. Una not try any rough play. Everybody, nobody dey smile. Now Peter Obi or no Peter Obi. Make we just, if Peter Obi no enter, make we shut down the whole country. Now there my own talk. Now there my own rich. So anybody when they talk anything about any other, I don't know whether any other candidate they exist. Are there any other candidates existing? I don't think so. It's only Peter Obi me I see. I don't see anybody. Emma Binu, no offense intended. I yield.
Thank you so much. One day we go do this thing for
I've been marginalized. I'm the only person man with dreadlocks. I know they talk 1 second of her. She spoke for like 2 hours.
No, the thing is, what our sister said, she said my mind, right? And I believe she said the minds of more than 90% Nigerians, just that some are still lying to themselves, right? Somebody talk about Mr. George talk about that Nigerians are mad people, right? A couple of weeks ago, I was in a forum and I was telling them that more than 70% of Nigerians are crazy. When I mean crazy, I mean colomental, like they have mental problem, but they don't know, right? And we are arguing, and 2 days after, there was a publicity from, I think, there's an organization in Nigeria that has to do with mental health.
Psychiatric something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So they stated that more than 60% of Nigerians are having mental problem, right? So, and I took it back to the group. I say, see, this is what I was telling you guys a couple of days ago, right? You see? And the unfortunate part of it is that there is no mental health facilities in Nigeria. They don't have it, right? Even if they do, it's being managed by like private individuals who must have some one way or the other left the shores of US or Europe to go to Nigeria and try to build a small facility, right? And the government don't actually care about funding them, right? So now talking about crazy people, a lot of them are everywhere, including your candidate, right? If your candidate, for example, somebody like Tinubu, if he's not a crazy person, why is Tinubu running away from telling Nigerians, the people that he think that he will be able to manage? Why is he running away from telling them the simple truth? Why is telling the truth a problem in Nigeria? Why is it a problem? You are more than 80 years old. Accept that fact. And you are lying to us that you are 70. Okay, fine and good. What is your real name? Is your name Bola Tinubu? No. Why? What are you hiding? You said you went to school in Nigeria. Nah, where did you do your NYSC? I did my youth service in Shiroro, local government of Niger State. You can go and verify, right? That's where I did my own. Tell us all these things. You don't want to tell us. And a right thinking Nigeria, though they think that they think right, will be supporting Tinubu. A graduate who actually went to school, went for youth service, will be supporting a criminal. Sorry that I'm using this word, right? Now, talking about Atiku, like my sister stated here, Atiku already told you that he's going to sell Nigeria. You're talking about power, electricity supply, power sector, right? Tinubu is going to, Atiku is going to make sure that power sector is shut down completely in Nigeria. He has a market, which is Mecano, right? He's going to sell his Mecano. He's going to monopolize the system and make sure that he amass wealth for himself and his children. Now, we're talking about the other person, Kwankwaso in Kano State. Like my brother said, that Kwankwaso is going to win. I'm not doubting that he's going to win his local government in Kwankwaso in Kano State. Everybody knows that, right? Because we're talking about what you did for Nigeria. Who knows Kwankwaso? No, for example, no, what has Kwankwaso done for Nigeria? What has he done? As a senator, what did he do? Nothing.
I have to stop you. I know you are on point. Yeah, but everybody's on point when they speak and they don't want, there's no room to stop them. Paul, I'm not fair to Paul. Paul, let me come to you. I know you've not had a chance to speak much. Go ahead.
Doctor, talking about Tinubu, it is clear that the way Tinubu is treading, every Nigerians know, just like what Patutomi said, it is clear. Tinubu can't manage this thing. And but the bad thing is that Tinubu will not give up. He will not give up. So which means we'll keep talking. We'll keep talking and talking and talking. Because Tinubu have a very good structure. The structure of silencing the people that will bring him down. Tinubu have that structure to keep them, you understand, ablaze. He has the bullion van. The bullion van is ready. The bullion van is no longer Naira. These days, the bullion van is in dollars and pound sterling. So he knows how to play those cards very well. But even though when he can play those cards very well, I don't think he has a structure for his own health. That's the bad part. He cannot structure his own health. That is where Peter will be coming. Obi have good structure for his health. That's why we can see Obi can talk for hours. Obi can travel. Obi can attend to all the media. Obi can do everything. But Tinubu don't have that. We saw Atiku the other day. Atiku cannot even put on his own seat belt. His hand is shaking. I don't know why they are waiting to bring the part 2 of the song, Baba, where hand they shake and leg they shake. Because Atiku hand too is also shaking. He can't use the seat belt. So I don't understand the way the country is going. As at this time, talking about the Sowore thing, Sowore is my guy. I keep saying it anytime, any day. And I understand it's called politics. Sowore, to some extent, will attack more because most of Showore's supporters, these are the people that went to the obedience. So naturally, for somebody who understands politics in his own way, is trying everything. If any little mistake come from the OB aspect, probably they'll come back to him. So it's just politics. It's just politics. I like Sowore, but for now, the moving train is OB. We don't have no option. Let's give it to Obi, and not that Obi as a person is a bad guy. He's not a bad guy as a politician. He's not a bad guy as a businessman. He's not a bad guy for somebody. If they want to talk about experience, I think you have experience, though you don't really need much experience to be president, because you just need the capacity of a good leader, how to bring the best brains to put them in the right place for them to do things the right way.
All right.
So,
thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Thank you so much. James, you're next. Obi, I'll come to you next.
Thank you. There was an American writer, an author, they call James Michina. I think he lived in the state of Maryland, either Baltimore, Annapolis, I can't remember the town. He said that the mistake of a generation can wipe a people out of existence. If a generation makes a mistake, that mistake is capable of wiping a people out of existence. He made this while he was addressing the Arab-Israeli crisis in his book titled The Source. Now, when the white men came to Africa, we made a mistake. In fact, before they came, and what's the mistake? The mistake is we were not prepared for them. They came with guns. We resisted them, but we could not because we had no guns. That was a mistake we made, and that is the price we are still paying till today. And if care is not taken, we'll be wiped out of existence because of that mistake. Now, 3 main candidates are vying for the presidency. People are a bit critical of what's his name, Peter Obi, for particular reasons, not because he's a bad guy. It's not, compared to others, he's not a bad guy. But we should take note of something. While they were campaigning for Buhari, if somebody had predicted that Buhari would be what he is today, they tell you it's a lie. That prediction cannot come true. Bola Tinubu, while he was governor of Lagos, developing Lagos, if somebody had predicted that he would be the useless man he is today, nobody would believe. Adams Oshomole, Mr. Moroyi will bear me out. That man developed Benin City, at least, if not the other parts of the country, of the state. He tarred the streets, renovated a lot of places wonderfully, and he was, congratulated. But when this same man turned to be something else, it was terribly nasty, to the extent that the people turned their back on him and forgot all the things he did for them. So now, here is Peter Obi. I think the only accomplishment people are talking about right now is that he developed Anambra State. Assuming it turned out to be one of these 3 people I've just mentioned, what should we do? This is why people are terribly afraid. If you listen to him carefully, all the statistics he's quoting, they are very difficult to verify. Venezuela, Indonesia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, they are very difficult to verify. People are terribly afraid of what to do about this matter. Now, William Shakespeare rightly said that there's no art of reading a man's mind from the construction of the face. Just because he's telling me sweet things, it's not enough for me to cast my vote for him. We still need to quiz these people. Electionary period is already in progress. None of the parties have come up with clear-cut manifestos. like that of UPN and Wolowo, free education, what you call integrated rural development, what have you, 4 cardinal programs. Excuse me, none has come out with clear-cut manifestos. We need to sit them down. If you are saying you want to solve security problem, give us the blueprint. We see it empirically, then we assess you on that. But just coming to tell me that I will unify the country because I've given birth to children in all the states of the country, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. Then lastly, about what's called Bola Tinubu, the country is celebrating her independence. We got this independence from Britain. We told the British to leave us alone. On October 1, while that Independence Day is being celebrated, you, a potential president, is going back to that same Britain to celebrate the Independence Day. It doesn't make sense.
All right.
Now, no, just one more point. He apparently has gone for medical treatment. Why did he not develop the hospitals in Lagos while he was governor? Why is he going to the UK for treatment? In South Africa, lastly, in South Africa, there was a man they called Steve Chiwete, what's called Minister for Safety and Security. He fell sick and died in South Africa. Dula Umar, Minister of Transport, fell sick and died in South Africa. Nelson Mandela fell sick and died in South Africa. Brenda Fassie, the musician, fell sick and died in South Africa. Winnie Madikizela Mandela fell sick and died in South Africa. They went nowhere because they have the facilities there. If these guys cannot do what they're expected to do, may he die more than once in the UK.
Wow. James, thank you so much. Omoro, you're next.
Mr. Dr. Damages, can I just make a quick point? I just wanna speak to what Oga James just said. Oga James, thank you very much. I appreciate your everything that you said and the angle you're coming from. But I just want to remind us, in case we keep forgetting, Mr. Obi himself has said he's not perfect, and you can hold him accountable. He's not afraid of that. So, but when you find out all the people that are supporting him are pushing back, you know, it's not because we're not oblivious of the fact that he should be questioned. But I just want to remind us, the man himself, he's open to criticism. There's nothing wrong with that. I support that as well. But right now, we need a common sense person. But I do appreciate your angle, and I'll use.
Well, you see, in Burkina Faso yesterday, there was a military coup. The government has been toppled. They give people promises which they don't fulfill. The Islamists are ravaging the country. Now, if Peter Obi comes tomorrow and is unable to deliver, could that not lead to another military coup?
That's where you come in, Oga James. That's why he's giving you the authority now to drag him. If he has not fulfilled his promises, this is where you come in, sir. You hold him accountable, and everybody else too.
We cannot waste another 4 years. We've gone through.
Well, who is better? He's the only sensible person right now. He's the only sensible. Every other person doesn't mean well for Nigeria.
The issue is that we should sit him down and question him. We should question him.
All right, James, hold on. James, hold on. Okay.
Best of the three.
Okay, so James, I don't want. That's what I don't want. You know, to be back and forth between two people. Omori, you are next. Come on.
Yeah, thank you once again, Dr. Damages. I had a network fluctuation earlier, so I want to respond to what our beloved sister Blessing said. I don't know if she's still here or she's gone.
She's watching.
See, one thing, and CM also said the major problem with Nigerian problem is not corruption, but hypocrisy. But we accuse other people of hypocrisy. We turn around to be hypocritical. I mean, I can't fathom it. It doesn't add up for me. Blessing raised a very sensitive issue. Nobody responded to it. They were somewhere, you know, trying to celebrate their independence. You cannot take it away from them. They are still Nigerians, no matter the situation over there. He said the place they went to was dominated by certain people, group of people, who did not see reason why they should paint black, green, white, and green. We have to be very careful, like James said. I like Obi. I have nothing against Obi's personality. The problem is the idea of trying to give Obi the name he doesn't want to ascribe to himself is dangerous. We were in another forum where I was almost lynched. You know, the man came out to say he's not perfect. He's a human being. He has his own flaws. But the idea of some people they're trying to believe that you cannot disagree with him, even on a geological ground, it pisses me off. I can't comprehend it. Somebody will come here, condemn whatever from beginning to the end. They pass by. He said he's an IPOB member. He's just passing by. If this one does not work, he goes to where he rightly belongs. Now you were here accusing and insulting somebody that will be fighting with his life on the line, with his family, everything on the line since 3 decades. I've known Showore for 32 years. You come here to condemn Showore, and you told us you're just passing by. You are an IPOB member. If this one doesn't go, we're going to back to Biafra. Please, we have to be very careful so that I believe in the people's movement. I've been on the side of the people. I remain on the side of the people. I remain to die on the side of the people. But we have to be careful. You feel somebody that when Obi talks sometimes, Obi does not see any reason to probe the likes of Atiku. They are his godfathers. They are his bosses, politically and otherwise. He calls his Tinubu his elder brother. He does not see the need. He does not see the need to probe people like that. Showore is a different human being. By now, if Showore is getting the popularity Obi is getting, Showore will be looking for money to build more prisons for those criminals. So you feel whether should abandon his own political party and go and join Obi a tenant in Labour? I don't get it. I want the people's movement. I believe in the people's freedom. I believe in liberation. Yet other people come here to condemn Showore. Which experience does he have? What has the experience of IBB? The experience of Dusalami? The experience of Obasanjo? The experience of Buhari? Who happened to be? This is the second time, the third time the Buhari is coming back. Who have you benefited from their own experience? Somebody is coming out with clear cut, with policies that will move Nigeria from the old brigade to where we hope to be. You come here to condemn Showore. You cannot even travel in a month without taking excuse from your wife. You can't leave your family 2 days without calling them. You are here condemning Showore. He doesn't have experience. He doesn't have this. Please, we have to be very careful. We know where people are coming from. Today, I said the other day, everybody's an activist.
You got a lot. You got the customers in here. Right.
Today, everybody is an activist. Everybody is agitating, which is fine. We must not go below where we are today. So the idea of trying to, bamboozle other people or cajole other people into fool's paradise, as if we don't have right to challenge Obi's there. It's not perfect. I quoted Genesis 6:6 one day. Even God himself, after creating man, he regretted creating man. Another one can say he repented creating man. God himself, who's supposed to be a perfect human being. Somebody that, most of these people talking today, my brother CM, if Obi was a vice or article today, probably they will be in PDP. Now, you are just beginning to see the corruption in PDP. My brother, as much as I want the movement, the PDP, the APC, we are tired. We have to be careful the direction we go, so that we don't make the same mistake we made in 2014. But now I see Buhari and APC, Tinubu and co, the change they wanted. Look at where the change has taken us. So this is a very sensitive aspect, like James said. The mistake of one generation can lead a whole country into oblivion. We have to be very careful. People are entitled to their opinion. People cannot be painted somewhere, green, white, and green. You come there to chase them away, that you are insulting them. You insulted them because they cannot celebrate their own way. You feel whatever you say is Obi is not perfect. He's not a perfect human being. He has been with PDP. He's part and parcel of that political family. So when it does not see any reason to work with him. So when they cannot generate on the authors of political criminals. So when they cannot go to Obasanjo to beg for favor, for support. So when they cannot go to IBB for support. Obi is a different human being. So you want to force whatever means to come and support Obi. If Obi does not win, what happens thereafter? Even if he wins, what happens after Obi? So when he has to be consistent, he has to be there for everybody. He might not be perfect too. Or convention, when they come here, convention, he does not have experience. What experience are you talking about? Thank you, Doctor, for having me.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. Let's welcome, I know a lot of people want to speak. I'll come to you, but let's welcome Jude. Jude, welcome to the show. He's eating agbado. Okay. Ovie, welcome to the show. Okay. All right.
Dr. Damages, I'm going to hop off. I just want to quickly say something. Now, before I get off, So here's what I'm going to say, and I'll yield and I'll say bye to everyone. Peter Obi has told every one of us here. He's been the one giving interviews. Everybody's asking him tough questions. He has not shied away from any of the questions that have been posed to him. He's been doing everything that we need. All the other candidates has not come out to tell anyone what they want to do. He's been getting all the tough questions, all the pushbacks. He's told you, hold me accountable. I don't know which candidate in Nigeria has ever done that for any one of you. So I support Mr. Mori with all due respect, sir. Good afternoon. Greetings, sir. Or Harawane. So Showore, I personally support Showore. I like Showore. I like what he stands for. But the wind is not behind Showore. It's not just, I'm sorry, it's not just behind him. If he can join, fine. If he cannot, no problem. We're not forcing him. But in the way people are sounding here, it seems like Peter Obi, he's just posed himself. He's not a savior. He has told you he's not perfect. How many of your candidates have come out just like this man has come out and has made it bare for you and has told you, hold me accountable, go and verify. If you find anything, I will drop out of the candidacy. He has told you he's not desperate to be president. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes Nigerians, we are very in a bid to try and, be put our word out there. We make it difficult for ourselves. We are taking 10 steps forward. We're taking 1 step forward. Some people are pulling us 10 steps backwards. It's either you want to be a part of the movement or you don't want to be a part of movement. I am desperate to see Nigeria work. Not because I'm going to benefit directly from it, but because of the people on ground that are suffering. And I know some of us here that are sending money every month to people to feed. With the money, they cannot eat. Let's give this man a chance. He has given you every blank check. Check me if you see I'm going wrong. Do this if you see I'm going wrong. I am here, have made myself available. Whatever you want to do, they will ask him all the questions you go answer. I don't know it I want to. Anyway, Obi na go away, whether I like or not. All the questions when I get, more na go get an interview with Hassan. I yield. Thank you very much, Dr.
Omoye, wait, hold on before you go. Just so you know, it's on record here that Obi has not appeared on our show, so we've been inviting him. So if you can get him here and he takes questions from our people here, then we.
Hello.
What happened?
Hello.
See?
We get
Obedience network.
Never take light for New York.
No, I think this is what's going on. I got a message from a StreamYard that because of the hurricane or leftover of the hurricane, the Wi-Fi, everything is impacting the network. So
okay.
What's going on.
Okay.
Anybody?
Hello, hear me?
Obedient network has started again.
Hello.
Yeah, George.
Yes, I can hear. Anybody hear me?
It's hurricane, please, hurricane.
All right.
Okay.
Please.
I think it's my turn now, right?
Yeah. Okay, Jude. Okay, Jude, you can go on.
Listeners around the world, fellow panelists. Yes, I've been listening at the background for the past 2 months. Yeah, and I hear a lot of people what they said, and some of which were so to me. First of all, I want to put this out there. In a country like Nigeria now, I'm sure not just only Nigeria, almost you don't really need any experience or so much experience to be a good leader in any country. All you need to be, number one, the willpower to execute righteousness and judgment upon the land. That is number one. If you don't have that willpower, if you have experience from here to Jericho, you will only have the experience to steal and to pervert justice. Number two, you need the spirit of empathy, ability to the common people, the people you are leading, and know this is what they want, and know that they are hungry, and be able that kind of empathy that Jesus That are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, that kind of empathy that Jesus had, Christ had when he was with the disciples, when he was preaching, and he looked at the people and they were hungry, and he said, "These people have been with me for many days and they have not eaten," and he went and fed them. That kind of empathy, ability to sacrifice yourself for the people, not being worshipped. Okay, so when they say somebody like Shiwore doesn't have experience and that he cannot lead Nigeria, to me, that is it's so sad that many of us will continue to propagate this kind of narrative. By the way, Buhari that has experience, where has he gotten us to? Well, Buhari has experience in the context of Nigeria experience. Obasanjo that has experience, where is Nigeria today? Jonathan that has experience, where is Nigeria today? These are past leaders that have brought us into the mess that we are in today. Babangida that has experience, where has Nigeria gone today? These are experience, these are so-called people that has experience in the Nigerian experience context. Has these people not been the people that have killed Nigeria and brought Nigeria to its knees today that all of us are here crying? I supported Shiwore when he came out the first time. But this time, even Peter Obi, it took me a while. For me to at least begin to gravitate to him because of how he has presented himself, how he has been able to, to present his case before the Nigerian people. Otherwise, I am an ardent believer that Nigeria can never work. And trust me, take it to the bank, Nigeria will never work. Because a country that injustice pervades, wickedness pervades in high places. We all come here now and talk. Many of us should look deep down into our heart, the reason why we are talking. Many of us that are here now talking, many of us don't even believe in this same one Nigeria. We're only talking because of one thing or the other, of one self-mundane interest or the other, not for the interest of everybody. Some of us, I'm not saying all. So Nigeria can never work. But let's see whether Obi at least can put it in a trajectory where we can be able to now have a opportunity for every Nigerian to be brought together and for us to decide whether or not we want to live, we want to continue to exist in this geographical enclave called Nigeria. That is why somebody like me, I'm kind of, gravitating to him. Maybe, peradventure, he can come together. By the time he takes over, if they will allow him, then he say, okay, Nigeria, let us think. Come, let us reason together. Because two cannot work together except they agree. And in a complex society called Nigeria, there has never been any agreement, and there will never be any agreement because each section of Nigeria have their own selfish, mundane interests. And that is why it can never work. So there's a need for everybody to come and sit down and say, let us decide. If we cannot work, if we cannot agree together, then let us go our separate ways. We can go our separate way without shooting a gun, without killing. And I also want everybody to know that the cost of keeping Nigeria together as one today is many lives that are being killed every day. And although continue to want Nigeria to be together at the back of these people that are being shared, this innocent Nigerians that are being killed every day, my prayer is that your family member one day will be killed, and maybe that will reawaken you for the fact that Nigeria is being kept together on the back of many blood that are being spilled today.
Okay, Jude, thank you so much. We appreciate your contribution. I would think that it's not good to say, something like you wish somebody's family will be killed.
No. The truth of the matter is that when something has happened to people don't take care.
But you don't have to say that.
People are being killed every day.
But it's okay. It's okay. If that's what you feel like, that's okay. That's your say. You have your say. But I wouldn't say things like that. But anyway, we have internet problems. I don't know where it's coming from, but somehow it moved people out and moved people in, and I see a lot of new people who are joining us. I don't know how they came in. I didn't let them in. Welcome, Basi. Basi, welcome to the show.
I came in through the back door.
Back door, yeah. Somebody opened the back door, and people just they talking. I don't know.
That's corruption.
Isaac, welcome to the show.
That's corruption.
Paul, welcome to the show. Now, not you, Paul, not the original Paul. There's another Paul here that came in. I don't know how he came in, but we like it, and we're dreaming that one day we'll be able to get in more people on the show at the same time. All right, so this is what we're going to do. And those people who are still in, but I can't put them up, like James and Omoye, I see them, I can't put them up. I don't understand. I don't have control of this thing anymore. But let me hear from people who just joined us. Let's be fair to them. And Wayne, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I've been listening in the background, and I tried joining. I just was persistent, and suddenly I was in.
Yeah.
So for the brother who said I'm corrupt, I'm not. I was just persistent. I've been spending my day doing two things: listening to this forum and monitoring the OB marches throughout some capitals in Nigeria. Especially my home state, Uyo, they came out strong. They came out really strong. I saw some of my professors in University of Uyo, some of my colleagues pulling through. I really liked what is it Omoye, the lady who spoke last before she, before now said, it's just what it is. Showore is a nice guy. I think the most poignant thing somebody said about him was one of us here said, I wish Peter wins and puts Showore at EFCC. That would be like perfect picture of Nigeria for me. But right now, it is what it is. The wind is behind Peter Obi. This is the last time I felt like this was 1993 with MKO Abiola. The last time there was this kind of push for just one man to win, and Peter has it now. I know people, say that he's part of the system. Is he part of the system? I don't think so. I think he played a game of a survivor. He started with Abga, and he wanted a party that had more national prominence. He joined PDP, and this time around, he saw the writing on the wall that PDP was not going to be a good match, that it was not going to go anywhere. And look at what has happened. The person he deputized for last time, who is the presidential candidate for PDP, he cannot even see his brake lights now. I mean, he's in the background. I mean, despite the trouble PDP is having. So the wind is really behind Obi. He's been part of them, but he was not really part of them because of the way he practiced his politics as a governor of Anambra State. He was different. He can lay that claim, and he's put himself out there to be verified. And it is just what it is. The wind is behind him.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Wayne. Isaac, welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Please. I can hear you now. I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Doctor, please, 1 second. Let me just say something to Wayne. Obi started with Obi started with PDP. 1 second. Obi started with PDP 2002, then left to ABGA and went back to PDP, then left PDP again. He started with PDP 2002 before he left for ABGA.
Okay. Thank you for the correction. Thank you, sir.
All right.
You're welcome.
Isaac, go ahead.
I've been listening to your conversations on the background. I wish that there's a one man that is arguing about that what is Obi is gonna do when he enters as a president. That man needs to go and just sit down and maybe do something else. See what is happening in Nigeria today. I was even thinking of going to Nigeria. I was scared. I was like, am I gonna have police or whatever be by my side? In terms of security. This man come from nowhere. Peter Obi come from nowhere. There's no godfather. He's the man on his own. You know what I mean? That nobody will come tomorrow and say, oh, I want you to put this one as a minister. I want you to put this one as a... He knows what is right. So no matter whatever anybody is saying, I'm not from wherever Igbo side. I'm from Yoruba land. You know what I mean? But what I want is to see my kids want to go to Nigeria. You were saying, Daddy, are you sure I'm not gonna be killed if I go to Nigeria? I was just ashamed of myself. You know, all I want is Peter Obi, and all we can do is not maybe we put our money, we give him money or whatever. Putting Peter Obi on your social media is something. It's something. It's something. It doesn't give me. I don't collect dime from him, but I know the group I bought a T-shirt of Peter Obi for in Nigeria just to campaign for him. You know what I mean? So I really appreciate. I wish that man is still there. I could have let him know that he have to sit down and think about his family and think about what is happening in Nigeria today. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate that contribution.
Yes, sir.
All right, we see Femi. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages and everyone.
Yeah. So Femi, I know you've been watching and you've been listening. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I align myself with what Mr. Isaac just said, as well as Omoye earlier on, which is to the point that I just feel maybe the chicken hopefully is finally coming home to roost. Because for me, I think if we don't get it right this time, then we're possibly doomed. And that's not to suggest that Obi is necessarily a Jesus Christ or anything. Because for me, again, I would still have back to the fact that I still believe that ultimately, if we do not restructure the country as it is, it's still going to be a problem down the line. And just again, as I typically would like to align with Mr. Jude, I've always had this thing in mind right from when I was very young. And I think it's old fought with to this day, especially with respect to Nigeria. In a situation where there's no fairness, equity, and justice, then what's the point of us looking to a certain one Nigeria that doesn't necessarily exist in any realm or any reality? There's no reality that it comes with. But I mean, I think finally, I just also wanted to, because I like the fact that you added the missing Emilokon. We don't, obviously, we know what's the theatrics are all about right now. And my question is to a lot of the people that insist on us having a Buhari Part 2, as far as I'm concerned, is are we ready to go through the same cycle of what we've already gone through? Are we not tired? I'll just leave it at that for now.
All right. Thank you so much. I see Paul Iwunze. Welcome to the show. You have to unmute yourself, Paul. Paul, can you unmute yourself? Okay, good.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, and good evening, everybody.
So, Paul, can you tell us where you're joining us from and your contribution?
From the US.
From the US. Okay. All right. So, what's your contribution?
Yeah, my contribution is a general one, and I have to start by saying that what I have said in some other platform. If a lady is born in a poor family, it's not her fault. But if that same lady marries a poor husband, it's her fault. All of us Nigerians, we were born in a bad government, bad leaders. It's not our fault. But we have been sustaining that bad government over the years. And we have been bringing in more bad government over the years. Then it's our fault now. I said this because from what I have heard here so far and what I have heard from other, from other platforms and back home in Nigeria, it shows that most of us still want to return or bring in bad government. Because some people are attacking Obi, saying that we're not asking Obi any questions. What do you want from Obi again? Without saying that Obi is the most competent and most qualified now. My support for Obi is based on conviction. Obi is tested, trusted, tried, tested, and trusted. When he was the governor of Anambra State, he performed excellently well in the three key areas that hold every nation: economy, security, and education, which happens to be most of the problems we are facing in Nigeria now. And like my brother said, a president or a leader needs that quality of empathy. Because in my opinion, you don't need certificate to be a good person. You don't need certificate to know that you have to provide good road or good amenities for your people. In my opinion, Obi has all these qualities. He has the quality of empathy. And my brother that was saying that Obi is visiting old guards. Listen, politics is a game of numbers. You need the people to win. You can agree with me that if Obi shuts those people out, those people you think that he is visiting, if he shuts them out, it will be difficult for him to win. And if you can't win, you can't make an impact. Obi has to win the election first before he can do anything. So in my opinion, I believe that Obi visiting those people, they cannot control him if he gets in the office. And again, Obi is not going to do the work alone. We are going to support him, because if we want Nigeria to change, it doesn't matter the grammars or the English we are speaking. If you want Nigeria to change, or we have to make contribution, we have to contribute in the growth of Nigeria. We have to make an impact. Nigeria is not growing. It's not because the politicians are running it down, but it's because we failed to make an impact. Listen, Nigeria, we are smart people, educated. We have all it takes, but we failed on one thing. We failed to make an impact, or we feel that maybe we don't have any contribution to make in the country for the nation to grow. That is the problem. And still, sorry, sir. One more point. Still, most of us are still attacking the way the people are going. Most of us still want to support the bad government. We still want to sustain it. If we continue to sustain the bad government that we have now, we will come here. We will come back here tomorrow. Always complaining. But Obi is the right way, in my opinion. Obi is the right way for us to go. And if we go in the lane of Obi, Nigeria will change. That's my contribution. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. And let me say that before anything else, there was a poll that came out from Bloomberg News saying that Obi, based on their own assessment, I don't know how they did it, that Obi will win in a landslide. I don't know how they did it, but we'll take a small break. During the break, we'll watch this video of unscientific polling done somewhere in Ibadan. Let's watch.
We are in the streets of Ibadan, and we want to know who is going to be the next president of Nigeria in this coming 2023 election. Is it going to be Peter Obi, Atiku, or Tinubu? Our vote really counts. So let's do this.
I want Peter Obi to win. That's my favorite.
Peter Obi.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Tinubu.
I would like to vote for Peter Obi.
Atiku wa okay.
Tinubu.
Peter Obi. Any prefer Tinubu.
Peter Obi le mna ma dibo fun.
Tinubu. Tinubu ni mo fẹ́ dìbò fún.
Atiku.
Tinubu le mi bá lọ. Is Peter Obi.
I think fẹ́ dìbò fún Peter Obi.
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi.
Aṣíwájú Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Peter Obi la fẹ́ dìbò fún Peter Obi.
Àtíkù ni o, Àtíkù lèmi mo wish láti dìbò fún.
Peter Obi ni.
It's Àtíkù.
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi.
Bàbá Tinubu náà la ní kí la fẹ́ dìbò fún torí.
Tinubu.
Òun náà ni Tinubu ni máa dìbò fún mi ò ń ṣe olóṣèlú but ọmọ èèyàn tèmi ó gbọ́ èdè tèmi sọ.
I prefer Peter Obi.
Peter Obi. I would like to vote for Peter Obi.
I'll vote for Peter Obi. Peter Obi.
I would prefer Peter Obi because I can see that he's a young man and will be able to work all over.
All right.
Yeah. Can I quickly say something? There's something.
Go ahead.
The last speaker, Paul, is he still here? He said something about the involvement of the people that Nigeria has not worked because sometimes we just let the politicians run the country instead of our active involvement. I was thinking about that today. I was thinking about the crowds that I've seen in the capitals, or the cities that have had this parade. And I was thinking about unleashing this crowd into the premises of the National Assembly whenever they are voting on key items, and to show where the pulse of the nation is. I am a member of a very large union here in United States. I think we're about 15 million strong. And anytime anything health is voted on in New York State, we put loads of our members in Albany, the assembly. We go there, 15 buses, 10 buses, 20 buses from all over New York. We are there. We are knocking on doors and we are telling people that, yes, we are the voters and be careful what you vote for. In fact, I mean, recently, New York just announced, payment like a bonus for COVID. I don't know any other state in the nation that has done that so far. It's because of the pressure we put. We put numbers there. So I would really want this movement, and people rightly call it so, not a political party, because this is beyond Labour Party, that after this election, and when there is issues of national interest, that this kind of crowd will come out and show the politicians, where the vote is going to weigh on and influence, what we want, the people's agenda, not the politicians' agenda.
All right. Thank you, Wayne. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, thanks for having me. I guess I came in late. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the viewers, and on the chat. About the fact that we are 62 now, my own observation of it is that we did some things and we undid some of them, like refinery. We built refinery and suddenly we don't have them again. We have power supply, we don't have it again. It tells you that everything we have been doing, if we repeat that cycle again in the next 20, 60 years, God help us. And this is why I keep hacking on about security. We don't have it. Black countries don't have it. Burkina Faso just had a coup yesterday. And this is twice in the 8 months they've had coups. And this country, I checked the country's military size, and they have 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers in a country of 20 million. Somebody tell me why that is the case. This is a scandal that nobody is questioning our leaders. We should be asking them, why is this the case? Singapore has 5 million people and has got over 400,000 people in their military, while this country with 20 million has got 6,000.
Why is Burkina Faso like that? You wonder why our countries are always having problems. I will invite any one of you to be going to bed at night in Nigeria with your doors and windows open every day, and let's see how peacefully you sleep. That is how we are running our country. We just leave everything without any sense of defense. Even Ukraine is stronger than us right now, and the Ukrainians are paying the price to keep their country safe. This is what they do. We, as a people, we don't know how to do that anymore. We've lost this bite to defend ourselves, and we've been doing it for how many years? We've tried to play this game where we say we are doing it a little bit, then we'll run back to economy and pretend as if, oh, education is going to solve it. We are already educated. We have more professors than many African countries, many European countries. We have more than them. We have enough people. Even if only 10% is educated, it's enough to create a strong nation. But yet, we chose not to make our nation strong for whatever reason. And our men, we really need to be paying attention here, because it's the men that are responsible for this. Those men know those other countries building their countries up, and many of us go to those countries, and sure, many of us here are there. Those men did the job, build those countries, and many of our people are not doing it, and we just sit there and leave our countries and say, let's fix the economy, let's fix education. It's not going to solve it. Any of these countries that have fixed their countries, look at how they solved it. It's always from the base, and it's always security first. Singapore did the same thing, China did the same thing, India did all of them did the same thing. You can't build on sand. That is what we've been doing for 60 years, and it never got us anywhere. We try to play the game, act nice to the former colonizers, try to be close to them, Commonwealth and all the rest. Look at where we are today. Look at where we are today. It didn't do us any good. Look at Tinubu now has said to one of their countries again. This is something that other countries will never tolerate, but we do it. Our senior officials go to foreign countries and stay there and no questions asked. Our presidential candidates go there and have meetings and talk to them, no questions asked. And there are only two countries they like to go to, UK and the US, and we don't understand why this is the case. I've seen the Nigerian, the way the Nigerian structure is, and many black countries is, and compared it to how the deal that the Germans signed after the First World War. The eerie similarity with the restriction that they put on German military activity is scary. It's like they told black countries, you are not allowed to militarize. This is uniform. I'm not saying it's one. What are the odds? If it's only Nigeria, it's one thing. Why is Burkina Faso like that? Ghana like that? Why is Benin Republic? Why are all of them like that? Something is missing here, and we are not asking serious questions. Why these nations seem so weak? Did we sign some deal that we are not aware of? Like I said, something is wrong. We seriously need to be asking our leaders. That's why any candidate that comes here, that is the question I always ask them. Journalists that report on any security matter in Nigeria, that's the question you should be asking them, because this will go to international countries, see other countries, how they are founded, and they come to our country and tell us to just be like this. It's just wrong, and this is at the heart of our problem. I will keep saying it until some people's ears block whatever it says, because everything I've seen says that is at the heart of our problem. Other nations don't have this problem that we're having. Our nations are always weak. They are always falling. Everything we do it against ourselves. Why? Why is it that we have crude oil and we keep buying petrol? Why is it that we have this ability to generate electricity? We still can't after 62 years. It's just, the whole thing is mind-boggling.
Thank you, forefathers.
I'm saying it, we have to go at the heart of the problem. And if you keep going round and round and talk about electricity economy, it's not going to work. You have to go at the heart of the problem, and it may make us unpopular around the world. So be it. Black nations are waiting Nigeria, because Nigeria is the largest black country in the world. Other groups around the world, the Indians have India, the Chinese have China, Asians have China, the Europeans have America and NATO. What do black people have? Only Nigeria. And we just sit here and leave our continent undefended, completely undefended. We can't live like this. Our men, you people are the ones responsible for this problem. I don't know why we are asleep.
Thank you.
It's a problem.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
People are wondering whether they change the channel. No, you are still watching Have Your Say 247, and this is Saturday, Independence Day in Nigeria. We love to have different.
Somebody's telling me to stay on topic. I don't care about staying on topic. That topic doesn't work. We've been having that topic forever. It doesn't work. We have to face the real problem we have in, because the real problem that is plaguing us, that is at the heart of our problem. We can sing around. That weakness is going to keep killing us. We are not going to get out of this problem, because I would do the same thing to us if I was on the other side. I would do the same thing to us.
Thank you, forefathers. So it's very important to remember that we wouldn't have Tinubu talking about abado and corn and cassava if somebody did not ask him, how are you going to pay for the soldiers if you hired them and hire 50 million soldiers? You have to feed them. So that was what brought up the abado thing that we enjoy now. And so we appreciate you, forefathers, every time, anytime you join us. It's very important that we have multiple lines of thinking and ideas. And so let me see. Is there anybody that hasn't said anything in a while? Hold on. Prince, let me go to Prince. I will come to you, CM. Prince, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you guys once again. Pretty much, forefather, yes, you nailed it. You did hit the nail just right on the head. But then, before I get into what you are saying, first and foremost, I wanted to bring it to our attention. Shouting at each other is not gonna solve the problem. We are here to educate ourselves. We are here to learn from each other. When I'm saying that, I'm not particularly talking about forefathers. I'm talking about Omorui that came in at some point and shouted about how it is, show already this, show already that, show already this. To tell you the truth, in the beginning, I'm a Democrat, right from the beginning anyways. In the beginning, I have supported Showore when he kind of like competed, participated in I think it was the 2019. I was strongly behind him. Because I felt that he was gonna build a coalition of other parties. But what did we get? Him quarreling with ladies. This lady said this, that lady said this, money did this, money did that, and all that stuff, which was very, very disappointing, especially for somebody like him. Another thing I wished he had done is, when you lose an election, you go back to the drawing board and think and say, okay, this is what happened. This is what I'm gonna improve on, and this is how I'm gonna be next time, when I try to vie for any position. For me, Showore needs to go and become a local government chairman in his local government or whatever you call it. Let him start from there. What is his qualification? Just because he was an SUG president?
Okay, Prince.
That's it?
Prince, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know where to go to now. I don't want this to be back and forth.
Yeah, so he mentioned my name. Can I clear one thing?
Okay. He mentioned the more.
Dr. Emilio Con.
Amori, go ahead.
Please, I want to let you know that I wasn't shouting at anybody. That's the nature of my voice. So maybe you meet me for the first time. I'm not angry. I'm not aggressive. I think I'm the most gentle man on the platform. I wasn't shouting. I wasn't yelling. That's the nature of my voice. Having said that,
wait, hold on. I thought that was Jude. Okay, sorry. I'm just kidding.
That was Prince.
Go ahead, Amori.
Okay. Yeah, this is the same. People, I don't know what they hate Showore for. You just give a dog a bad name in order to hang it. In 2019, the same accusation, when he back off from the purported merger or alliance, he went in there for the first time. He discovered that they were not sincere. He suspended the foul play and he back out. The same people you wanted Shogore to merge with 2019, if I may ask you, Prince, where are they? Most of them are either in PDP today supporting Atiku, others are in APC supporting Tinubu, or they are simply nowhere to be found. Shogore is not a dumbass. It's not as stupid as many people think. People think the only thing Shogore has going for him, he was just being an SUG government. Even then, it wasn't even easy to confront IBB and Abacha's junta. So don't just come here and compare Shogore to the level of a local government chairman. When he's even better than your Buhari you have today as your president. He's better than any of them running today. I mean, it makes me feel so disappointed. It's very disgusting and disappointing when people just reduce your word. Sometimes they tell you he's jealous, he's selfish. We are the people that are actually selfish. Pick up your dictionary and look at the real meaning of selfishness. A man that has been fighting for you for more than, he's about 52 years old. Out of that, he has fought for you for more than 40 years. You are here condemning him, he should go for local government chairman. Some of other people will tell you, let him go serve from councillorship. I mean, I don't get it.
Amari,
can I land my point, please? Can you let me land my point?
Amari, finish, yeah.
Oh, if you ask me to compare Shogore with Buhari, who was your best in 2014, probably you will go for Shogore. Is Shogore not better than Buhari? Was he not better than your Jonathan? The anger you have against Shogore is exposing Jonathan for who he is. I'm from the Niger Delta. Jonathan is my brother. I'm a Christian, I'm not a Muslim. I'm not from Kano. Jonathan's government was corrupt, it was corrupt. And Shogore, he would have taken the other side and be accepting a brand envelope. He opted not to. He stood for the truth and exposed the evil in God and the corruption in Jonathan's government. Is that the crime he has committed against humanity? For Christ's sake, let's be kind, let's be fair to this gentleman. You talking there cannot leave your wife for 1 year without seeing your family and your children. You know, you talking there cannot, you cannot take your risk, being in the same detention, being in that country, contesting, you saw what he did to former chief security officer to Abacha recently. He's bold, he's courageous, he has been consistent. No matter how you try to blackmail Shogore, those are the things you cannot take away from him. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Hold on. No, yeah, I know. I'm really concerned about people who have abandoned.
It's me.
Ovie, come on. Yeah. Okay. Ovie, you are next.
It's always interesting when I see the obedience and the disobedience throwing tantrum at each other, The Kokosea will just carry Ngoro, put them on my house and look, smile. That's exactly what is happening here. You're asking where is Tinubu Olule. The guy, I think there's so many ways to see this, right? Let's go with the popular belief that he's very sick, he's in the hospital, need to go went for checkup and all that. Then the question we should be asking ourselves: will you rather face Amechi presidency or a few months after few months of Tinubu, then Shetima continues? There's that possibility if he wants to go by his health. If he cannot, if he's incapacitated between now and before the election, that attention will be shifted to Amechi. I haven't finished second in their primaries. But I think to me, again, Tinubu was absent at the accord, signed the peace accord signature. He decided to feature Shetima. I think to me, if he health is not to go by, let's say he wasn't sick, he just take that trip, he needed the rest, as they say. I think that's just a strategy move. It will be a strategy move to steal the show of the day, because at the end of the day, everybody start talking about why he's outside and all that kind of stuff. But most importantly, between the two big guys, between him and Atiku, numbers are not adding up. They are finding it very difficult to have a head wave in the north, especially Tinubu, with all the signs that are coming from the presidency, that the executive are not, when I mean the executive, I'm talking about the Malami and the rest, are not necessarily in support of his candidacy. What happened in Yobe with Malami losing out of the, there's a parallel line, the connection between Tinubu there. There's allegation that Tinubu is the one financing the other guy at the other end. So there's so much going on within their party that the numbers are not hard enough. So I won't be surprised. You need to step aside a little bit and think more, and think harder. The same goes with Atiku. Nothing, the numbers are not hard enough. They cannot hit their chairs that I'm going to win. I mean, we cannot take out the obvious, the Obi phenomenon from the southeast and the south side coming, then the conclusion are coming from the northwest. So there's a lot going on, and just also a deliberate attempt to actually make that margin, this north and south dichotomy, widen up. They are trying to make sure the kids against ourselves. That is the only way they stand a chance. If Wiki and his gang keep holding on to, it's supposed to be the southern space, now southern turn. I don't expect Atiku to trust him and yield to their demand of taking IU out. So that line is being drawn, and that's what he wants. Because at the end of the day, if it's against North and South, that's where they can actually get the sympathy votes from the North and decide against these two of them. So there's a lot more going on than the noise of a rally that is going on everywhere. That's noise.
All right, thank you so much. I'm not sure if you guys can see this. This is a story from People's Gazette. The New London photo of Bola Tinubu and what they think it implies. The politics is vicious, and there are people who feel that the health of a candidate shouldn't be something that we should all be concerned about. But of course, we've seen what happened with Buhari and his tenure in office and how his health impacted what he was able to do. So I want us to, while we discuss Tinubu and where he is, I want us to try to address some of these concerns. Okay, so let me go to Paul. Paul, you are next.
Okay. So somebody asked because Showore was an SUG president. If you don't know, Showore went to Columbia to do his master's. And if you don't know Columbia, because everybody know Harvard, Columbia is part of the 8 Ivy League universities, among 17 best universities in the world. So Showore is that educated, and apart from being educated, he's a smart guy. You understand? The offer he throws out every other day, it's something you will be forced to reckon with. You understand? We embrace it. That does not mean that Obi is not saying the thing. I today, if I'm in Nigeria, I will vote for Obi. Like I said, it's politics, because Showore is losing it, and you understand most of the people that support him today, these are the people that is gravitating to Obi. That's why Showore is playing politics. That's just it. But telling me about Showore, who is Showore? Showore is very, very educated. He is smart, and he's not corrupt. Showore has all it takes to be corrupt, to make good money from media, from the likes of Sarah Reporter. I've been following Sarah Reporter from a very long time. We know what Sarah Reporter did, even though during the time of Jonathan. You understand? He threw a lot of light in the time of Jonathan. And the same thing, and sometimes some of us don't really understand. Omoyele Showore is an Ijaw man from Ondo State. He has all it takes to enjoy Jonathan's government very well, if he's thinking to go make money in politics. And if you want to play politics by tribe, he will use that same thing, that Jonathan is his brother, because so many people see him like a Yoruba man. But he did not do that. You understand? If Jonathan did not fail us, we will not opt out for Buhari. That is the thing. So when people just come, didn't do their checks very well, get any information from WhatsApp, forward information, and they just say anything, I don't think that will take the country to where we want the country to go. Like I said, I will support Obi today, because I prefer Obi than me giving my vote to an Atiku or or a Tinubu today. That's all I can say for now on that aspect. Then when it comes to Tinubu, the way Tinubu health is going, it is tough. I am talking to somebody. The person is saying that the way Tinubu health is going, they don't even know whether Tinubu can manage his health till the election day. He may not lose his health, he may not lose his life, but he may not be able to manage himself, because if it's time for you to get that bed rest, you have to take that bed rest. Tinubu is struggling with his health. It's time for him to throw the towel. You understand? And just enjoy his godfatherism like Obasanjo, IBB, and Abu Salami is enjoying today. Let him also go enjoy. The Agbero money is there for him. You understand? The tax money is there for him to enjoy. Let him go enjoy it, and trying to bring the country down this way. It's not going to work. You understand? Nigeria have gone past that stage. With all of us having a smartphone in our hand, everybody is trying to fact check one another. Everybody is a journalist in their own way. So it's going to be hard for Tinubu to manage these things, because people will still come back home and tell their wife that things is getting bad. Hey, we pray make Tinubu survival mode. But I don't think he can manage this. He's struggling with his health. The same thing goes to Atiku too. Atiku too is also struggling with his health. He's just lying that he's going to school. How do you say you are going to school in UK? You are living in Dubai. Let us tell ourselves the truth. He's also struggling with his health too. Yeah, that's all I can say for now.
So what I will say, let me quickly chip in something. Where is Rudolph? Okay, well, let me say this. Actually, what forefathers said earlier got me thinking. Really, we need our defense, no doubt. But one thing I want to, forefathers, I know you already know, we've said it before, is that you need a strong economy for us to have the type of defense apparatus we are thinking about. Because the defense this time, it's not just people wearing khaki and putting boot on the ground. Intelligence, training is the essential part of defense. Training, to be proactive, because for us to really have what the type of military we have now is like people controlling traffic. You really need intelligence, and you have to train them to be the best before, so that they be proactive. Before something happens, they've known, and they can protect the country 24 hours. Even when you are sleeping, they can detect danger 4-5 years ahead and then analyze it. So this takes a lot of training, and the strong economy will support it. Some examples we are giving, I've checked the economy. They are not basket case like Nigeria is. Probably Nigeria lost the chance in the 70s and 80s when they had a very robust economy. They could have put a system in place whereby the military will be able, even in some countries, militaries are self-sustaining, because they can undertake a contract, civil engineering works. The army can do it and get paid for it as part of sustaining themselves. So I know you know all this, but when you put it
argument, people people make that argument all the time about the economy. In the reality, is the security that creates the sustainable, that's the economy that is going to. There's a reason why you look at it. ShopRite hires security guard. Do you think ShopRite is hiring security guard because of charity? No, it's because they know if they have that security guard, their business is going to flourish. It's not. It's the other way around. If they take the security out and say let's get a good business first, they're not going to have a business.
This is the defense of a country. ShopRite is just a commercial venture. The defense, the security.
Let me give you another simple example.
The
like your
security
house.
ShopRite is having one moment. The security ShopRite is having, you can't compare to securing a country, because they are not securing. They're not securing ShopRite against the external invader from another country. They believe that their own security is working within the microcosm of the entire security of a country. So that's what, even if you overpower them, they will call a higher security. If you overpower the security in ShopRite, they will call another security higher than them. But in Nigeria's own case, if you overpower them, you overpower the entire country.
Even anyway, Peter Obi disagrees with you. Peter Obi understands this. You are saying this. Even Peter Obi has said that without security, forget the economy. It's not going to get sorted out. So you are even behind where Peter Obi is. If you don't fix security, nobody's. I know family members. I know people that are building right now because they can't come to Nigeria. So don't tell me that it's the economy that is going to fix it. The security will fix the economy.
But Nigeria is a
Blessing was
basket case now
hiking. Blessing was
in
hiking in
terms of
Enugu today.
anyway, wait.
Let me
The
chip
next
in
So
time I
young
quickly
get
people
so
to
know
that
go
I
fight,
can
hiking
move
inside
on.
Nigeria.
Hold
Now
on,
their
hold on,
own.
guys. Hold on, guys. First of all, I was kicked out in a few minutes ago. I struggled to come back in, which was weird. I want to welcome the priest of peace. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So while everybody is trying to talk, let's make sure we include the new people joining us. Prince, the priest of peace. You have the floor,
Okay.
please.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's been a while. I was looking at the topic you have today. Said Nigeria at 62. Time to finally crawl, run, or retire. And where in the world is Emilokon? I have always said this. The only thing that surprises me is what doesn't surprise an average Nigerian. That is the only thing that surprises me. Because, you see, we are talking about Nigeria. And also, the people that are the political class that are coming out to do what to rule us. And Showere has been the topic. Showere shouldn't have been the topic of, today. It shouldn't have been. But that being said, I want to make one important point. And that point is this. There is no way Nigeria can work effectively without going back to what Abdul Salami Abubakar gave us that is called 1999 Constitution. Let me tell you, as wonderful, as beautiful, as intelligent as P2B could be, there is no way that 1999 Constitution will stall him completely. Unless he's going to work on what I call executive order. He will be issued executive order to be able to do what? To work. If that structure that Abdul Salami will always come every year and sign peace accord. And by the way, Sowore is part of the people that gave us this situation that we are in. So if he is tested with a little political power, we would have known how Sowore would be. But that is another topic for another day. For me, he is an activist, and he will remain an activist at best. Let him remain that activist. We have seen people who have been tested in political power, and we have seen what they have done. So, but we know that we are going to crawl 1,000 miles backward if we have Atiku there. We are going to crawl 2,020 miles back if we have Emilokun. P2B will stall as well. If what we are asking P2B to come and do, if he is able to do it, he's going to use executive order to be able to effect changes in Nigeria. They are going to stall him. Finally, these people are not going to let this. I'm saying, what if what happened in 1993 happened? I'm saying, what if, is what if what happened in 1993 happens again? What will Nigerians do? The youth have invested so much emotion into this. Let it translate to action. There is so much emotions, and it will fizzle out. Look at what happened in NSAS. Are they going to be ready to absorb what is coming? Something is coming, oh brothers. Something is coming. So let them have that shock observer they are showing now that they have. Let them come out when the chips are done, because I am telling you, it is going to happen. P2B will win this election. Oh. He has the backing of 70% of Nigerians. Meaning, if that 70% is translated to votes, he is and he will be the next president. But the question is, what if what happened in 19? Because the reason I'm saying what if is this, and I will round up. The people that brought in this Emiloko and his brothers, what is his name? Baba, say Baba. The people that brought him, they used terrorism to bring him in. They use that same pattern to make him to stay. And they are going to use it to keep that power. Let us pray that God will open heavens for a wonderful thing to begin to happen before that election. If they want something to happen, it could have happened 6 months ago by giving us and trashing this structure, 1999 constitution that was like a leech on our neck. Everybody. Thank you so much. This is what I have to contribute. God bless you all.
Thank you, the priest of peace, for joining us today. I want to mention that I read the comments on the comment section, and I do appreciate everybody who is writing, and it's part of the conversation we're having. Someone said something that I think is interesting. ASD was saying that that this is NSAS, the movement that is going on is kind of NSAS, that is part 2. And they are using the political arena to bring about change. So we appreciate all the comments on this section, and we encourage you to have your say. And if you can join us on the platform. All right, James, go ahead.
I want to comment on the point forefathers was making. When the French African territories were gaining their independence, they signed what they call the colonial pact with France. All the French African countries, they signed a colonial pact. In that pact, they they gave them nominal independence. For example, a certain percentage of their national reserve must be kept with the Bank of France. That is why the CFA is backed by French economy. That is one condition. Secondly, their military must be securely tied to that of France. That is why virtually all African countries today, the French people have military bases. Even right here in our backyard neighbor, Senegal, Ivory Coast, they all have military bases. That's another point. Any mineral resource found in any French African country, the exclusive right to mine the mineral must be ceded to a French company, unless there is no French company interested before any other country can vie for it. I remember there was a time I went to Senegal from the Gambia for something. So I decided to use the opportunity to change my glasses. When I went to the optician, they did everything and settled everything. They told me the price. Now it was time for me to pay. They said I should hold on and come back in 2 weeks' time. I asked them why. They said by law, it is only a French company in France who can dispense glasses to anybody in Senegal. So this is the situation. Now, all the problems we've been discussing so far on this platform, we've not factored in colonial interference. We are independent nominally. We are not truly independent. And this is why our leaders are still of the habit of going to the United Kingdom of all places. A people who colonized us for how long? I don't know how long. They still relish going there. Whenever they loot their money, they take it to the UK, France, in fact, the Western countries. They never take it to Japan or China or Singapore. Now, when you make any attempt to remove the money from the Western sphere of influence to another sphere, they accuse you of money laundering. So if, for example, Peter Obi should become president today, and they are aware that it's going to disrupt crude oil flow, theft of crude oil, take it or leave it, it will be declared loser. So that colonial angle a good number of us in Nigeria, we are not seeing things from that perspective. And this is why I very much cherish the point forefathers is making about the defense structures of African countries. In South Africa, when they gained their independence in 1994, before then, all their nuclear power facilities were brought down. It's only those responsible for the generation of electricity that they left. They had the capability to produce ballistic missiles, warplanes, submarines. But when these guys were leaving, they took everything. I noticed it when I was there. If you go to their industries today, the skeletons are still there. But when you get inside, there's absolutely nothing. This is why the South African economy is struggling today. So we should open our eyes clearly. The Westerners are really after us. And if we are not careful, we'll be exterminated. It's just a question of time.
I think let me add something to that. I think that is a very, very good analysis. You see, he covered the French side. I don't know what our own English speaking side signed up to, because if you people, you see, CM, what sometimes it really infuriates me, because this is a serious problem. It's not a joke. When you look at the way the German the restriction they put on the Germans, when I was reading it the other day, it almost feels like we're talking about African countries. They told them this is how the amount of military you're allowed to have. This is when they have to resign, and all the rest they control it, and it's uniform.
You are talking on the Versailles Treaty of 1919. You are
exactly
correct.
Yes. So I looked at that. I was like, whoa, this just figure. But there is no this is awareness of whether we sign any agreement. But somehow, what kind of policy can they pursue that will make almost 40-something Black African countries act in a uniform manner? It's scary. Look at every country, compare their military readiness to Singapore, US, just name it. We seem like children. And that is a problem. Do you know how embarrassing it is? Our leaders go to the UN, and other leaders, we just look at them and say, they're like, why bother listening to them? They are babies. They are not even part of the club. We are not even part of G8. South Africa at least managed to make it to the block of, I've forgotten what that block that Russia and China and India belongs to. South Africa made it. The BRICS country. Nigeria hasn't been there. A country of 200 million, the largest Black country on earth, we haven't even made it there.
All right.
It tells you that this is at the core of our problem. If you don't fix security, if you think you are going to fix economy first before you fix security, you are going to lose both. This is what has happened for the last 62 years.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let me try to move this topic in a different direction. Let's watch this clip.
Why are they even doing this thing, for goodness sake?
So it's trying to control
Oh, I wish I was the one that captured him. I didn't know where he landed. On the tree. See the parachute still up. Wahala dey oh. Nigerian army.
So, forefathers, these are your Nigerian paratroopers.
Yes, they need to do better than that. Well, way better than that. We don't have a military culture. Any other country, they are going to be the most cherished group in the country by a long margin. We don't cherish our defense. I say all this. If you think you don't cherish your defense, go to work every day. Don't close your door. Don't close your windows. You just go. Security has to be number one. Everything you work, you will lose. And history has proven it to be correct. If you go and work, you are going to lose it. If you invite people to, and you have a lot of wealth in your house, you are going to lose it without security. It's a sin actually to do that, because you are exposing your children, this in your women, to danger. This is what our men have been doing and acquiescing to for the last 62 years. Something when other people got their independence, like the Indians, the Chinese, even the Israelis, they went straight to secure themselves. Straight, like bullets. They didn't care about economy. They went straight. Look at Israel. CM, let me finish my point. Hold on. Israel fixed the security first. Go ahead.
Hold on, guys.
Okay,
hold on.
With benefit of hindsight, is there something that
that you regret today about your presidency? Was that something that you did then that you probably would have done differently?
Me? What I did everything that I should do the way I should do them.
But what about OD? The invasion of a village in OD where the whole village was wiped out.
Of course, if I have soldiers and police who are the instrument by which I should maintain security, and I sent police and they were killed, and I sent soldiers and they were killed, what do you expect me to do? If you are in my position, what will you do? You will fold your arms? You answer me, my dear brother.
Definitely not.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, see.
That man did more than destroying our military than any other president in presidential memory, by the way.
The point I was getting about, please, the point I was getting about is from the analysis James gave, what I see there is that, first of all, those are Francophone countries, the economy is weak. Economically, they are still dependent. So how could they have built a strong military? That's what, from the analysis James gave. Imagine controlling CFA and then using a French central bank to control them. You see, what I'm trying to say is that the military, the defense we envisage is the one that will be capable. And that capability has to come from giving them the capacity, giving them a good training. If you cannot support it, if you can't afford it, even buying the equipment you need, even training the modern warfare. That's what I'm saying, because I believe in intelligence.
Okay, give me one example of a nation that build their economy first before they restore their security.
If you cannot,
the Singapore do that, the China do that, the Israel do that. Name me one country that did that first.
Their economy is strong for the type of military they have. Because you need to train them. See, for instance, I'm not born a soldier. If you recruit me into the armed forces, you have to train me.
Yeah, I can hear you, James.
You have to train me properly, expose me very well.
James, hold on. Let him finish.
You have to. A good soldier, a professional soldier, is as good as the training he or she receives, and it's ongoing. So if your economy, that's why they say the American defense budget is higher than almost the whole of African economy put. I can't want to exaggerate, but it's quite enormous. Because this money is not just to pay salary, but you train it, you give people the retraining. If the American economy is not buoyant,
sorry, you don't understand the military at all. You know, a military commander once said. A military commander once said that the soldier is in the mind. It's not this thing. What you understand by a soldier, you are missing the point. You think it's the equipment that you have that makes you a soldier. It's the mind. When you train the men to defend their territories, even with a bare hand, they are soldiers. What are you talking about? Okay. We have had soldiers when we had clubs.
Mr. Forefather, let me add to what you have said. Yeah, there was a time in Nigeria we had the Defense Industrial Corporation of Kaduna. Yeah. They were producing what they call SLR rifle, self-loading rifle. They even sent some here to the Gambia as a gift during the Jawara's administration. What happened to those initiatives? Everything crumbled. Remember, we started development with Brazil. Today, Brazil is producing warships. I think fighter planes also, I'm not very sure. But the Defense Industrial Corporation we have in Kaduna, which the Pakistani military assisted us to set up, has crumbled completely. So as long as, you see, there's something going on behind the scene, which forefathers has correctly linked with what happened, what kind of document did we sign at independence. These are things we must investigate.
All right. Thank you. Jude, go ahead. I know I've told you that you come on. Go ahead.
Just the picture you just showed us about Obasanjo, the question they asked him and he couldn't answer. He answered, asked the journalist back. You know, that's portrays the point I was making earlier, that leadership is not more of how many years you have been in the corridor, you have been whatever, you have been in the political arena. No. To be a good leadership, you must have that sense of doing the right thing. Okay? The willpower to do the right thing and to execute righteousness and judgment upon the land. Obasanjo cannot tell me, even all of us that have watched that video, cannot tell us now that action that he took to wipe out a whole city, a whole town, because according to him, to justify that, he sent military, he sent police, they killed the police. I don't know the number. He sent military, they killed the military. I don't know the number. Therefore, he now has to wipe out, including children and women. Were they the people that killed the police? Is that a man? Is that a good leadership skill? In any Western world, can any Western world, all of us live in the Western world and advanced countries, can any government in any world, anywhere all of us have lived, do that kind of a thing? No. Where is the intelligence? Like what the forefather is talking, TM, why he could have gone to investigate to find out those who did that and then hold them responsible. Not going to wipe out a whole town and then tell me that is enough reason and that is correct. And his pampering is, in other words, beating himself on the chest that he did the right thing. That is not a good leader. That is not. The reason why Nigeria we can never get it right is that we have had leaders that, one, they don't have the interest of the people at heart. Number two, they are very callous. Before they even come to the leadership arena, they have already sold their hearts to Satan, to different occultic groups and the other. That is why they are devoid. Their heart is completely stripped of humanity, human empathy, human feeling. That is why they can go abroad. They see things functioning abroad. They go there, enjoy it, and come to Nigeria, and they will never do anything to effect a change because they are heartless. But an empathetic leader will go to abroad, and when he sees good thing, he will bring it to his country because he wants his people to enjoy it, just like the man in Dubai. When they were interviewing him, they said, "Why are you rushing in all this innovation and everything?" You know what he answered? I'm sure some of us must have watched that video. He said, "I cannot wait for my people to enjoy good things." I'm not quoting him for Babatin now, but this is exactly what he was talking about. He said, "I cannot just wait for many years for my people to be good to enjoy." That is the kind of leadership. That man, I believe he didn't go to the school of leadership training or what. It's a matter of empathy. Okay, ability to execute righteousness and judgment, to judge, ability to do the right thing at all times. It doesn't matter who says his cause. And the reason why Africa will remain the way it is that we have had leaders in Africa. Number one, like I said, before they even become leaders, they have already sold their soul to Satan, to demon. If African people, leaders come together and say enough is enough for all this grief the Western world have on us, the former colonial master has on us, we are going to fight and liberate ourselves from it and make sure we provide our people the good things of life. Who are the Westerners to come and fight them? No.
Okay. Dr. Damages, can I quickly? I'm sorry. Can I quickly say something to that video? There's something I want to add to that video that you may not have ever been aware of. I know there's a John Abram. Please bear with me. So I went to Air Force Primary School, Kaduna, and I'm very much aware of what Mr. James was referring to, the DIC. I think they changed the name slightly at some point as well. But anyways, you see that video you showed kind of reminded me of, because whenever we had inter sports, then I remember right from when I was in like primary 1, primary 2 and all that. Typically they'll have Alpha jets and a lot of these jets that were sold to us by the Pakistanis, then the Donia company from France. They'll fly over, throw some balls, do some parachute displays and all that. So, I was privileged to see a lot of that. And that was one of the things that piqued my interest in trying to join the Air Force via NDA, but that's on the side. Now, I remember there was a particular day, and this is where it kind of makes me laugh because it kind of just brings back some memories, just seeing those guys hanging from the tree. We were in class. At the time, I was in primary 5, and we just noticed that all of a sudden there was some kind of commotion, and everybody just started running out. Teachers, the head teacher, we just ran out from all our classes. Come to find out that one of the guys, this was around 1990 or thereabout. I'm dating myself now, just to tell you how bad things have become. One of them actually hung on one of the trees on a major football field. And then while we were still running towards that, we noticed another set of people running towards where the main guy in charge or the commandant of the Air Force Base, Kaduna, was. A lot more people were running towards her, and only to find out there was another one that was just hanging on another three. The reason why I say this is that at the time it didn't make sense to me, but through the years I've come to realize that all of this actually started with Babangida after the Vatsa coup and then the Gideonka coup, when he started reducing the amounts that was being allocated. As a matter of fact, a lot of people are not aware of the fact that it was trying to actually eliminate the Nigerian Air Force, because I think it was during the Gideonka coup that he had a lot more Air Force officers involved. So that was how he started reducing the funding, especially to the military generally, and then to the Air Force in particular, to the point where we came down to almost, I think, about less than 6 or 5 working Air Force aircrafts. Recall that that particular aircraft that crashed in Djibouti, that had a lot of those senior officers, was one of the aircraft that shouldn't have been flying in any case. There's a lot more stories to it that, I just have to point that out. That it just reminded me of that that period.
All right, thank you. So this is what we're going to do. No, forefathers, no, please. We have new people and want to get them involved in the conversation. Also, I want to let people who are.
Please, let me just say 1 minute and leave. Let me just say 1 minute and leave.
I like people who want to leave. I want people who want to
don't
leave.
leave until I
John,
talk.
don't worry, I'll call you. I'll call your phone when you leave. When you leave.
Don't leave until I talk.
Okay, Paul, say something.
Doctor,
Yeah.
Those soldiers, let us go find out how much they allocate for that drill that didn't work very well. You will be shocked. the amount they allocate for that drill that become Tom and Jerry, that they are running at a scatter, you will be shocked. That's all I want to say.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Janaba, are you going to?
Forefather, I have a lot of respect for you. I think you have a lot of history, and I like your way of your own view of life. You are deep in some ways, but if you don't have a good economy, there's no way you have a good military defense. So the notion that protection of Nigerian or any other territory comes first before, let's look at Dubai, for instance. Dubai, it came from nowhere, and they built a very fantastic country that attracted to the whole world. Even Americans are going there to invest. It's because they have the money and they use it well. Nigerians have the same thing before them. Were able to utilize it and make the most out of it, and now make it the attraction of the world. James also have a good view in my own understanding, but the notion that Demis will take a swap at me saying that it's dead on arrival in the last comment he put on. What I said, this is what I said. I said that we are all out of our country for one reason or the other. Not all Nigerians left like in my own case. And your case may be different from mine, why you left Nigeria. But all is the same thing. Whether you have money and you want security in abroad, or you sick, you want the medical treatment, like the own one of the champion leader of Nigerian politics or the ruling party that went and that have gone out to change engine oil, change the brain box, and change the engine, and change the transmission. And I say it's in my own view that I say that it's not selfish. He didn't wait until he became a president to use our money. He's using his own money or the money he collected from Lagos State and many of us that send things to abroad, and we have to be channeled to pay. When you clear car from Wharf, there's a way they channel you and they give you a Tinubu ticket to pay. So it's our money. It's not federal money. It's my money. It's my personal money that I work for per hour in America. So I think it's not selfish to a larger extent. But the notion that we will have a strong economy without a strong defense without money, even though I'm not too much a fan of my brother CM, I love him. He's my brother. I'm a Nigerian, so I love all Nigerians. And it has been a while I see Jude. I beg Paul to stay around because those are my old faction guy. But I think Rudolph have to kick him off. So,
all right, Janaba, thank you so much. Okay, let me say for those who are watching, and there are many of you, I appreciate your time, and also to say that people might want us to stay on one topic for a long time. People want to talk about Obi, but we want to add different topics. And for the final round, because we're rounding up, I want people to think about what is good in Nigeria, what is working well. What are you proud of? It's easy to always point at everything going wrong. Let me play this video and we go to that conversation.
Wake up.
All right, welcome back to the show.
Yeah.
No.
If I can give him, because his example, I can give an example with the country he used as an example.
No,
Emirates. If I give him the numbers, he will understand why they are like.
Did I say you should speak?
Sorry.
I'm the governor of Rivers State. Okay, Annie, welcome to the show.
Power.
Oh,
thank you, everyone. It's actually my first time here. I'm usually a background observer, and I just listen to, what everybody is contributing in. I really love the show.
Thank you.
Rudolph, is it the right time for me to end my contribution, or
yeah,
you call me back?
anything? No, you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, guys. So I'd like to start off by saying happy independence to Nigerians across the world. Independence is a state of the mind. We may argue that we are not independent, but it could have been worse. So having that in mind, I would like to say that for Nigeria, as an example, the reason why things are not working is not really just about the government. It's about the mindset. It starts from the mindset of the people, and then it goes to the mindset that such people progress into government, because it's still the same citizens that end up becoming, the government of the day. So having that in mind, Mr. James rightly put a point about the influence of colonialism and its impact in Nigeria. Yes, that cannot be disputed, but there are certain things that we should no longer be attributing to colonialism at this point in our 62 years. There are countries which got their independence same time as Nigeria, but they are doing far better than we are in certain ways. And this is because it starts with the mindset of the leader and the future he sees for the people. Dubai is a typical example of this. And if you don't have the love for your people, I don't know how you're going to make any kind of change in Nigeria, even if you become the president. For me, living abroad for quite a while now, I see how Nigerians here struggle and how Nigerians here die out of hunger, literally dying out of hunger, because they don't have any help and they would rather die here than go back home. Now, this is really, really appalling. And how are people dying like this? It's because back home, they find themselves in an awkward situation where it seems like the government of the day wants to kill them. Everybody wants to kill them in Nigeria. And that's the mindset we all have. And that's the reason why we live. And you see our sisters abroad in very difficult situations you cannot imagine, and they are treated poorly. Now, having this in mind and going back to the election of 2023, which is just around the corner, I'd like to say a point that Sorry, I have to talk about Showore in this, but I love Showore. I have a lot of the admiration for the young man, and I really wish he could be the president. But the thing about it is it's a collective effort to change in Nigeria. The fact that one person does not become the president doesn't stop you, from supporting the person who can cause the change. And I'm in support of the obedient movement. And the reason why I support this is because this is the first time in the history of this country, other than the time of Abiola, where people actually come out in their masses to speak about one point. The last time we had this kind of movement was during the NSAS. And this is usually good for leadership. And it is good for leadership because you have the people wanting to be a part of the government. The usual knowledge I had about Nigeria is, election is none of my business. Let them do what they have to do. But this is the first time people are actually coming out to want to be a part of this government. And if Obi should win the election, having this kind of crowd, it simply means that this same crowd can march into the Aso Rock, and be able to make demands in government. And this is something we've never seen. Not to take too much of your time. Thank you so much.
Sorry for stopping you. I wanted to reframe the question for you in what you're saying, because you're not the first person that said this today. Are we saying that during the last election in 2015, we didn't see this kind of people coming out to see Buhari when he was campaigning? If not everywhere in the country, but at least all over the north. I'm just throwing this question out for people because we kind of make this look like it looks as if this is the first time we are seeing people come out to support a candidate in these recent times.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph.
Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, in answering that question, it's definitely not the first time. People would always come out in their masses during election times, but there are reasons why people come out at different times. If you look at the political system in Nigeria over time, you will see that people used to come out in their masses as a result of political play, where the elites are in control of the situation and the reason why people come out. And people only come out when those people are around. And they're only coming out because of what they can get from this government. In the year 2015, I was privileged to have been around during these election times, and I see how people queue up at a particular line, either to get money from that line or what they can achieve from it. But the reason why I say it's the first time for me is because people are coming out without any expectation. And that's the best kind of activity that can actually happen at times like this. People are not coming out with the hope that I'm going here and I'll get a bag of rice. I'm going here and I'm going to get 1,000 or 2,000. People are coming out of free will. People are actually canvassing by themselves on their own, to vote. Even if you look at Showere's supporters, he's not funding them as well. They are also coming out from their free will. So you see people coming out of free will and saying, this is who I want in office. It's not just about Obi alone. Yes, Obi has the largest masses. But in this time, people who are coming out are genuinely coming out. Only very few persons are actually coming out based on what they can get from these politicians. And we know them because they are very, very popular. They are among the most popular people. But the masses are actually coming out of free will to speak their mind.
All right, Annie, thank you so much. Let me remind us again. I want to really get from you something positive.
And it was just like, I just wanted to just give kids opportunity to be who they was and be stars, and I'm looking like, what territory can I go to find artists that has the potential to be global, that could be huge, that could be bigger than me. And Nigeria was the first place I thought about, because first they had the English swag over there, and then they spoke very fluent English, and they understood, and then it was money like in Nigeria. So they kind of understood how to hustle. They knew how to bustle. They were great songwriters. They was great. They knew how to dress well. They spoke well, and they was just super smart. It was like how do we take all that intelligence and just kind of channel it in the right place? You know what I mean? Because the Nigerians are the smartest Africans on the planet. Like, they're the smartest people on the planet. I've never met like super smart Nigerians, right? I just felt like sometimes the knowledge just went into the wrong areas. And because there's so many of them, because they have the population, Nigeria is probably one of the biggest countries in Africa as far as countries and different states, you know, and because there's so many of them and they're so patriotic and vocal, you know, some things that shouldn't go out actually goes out, if you know what I mean. So sometimes I think in this case it played to their disadvantage, because at the time when there was so much hustle and there was so much struggle and just, you know, a lot of, you know, it was just a lot going on to the point where people just had to overcome the struggles. They had to hustle to do what they had to do just to survive. But they got promoted more for the hustle that they accomplished more than the positive things that actually came from what they do. You know what I mean? Because there's 2 or 3 new billionaires grown in Nigeria every year. There's more billionaires in Nigeria than there are in China. And that's just Nigeria by itself. Yeah. So that shows the potential that plays. And it was just like, I just wanted to just give kids opportunity to be who they was and be stars, you know. And I'm looking like, what territory can I go to find artists that has the potential to be global, that could be huge, that could be bigger than me. And
once again, I want to hear from you. I know it might be difficult for some people here. So think about what's working in Nigeria, what is good, because this is our, whether we like it or not, this Nigeria's independence day. So go ahead, Omori.
No, please. Do you mean what is
what
is
anywhere you want something positive. Yeah, something positive.
I'm going to the positive side, but I want to correct one negative impression somebody left behind. You know, enough of these lies. Ashowore brought Buhari to power. You know, he couldn't have brought Buhari to power. They're putting him in detention. They're giving him checkouts for breakfast, anchor for lunch, and detention for dinner. So we should correct that impression. 15 million people voted for Buhari. By the way, that was by the wayside. The only thing working right now that gives me joy, I slept well last night, seeing the level of consciousness Showore has succeeded in planting in Nigerian youth. Showore has made it possible to know that we can challenge the government of the day. He didn't start today. We did it against Abacha. Abibi stepped aside. Abacha died in the struggle. We're doing it to Buhari again, to let government know that power belongs to the people, not to their trustees holding power for the people. So, politics is not Romeo and Juliet. You may not like Showore, but today is the father of the political consciousness, the political revolution going on, sweeping across Nigeria. So, that gives me joy. So, if people can get it, they say you can only force the horse to the river, you can't force it to get to drink water. So, telling people how to vote is not the issue. Now they know the power they have. They know the power they have. So, you don't need to motivate them. They are the people motivating themselves. This is why this election year is different from the usual one. So, it gives me joy to see people organizing themselves. They're not working for any political leader. Obi is not even aware of what is happening in certain quarters. So, it gives me joy. So, whether Obi Showore this time around, Showore has planted a good seed. You can see Obi trying to copy Showore by crisscrossing the globe, which Showore did in 2019. People were laughing at him. So they copy from Showore. So no matter who comes around, so long as it's not Atiku, it's not Tinubu, it could be Obi, it could be Showore, the person is certainly coming to lay the foundation. Number one, he has woken up Nigerians from their slumber. So I'm happy. Now we can sleep. We the activists can sleep while they take the battles. You know, they can take their destinies in their hand and take their country back. It gives me joy and I'm happy. I think that one is positive. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Omori. Anybody else? Positive.
Yes, Dr. Damage.
Victory. Oh, Victory. Hold on, guys. Victory, welcome to the show. I forgot about you. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I just want to talk about the parachuter incident of our military. I mean, it's quite ridiculous anyway. This is what Britain and other allied forces used in the Second World War. And as at 2022, our military don't even know how to use a parachute to land safely. You know, it's quite unbelievable. And then Further always hit on the issue of security. Is absolutely right. At the moment, Nigeria does not, it's not in control of the communication that comes into the country and what goes out. Here in Britain, anything that comes in and anything that goes out, the Secret Service is aware. Nigeria don't have nothing like that. So anything communication-wise coming into the country, what's going on, we don't even know. So they can just sweep us aside overnight, and we won't even know that anything is happening. So that's the aspect of security. And as for the issue of the Peter Obi rally and stuff like that, I think what a lot of people still don't know is that this change is the people's change. It's not. This is bigger than Obi or anybody. The people want this thing, and when it's time for the people to stand up, there's nothing that can stop that. It's inevitable, because the suffering in that country is too much. If you look at the inflation over the last 7.5 years, it's unbelievable that people can still wake up in the morning and still think in a rational manner. I mean, what you're buying for 10,000 naira is not 30,000 naira. How many of us can survive that anywhere you live in the world? So this is the people's change. The people are waking up, and they say they want to take back their country. So that's all I have to say for now.
All right, thank you so much. Anybody has anything positive?
Yes,
I have.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Finally, they have something positive. Kwankwa, so let me go from Kwankwa. I'll come to you, CM. Go ahead, Ovia. Let's hear the positive thing.
I think as a country, as a nation, together as one, I think we have done a great job still being together. I mean, one can argue that we have a civil war once, but for 62 years we've been together, and it shows that if we can actually just look inward and get our house together, we can live together very happily and foolishly. I mean, Toby winning the world championship, breaking the world records. At that moment, nobody think about, for a minute, was like, oh, Nigeria can actually be great. So for us to still be together, for somebody from the south to go anywhere in the north and still do business, or somebody from the north to still come down to the southwest, southeast and still do business, contrary to what they want us to believe at the country's chairman. I think that's a good thing about Nigeria. But so far, we are able to do that despite the poverty, despite the individual, everything that is going on within the country. But we're still going strong as one nation. I think we still have many years to go as one. So on that, I think we are doing well. We are not doing bad so far on that side.
All right, thank you, CM.
Yeah, can I contribute something, Rudolph?
Oh, hold on,
to me, what is really working for Nigeria now, or the good thing I will say, is this obedient movement. Because for the first time, it has shown that somebody could contest for an office without giving people money, and they will pull a crowd. No matter, people can debate it. So I'm feeling that my hope is that let this trickle down by next year for all the states that will be electing governors. Let somebody from that state come out, and people will say, look, we don't need your shishi, all we want is you, because that is the effect we want. So because this is a way of demonetizing the system, so that there's no more giving people money to come and vote for you. So if this obedient movement is anything to go by, it's one of the things that the positives I can take out of Nigeria at 62, that a new vista, a new consciousness has been unleashed on Nigerians, whereby you can now say, this is a candidate I want to vote for. I'm not taking money. I print my own poster. I do my own rally on behalf, quite unlike what obtains before. Thank you.
All right. Annie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. So if we look at the positive things that are happening in Nigeria, there's quite a lot to be mentioned. One of them you just played. Our music has gone global. I can tell you that on the top chart around the world, I mean, you can't listen to any radio station without hearing some Nigerian vibes here and there. So this is something working for us. Our artists are really going far with this thing. And when you look at the world stage, Nigerians are breaking records left and right. So Nigerians as a person is working. Now, Nigeria as a country, where are we? I think that should be the proper question to ask, because these are individual accomplishments which Nigerians have been able to individually bring out of their personality. I mean, when you look at the likes of Burna Boy, you would always hear his music everywhere. He's making and creating impacts around the globe. But as a country, when you go on the world stage and you bring out your green passport, how do people refer to that country? You know, the functional part of it. So I think that is the part that we should look at. How can we make certain things work from a government perspective? Either funding those things that are working. For example, our music industry is really, really, really working. The Nigerian government can really do a lot to support these guys and even take it more global than it is right now, and still make a lot of, rebranding of the Nigerian situation from it. In terms of our athletes, they are really creating impacts. The Nigerian government can decide to stand by them, and through them, we can rebrand our economy, because Nigeria as a name needs rebranding, not rebranding in terms of changing the name, but rebranding in terms of changing how people reckon and look at these people called Nigerians. Because globally, we are known for certain things which we shouldn't be known for on a good day, things like fraud and stuff. These are things that we are popularly known for, as a country, and that's not the situation. So I think we should look at those things that are really, really, really working for Nigerians in terms of our entertainment industry, and see how we can rebrand those part of our economy and make huge impacts from them. Because I'm very sure that there are a lot of foreign artists who are very willing to collaborate with a lot of our artists back home, and we can make things easier for them by providing some level of security to ensure that these guys come in and are able to invest. I think from this part that are working, we can actually start to rebrand our name as a whole. Thank you.
All right, one more, and then we go to what keeps you up at night. Femi, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Rudo, let me take power from you like Wiki. So now, so Annie's taking that off me, but corruption is working, if I'm being cynical. But on a more serious note, I am a bit biased because I've been in the ICT space for a bit, and there's a lot of things that's going on between some of us here in the US and some of our people back in Nigeria. And one of the things despite the situation of power, security, and all the other myriad of problems we have, Nigerians are really showing up when it comes to ICT, irrespective of the situation. And that's in a way calls for celebration, despite sort of my personal pessimisms. Especially when you consider the fact that for a company like Amazon to actually take notice and decide, you know what, it's time to, whatever the case, it's time to go set up in Nigeria, and of course officially they're going to be starting. They're going to be putting physical boots and presence in Nigeria by early next year, which is a good thing, because it's just intriguing the level to which Nigerians are able to, hopefully more often than not, positively come stand up and be represented, especially with little or no support. Because a lot of what those guys are doing in terms of the guys that we have in DevOps and cybersecurity, it's just amazing. So I'll just leave it at that. So that's one thing that's working, irrespective of the fact that it's not like, just like Annie said, it's not as if there was a conscious effort by the government. It was the guys and the ladies that came out before you started saying Yemi Osinbajo, for example, trying to speak up ICT ops. I'll just keep it at that.
All right, thank you so much. That's a very important point. I think we're doing well on that at that level. Who else? One more.
Okay, let me just say something, and since nobody wants to say anything.
Let me hear from Jude. Jude,
yes, I think in the area of enlightenment, I think Nigeria, I wouldn't say Nigeria, individuals in Nigeria are doing very well. For instance, like Rudolph and many other platforms like this that have been allowing people to lend their voices to what is going on in Nigeria and globally. I think we're doing pretty well so far. Yes, and the area of IT also, Nigerian is trying, given this the situation, the ugly situation or circumstances around them that everybody is doing doing something irrespective of their government not supporting them, or in fact every day the leaders continue to, rather than supporting and boosting those talents, they are rather doing everything to suppress them. So yeah, I would say they are trying, and Nigerians all over the world in their various fields, they are making a lot of impact. Especially in the healthcare industry, they are making a lot of impact, and those in the movies industry as well, they are trying their best as well. Here in America, there's hardly anybody that doesn't know about Nollywood or African movie, or even some of them even watch it. And people from other countries as well, they know about our Nigerian movie. And so in that respect, they are trying, and again, these are individual effort, totally different from Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jude. Forefathers, let me just give you the last word on this topic.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to John about what he said about Dubai. You see, in 1990, UAE, which Dubai is part of, had a population of 1.2 million, but well over 80,000 soldiers. That means that one soldier has to defend about 24 citizens, while Nigeria is about 2,000. That is the foundation they built on. If you don't have a foundation that is secure, you're going to have instability. The examples are replete in African countries. This is why we keep seeing coups in African countries. And our soldier, what Obasanjo did with those soldiers indicates a military that is just defending themselves. They're not defending the people. They don't value their people. They're just there to defend the whatever agreement they have with the people that they answer to. Because you can't just go and attack your own people like that and kill them. What the soldiers are supposed to represent is to keep your people alive. Is to defend your people, to protect life, not to destroy all of them. This is the corruption, and this is part of the reason why we have a culture that don't like the military. Because we feel like they have abused us so much, we feel traumatized that we push back whenever we say we need to defend ourselves. Because these people like Obasanjo, they've created this tradition whereby our military traumatize the population, when it should be the opposite. They should be preserving life. So about good things.
To make more money, your lunch will not be imported. Cassava gari, the farmers will make money. The dinner will be cassava by a while.
People look here. Face me like Facebook. I go see Lisa, and I go see a chameleon. Time don't come for us to wake up. My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah, leaders, we don't tire. This situation, we don't get you.
Them say the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you lay invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's how you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you know say your future for chichi. Them go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer. Suffer, Niger. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shore. Say that's what we go there. Make you not sell your photo. No shishi for bribe.
If I do my part and you do your part,
no shishi for bribe.
Make we play our part and we build this land.
No shishi for bribe.
You say
no shishi for bribe.
You say
no shishi for bribe.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, you could still got us. Who want change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk, nobody want do the work. Nobody want die there, I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new oats. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then waiting we gain. My brother, waiting we gain.
I don't go sell your future to some, you know.
All right, sorry, we have to take a break. But that music is still very relevant about what we're talking about today. It's connected to the decision that the country has to make in the next few months in terms of who will rule, who will govern, who will manage the affairs of the country. All right, so we are going to 5 hours, so we have to round up, and I want everyone to give me what keeps them up at night. Let me start with you, Annie. I don't know if you've been listening to the show, you know how it's done. So you have a minute to tell me what keeps you up at night.
Well, I'm a programmer in the IT, so for everyone in that field, we all know what keeps us up at night. It's either you're thinking of a code or trying to put some complex issues together so that you can, progress in your career and stuff like that. So I guess having a better version of me in terms of redefining myself as a Nigerian keeps me up at night.
Very good. Thank you. Omori, what keeps you up at night?
Yeah, I think I told you I was happy seeing the movement, but what I'm hearing right now, I'm not comfortable. The effort we have been making over the years, is it going to end up with somebody that symbolizes the establishment? We went to Britain to get clearance before coming to Nigeria, moving from Malta to Niger to get clarification. Somebody just called me from the north now that the kind of agreement Obi is signing over there is not something that is people oriented. So I'm beginning to worry, so that we don't go back after 4 years and start regretting we did in 2014. So I'm worried. I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight. I slept last night because I saw the consciousness among Nigerians. What I'm hearing right now, the kind of agreement is signed like Obasanjo did for Jonathan. When he could not play along,
Omori, can you share with us? Can you share with us what you had? Can you share what you had?
When I get details, I don't want to. When I get details, I'll bring it to the platform on next week, Saturday.
Okay.
I'm worried that it should not go because of desperation, go into unnecessary agreement that will not favor the people after all this effort. Thank you.
If you can bring it tomorrow, we'll be on tomorrow. We get you on and air that view, okay?
No problem, Dr. Damages. I will.
Thank you.
I'll get details and get back to you.
All right, Victory. What keeps you up at night?
Omori, you just said something that just sparked my head. I've been thinking about, what happened in 1993, and somebody actually said it here on this platform. What about due to the massive people movements, and they say that the establishment in Nigeria say that there's no way they can maneuver this election, and they come up with some funny stuff, and obviously Obi doesn't take over. So that's something that always comes to my mind, because it's obvious that something has to give way in Nigeria the way it is now. The movement is simply too big, and I think the owners of Nigeria will not be happy with it. So that's what really keeps me up at night for now.
All right, thank you. Femi, what keeps you up at night?
Yeah, so what keeps me up at night is basically, again, still down to things like our debts. Obviously, that's always going to be top it. And of course, the extreme hopelessness, helplessness, and seeming poverty amongst a lot of Nigerians. And also the fact that I hope that what looks like the seeming awakening of a lot of Nigerians will be channeled towards actually critical mass of people actually going out and going out to vote, who hopefully they consider to be the right person. I mean, that's not a choice for me to make for everybody, but we can only try to convince as many people as possible. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's not in my power. So basically, yeah, that's what keeps me at night.
All right, thank you. Janaba, your turn. He's eating that budget. All right, let me skip you. I will skip you. Jude, you're next.
Well, what keeps me up at night is, you know, each time I think about the situation going on in Nigeria and how that a lot of people don't seem to see the handwriting on the bold handwriting on the wall, that no matter what we are doing now, it is apparent that we cannot exist or continue to, you know, deceive ourselves to believe that we continue to exist as one nation. And it baffles me because if I ask people that believe we should continue to exist in one Nigeria, what exactly is it that benefiting, that they are proud of being in one Nigeria, you know, that's making them to believe so? It's hard. I'm sure it's hard for them to say anything positive, you know, that is what's keeping them. Is it just to be a big country for nothing? Many countries, Netherlands, what is their population? Some of these great countries, their population is not even up to some of the states in Nigeria, but they're doing very well. They are developed countries. Nigeria, I would say, is pulling me backward as an Igbo man. It's pulling me backward. It's making me not actualize my God-given potential, and it makes me have sleepless nights. It's suppressing me. Nigeria is suffocating me as a country. It's suffocating all the Biafran. Let us go. We don't want us to lead, to rule, because for Nigeria to have its way, if a good Biafran is given opportunity for 8 years to rule Nigeria, trust me, Nigeria will be reckoned all over the world. But Nigeria doesn't want that to happen. So let us go. That is what is keeping me up at night. Let us go. You can allow us to contribute to build a country that the whole world will be proud of, that yes, a black nation can be like this, and yet you don't want us to go. Let us go.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Ovie, what keeps you up at night?
You know, planning a Concourse victory has been very tedious, you know. Yeah, but the fact that we might end up having Atiku or Tinubu as our president keeps me up at night. I mean, they have gone ahead to set up their government already. The so-called campaign council, as far as I'm concerned, 70% of those people are going to be people that will be serving in Atiku's government if he eventually become the president. So it's still going to be same old. The same thing with Tinubu. He has already go ahead and set up his own government council already. So that keeps me up at night. And we have a lot of people just going up, making noise everywhere in the name of rally, while serious men are actually set up government. That's keep me up at night.
All right, thank you. We'll continue with what keeps you up at night, but first let's welcome Adewale to the show. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
We're rounding up. I know you.
I've been trying to get into the studio all this while.
I know. Yeah, I was knocked out. I couldn't get into. So
I noticed that like 20 people in the chat. When did that happen?
I understand how difficult it is. So yeah, we'll give you a little time to talk. What's the impression? We talked about actually we mentioned that we talked about Tinubu, or we tried to, but nobody wanted to take on that topic. Maybe you can help us. Where is Bola Tinubu?
I know everybody's been looking for my uncle. I've been watching the show. Unfortunately, I couldn't get in. Why is everybody interested in knowing where Tinubu is?
That's a good question. Why do we care? Yeah, start from there. Tell us why.
If people don't care, why are they bothering us? So they should concentrate on what we have at hand right now. I guess first of all, I want to wish everybody happy Independence Day, including the IPOB, the Obedient, the Mayeshi Allah, the kidnappers, and everybody in Nigeria. I wish them happy Independence Day. Okay.
Because you have a point. If the British were in charge, there won't be Boko Haram. They should all be wished happy.
I mean, everybody will be wiped off, right? I think it's that easy.
Anyway,
go ahead. To be honest, I can see the passion in everybody. I've been watching everybody, talking about what's going on in Nigeria, and people talking about. I don't want to mention Obi today. The topic is not about Obi; it's about my uncle, which is. I mean, the question is valid, but I look at the fact that why do people care about where Tinubu is? Number one, is still a private citizen. Then, secondly, even though the campaign has kicked off, but yet. Not except maybe few that have declared. I think PDP did a rally or something like that, and they Peter Obi too did some. But they still have from now till February 27th, right on the eve of the 27 or 22, the eve of the election, to campaign. So whatever he's doing right now, he's still a private citizen. Now.
So hold on. Are you saying that it's not important that he should come to the peace signing event? That is not important.
The accord, I'll call that a showman thing. It's not really, to me personally. Whether they sign the peace accord or not, they're still going to be having a jab at each other. There's going to be, they're going to be at the throat of each other. So. The accord signing ceremony is just a jamboree, a show off. Just like, put them in a one room and make it look like they're together. They are not. Each candidate have a different agenda, different view. Okay? So whether Tinubu is present or not, I mean, he sent somebody, right? But see, for those people who don't want to vote for Tinubu, they can use that against him at the poll for not showing up, for not showing up when it's supposed to, when it counts. But we should ask fundamental questions. What are these candidates going to do with the power generation? What are they going to do with the electionary process, the election funding? What are they going to do to build on what Buhari has started? What are they going to do with insecurity? What is the methodology behind what they're going to do? We want to know the process. If you can't share any details, give us a snippet of what you guys are going to do. How do you intend to unify the country? Because now I watched the video of Professor Akintoye and also the Payo Adebanjo. They have a different view. Akintoye doesn't say he supports Tinubu. He says these are two different area factors. So those are the fundamentals we should be asking. Whether Tinubu is present in our backyard or is not, it shouldn't be an issue. Those people who don't want to vote for Tinubu, you can use that against them. And for crying out loud, Nigerians, we don't know what we want. Rewind 7 years back, people, it's Showore is out. But now they are castigating the man. For crying out loud, what do we want? If Showore is not the answer, who else is the answer? No, we have the Nigerian Factor to play. You may have a good intention. What about the people that will work for you? Now, one person can't turn things around in Nigeria. What about your local government chairman? What about your House of Representative member? What about your senator representing your constituency? Those are the things or factors we should consider. Not one person dictating about how the country should go. As a matter of fact, we should ask the candidate, what about power dissolution? What do they want to do about that? Do they buy into it? Do they support that agitation? And for that, we should be able to hold our councillors, our local government chairman responsible. Not one person sitting down in the answer of whether Peter will be Atiku or Tinubu and say this is the direction the country will go. They are there, but at the same time, that shouldn't be the way it should be. So for those people that are asking for my uncle, I guess they have the answer. He's resting in London, right? Now it's going to come back in a few weeks, and start talking again and campaigning and all that. But for crying out loud, those are not issues. And everybody in the studio, I hope everybody celebrates the Nigerian independence. Me, I'm going to eat fried rice and jollof rice and have jollification and have fun, okay? Nigeria is like a ram testicle. It's always swing, from one side to another. He never break. That's how Nigeria is. We are thick. We are brothers. We are sisters. And the same thing, okay? That's what I'll say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Omori, you want to respond to?
Yeah, please. Can I ask Mr. Adewale just 1 minute for me? One question.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Adewale, sir, it doesn't bother you that first time NBA had an event, your uncle had an opportunity to showcase himself. He wasn't there. Now they're doing a peace accord. He wasn't there again. Second opportunity to make up for the lost one. He wasn't there, and his agents are coming around on national television saying they don't allow him to rest in Lagos. They don't allow him to rest in Abuja. He has gone to London to rest. Do you know, sir, the task of becoming the Nigerian president is a very serious and important one. You are resting when you have not even started. You have not started the battle yet. You are resting. What will he do when he's supposed to work? Please, these people are listening to us. We are not joking here. It bothers me if it doesn't bother you. Can you tell us, is this the right time to rest? Is this the right time for your uncle to rest when the house is on fire? We cannot be catching cruise when Nigeria is on fire. I can't. I don't fathom. I don't understand what you mean by your uncle is resting when he's supposed to be campaigning or, telling us what he wants to do for us. Is it that the hand? Somebody told me he could not sign. That he could not even handle a pen to sign. Somebody told me. Another one said he's not alive. I don't want to believe those, conspiracy theories. But whatever it is, he ought to be there at least. Shetima one time said he would be in charge of security. That's supposed to be the responsibility of your uncle, not the economy. Are you trying to project? Is it a way of trying to give us a Shetima by proxy? Thank you, sir. I'm worried if you are not.
You go ahead.
Okay, I hope that Kadavi will give me time to respond. See, I don't hold blame for Tinubu, and I've said this several times. I don't campaign for Tinubu, but you see, we should be balanced in when it comes to our view and our objective. Now, when I say resting, I say that in how should I put it? Not necessarily resting, but it's still a private citizen. Yeah. So, and then it's still a private citizen, right? So now, if he delegates people, and you have your own preferred candidate, except if you are having an option in his candidacy. If not, that should not bother you. You may argue that say, well, he's taking Nigeria for granted. Yeah. But you see, if that's what you think, then go with your candidate. But as far as I'm concerned, we still have a long time to face Nigerians and tell them. And we're not asking the right question. See, whether the peace accord or the other event that was held in Lagos, the NBA event, see, those things are now is a platform, but we haven't really asked the good question.
Because hold on. Hold on. Okay, let me help.
I'm having a.
Let me help make this easier for people who are watching to understand. So are you saying that let me get this right. If the debate comes now and he says I won't come to the debate, will it be okay? I know this is not, none of this is, they're not mandatory. He can decide whichever way he wants to. Are you saying that it's not important for him to participate in the debate, to give media access to him? This is somebody that potentially could be president, whether I like him or not, whether anybody likes him or not. He could be our president. Don't you think there is that responsibility that he has to make himself available to people who may not even vote for him, but at least they know who is coming in, based on especially what we had in the last 7 years?
I will respond to that by saying we should channel that frustration to our electoral process, whereby you use that because now you're unable to hear his own side or what he intend to do. Now, but the first person that you heard them saying over and over, then go for that because now you're unable to have access to him to ask pertinent questions. See, even though we are frustrated and saying that we don't have access to him, we haven't heard from him, we don't have his manifesto, we don't know. See, we have four candidates rather. Okay, now if it's not that important, then we shouldn't be asking questions. But because they are important factor in an election, that's why we want to hear from them. But when we are frustrated, we can't hear from them, then channel that frustration by voting for another candidate that you prefer. The last time I checked on.
All right, Adewale is disconnected. I know he's driving. We will continue to round up. We should actually have been have ended the show by now. I just wanted to hear his viewpoint. He's a regular on this show, and I think he's back.
It's my village people.
He said village people that are after you. Go ahead. Round up your thoughts. Go ahead.
The network is a little bit. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. On this side is nothing is sure. Anyway, like I said, we don't have to bother ourselves much about the whereabouts of any candidates. If the candidate A is what you prefer and you heard it from them before, then go for it. As far as I'm concerned, I've said it before. If I were to be in Nigeria today, a particular candidate that I will vote for based on what I believe, what I strongly believe. All right. So, and we shouldn't bother ourselves about that. Whether you send the moon or anywhere, that's no big deal. Because even if Shetima showed up, we haven't asked Shetima questions. What is the method? How is the process going to be like? We're talking about power. We're talking about how to diversify our economy. What other means can we generate income for this country? We haven't asked that question. I hate it when politicians sound vague and give us these, storylines about what we want to hear. An average person in the village, in my village, doesn't know what all this means, how it affects their life. Those are the questions we should be asking them. And the media should help us. When they have the opportunity to have these people in the person, it should.
All right, Adewale, thank you so much. And everybody in America, somewhere especially in the East Coast, we are having problems with our network today because of the hurricane that came through Florida. But Lawrence, Alba, welcome to the show. You came in late. We are rounding up, and I will come to you and give you the chance to speak. But let's continue I've lost track of who is yet to tell us what keeps them up at night. Jonaba, I remember that you were eating corn when we called on you.
I was eating agbado and all of that, but let my brother talk first because we do not always agree. Let him talk.
Oh yeah, there are two Abbas on the show now. Jonaba.
Let Lawrence Abba talk.
Okay, Lawrence.
I will yield to him.
Lawrence, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Damages.
Nice to have
thank
you.
Everybody for having me. I hope you guys, everybody, can you listen to me now?
We can hear you. We can't see you very well. But
yeah, I've been watching the program. I've been watching the program all this while anyway. So yeah, there's one thing I just want to say. I don't know about the show rate issue that people are talking about. My take is that anybody that like is out there, kind of fighting for the people and all that. I just want people like to give him that respect because Shore have been there. Like like what somebody said that it's not easy for one to leave his family and stay in Nigeria. He doesn't have to do that. Like he doesn't have to. Nobody's forcing him to go to Nigeria and do what he's doing, but he's doing it because of the people, because of the love he has for people, for the people of Nigeria. That's why he's doing that. And I remember having an argument with some guys in Canada when I was in Canada, like 2019. Is it? Yeah, 2019 when he when he was going for like the presidential distance. People are like kind of making fun of him that he can't win, he can't win. Actually, people are calling me Shore guy. You Shore guy, Shore guy. I said, even if he didn't win, I don't care. But for somebody to have the guts to face like those oppressors in Nigeria, that alone is enough for me. You understand? So I want people to give him that respect. Like he is somebody that did what he is doing. That a lot of us we're not doing that. Where we all are in, I think majority of us and like in abroad and all that. There's a lot of people that fought and died for this country that we're here enjoying. So I always put my mind on that people fight for their country. And that's the reason why we have the opportunity to come here and be free and be doing whatever we're doing. So if somebody went to Nigeria who he doesn't have to do that, he went there fighting for the people and doing what he's doing, we should give him a credit. But that we should not come here like saying all these negative things about him. He's doing his own side, and we're supposed to support him. That's what I believe. Though the whole thing has shifted to Peter Obi, which we all respected that, and we all like going behind Peter Obi and all that. So I urge people to give that respect to Shore himself, you know, and I think that's all I have to say. And one thing is that what keeps me at night always is I'm just scared of people rigging this election because I have a conversation with one of my friends in Meduguri. What he told me is really scary. You understand? So that is only that's one of those things that's keeping me at night.
Hold on. We don't like people come on the show and tell us somebody told them something scary. And
This is what happened. Is that I remember discussing something with a friend of mine in Meduguri. He was saying that as part of people that are like educated in Meduguri, you know, we have majority of people that are not educated in Meduguri there. So a lot of them are in support. They know that Obi can do better, but we have a lot of people that are not educated that whatever they told them in the mocks, that's what they go for. You understand? So and he said there's some people that make numbers. I was telling him that maybe this time around that thing will not happen because it's a different election entirely. But he's still like saying that no, that people are there trying to make numbers and having all those. I don't know how true it is anyway. But you understand? So that's why I'm scared about that rigging part of it. You know, because of the statement that he makes. Yeah, that's why.
Let's continue to round up. We are totally out of time. So Gary, thank you. Gary, what keeps you up at night?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, Lawrence can stay awake at night because
No. I said Gary, not Jonava. Jonava, no, not
okay.
You. Lawrence spoke for you.
Okay. No, they didn't talk to me. Lawrence didn't talk to me. He spoke
Gary,
for himself.
Gary, go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolph. Actually, what keeps me up at night is just one thing we have to consider. Even if anybody's going to win, if Peter Obi is winning, or anybody's going to become the next president of Nigeria, one thing I see that we all have to consider is one Nigerian factor that affects everybody who want to invest in Nigeria. Right? And that is our Nigerian mentality, the attitude of the love for money, right? If you have tried yourself to go to Nigeria and do business and stay in Nigeria, you will see that the first issue we have is the people, not the government, not the law, the people you are dealing with, right? And actually that also trickle down to the government, right? No matter the law we are making, no matter the program the government is having and everything, and if the people cannot obey simple rules and regulations, no matter what you do, it will have just a little effect. After a while, everything will go down. Because if I look back to the early 80s when Nigeria were coming up, growing, having all these industries and everything, and today they are all down, run down and everything. So as that attitude, as that mentality, as that national attitude to work, has it changed or has it gone worse? Right? These are the things that keep me thinking that even if you put an angel in that office, in that position, will he be able to change the Nigerian mentality? Will he be able to change the attitude of the citizens, the people on the street, the people you are working with, the people that run the government, the civil servant, everybody? Is it going to change them? Because it is the civil servant, it is the people on the street that put the laws into work, right? If you have a bad civil servant, no matter how good is the program, no matter how good is the ministry, no matter how good, but if the people there are bad, they will run it down.
All right. All right.
So that's all the things that keep me awake and keep me thinking every time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to I don't know where I'm. I lost track. Okay, John Abba, let's go to you. Then we'll go other way. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. And Lawrence, thank you for seeing you only on this program. Not spoke to you for a while. Thank you. Good to see you.
If you guys have something to settle, we can do that after the show.
Thank you all. Godfather, Jude, the CM, those my old friends of the platform. And I'm hearing Gary also speaking like me, not Lawrence. Lawrence is now speaking like me, even though it's my brother. I don't believe I respect his own belief and philosophy of life, but I don't believe what he believes, and he have entitled to his own belief. My own take, what keep me at night is beyond Nigeria. Is that my daughter will be 15 and he want to go to Paris tonight, and the mother asked her that I should be the date tonight, and she said no. And that's how the thing that keep me out. Nigeria is an open prison. The issue is that we all love Nigeria, but it's a lawlessness country that if you look at us on Rudolph's show, Dr. Damage's shows now, you see that even common sense doesn't make sense. So where do we start from here? Whether it's Obi or Atiku or Agbado, like I was eating recently, I was hungry. I had to eat Agbado. So does it really matter who presides over us? I think what matters is that when we all can think that we love this country and we will work side by side, whosoever become the next president, hold them accountable. It's still a work that the youth have gone on the street to speak on our behalf, things that we could not do in our own time. The opportunity we do not have through media, that people can organize and say, come out, whether it's TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp, or whatever the means, that they came out to demobilize the base, to come out in masses, to say no, that we are no more going to go this direction, mortgage our lives and our lives of the unborn Nigeria. That is what I mean. That is interesting me. But I pray that God Almighty will help us. When I say I pray, even though I'm a pastor and I know Paul will call me later that I'm a pastor, I shouldn't say that. I feel pain like any other person feel pain. I feel disappointed like every other person feel disappointed. I sick like any other person gets sick. I have family problem like every other person have family problem. So what you make you think my case as a pastor is peculiar, that I cannot speak like ordinary person? I don't understand that. I'm in pain like every one of you. Thank you for ringing the bell. I'll see you again.
Thank you, John Abba. Yoruba president joined us. He gave me a signal to ring the bell for you. So let's hear from Yoruba president, because I've never had him on the show. Welcome to the show, Yoruba president.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Damages, this is my first time coming on live.
I know.
I've been listening. Yes, I'm your die-hard fan.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm your die-hard fan. But it's something tickles me to come on your platform.
Okay.
But this obsessed with Tinubu is my problem. I'm not a Tinubu fan. Adewale is my candidate, even though I can't vote, but that is the guy I'm going for. But this obsessed with Tinubu, sometimes people forget to the important what they're supposed to focus on, and they focus on all these mundane issues that doesn't even make any sense. To me, Tinubu absentia should be a stepping stone for you guys to vote against him. Don't complain. Come 2023, vote against him. Bring all this issue out. The MBN, he was absent. The peace sign accord, he was absent. Bring it against him and vote against him en masse. Vote against him, Nigerians. Please vote against him. But what I think is his chances of winning the election is a little bit robust. That is why people are doing all these things. Oh, he's paying on himself, he's cheating on himself, he can't hold biro. All those things are mundane issues that we shouldn't even talk about, even though it's important, but it doesn't make. Dr. Damages, Tinubu is meeting people that will make him to become president. Tinubu is not out to fail. He's out to win an election, if you like it or leave it. So people should focus on more things that are important than all this mundane thing. He can't hold flag, he can't hold biro. They told us 2015 that Buhari can't stand up, he can't sit down. Has Buhari died today? Is he not your president today? Focus on more things that will make sense. Sell your candidates. Forget about all these mundane things that doesn't even make sense. Damages, you guys are doing good, you are doing great, but sometimes the people obsessed with Tinubu, obsessed with I find it rankles me too much, my brother. You guys are doing good. I'm just scared of Tinubu presidency. That is what keeps me up every time, because its chances is very robust, my brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me see. Where am I now? James, what keeps you up at night?
Actually, I prefer to talk about some other things rather than what keeps me up.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Yes, Nigeria problem is not my headache.
Okay.
I sleep very well. Nigeria problem cannot keep me up, keep me awake. Now, I want to further improve on what Mr. Forefather said earlier on. This thing we call democracy, of what benefit has it been to Africans? Since the white man left us with these democratic ideas, we've never known peace. Whenever there's election, it's bloodshed, acrimony, backward. It is not leading us anywhere. Now, the French have the French version of democracy. The Greeks have theirs, the British, the Americans, the Canadians. Is it possible for educated Africans to come together, taking our history into account, and work out a style of government that will work for us? Because democracy certainly is very, very expensive in terms of human life, resources, security. I mean, the horrors of democracy is dragging us, is pulling us down. Can we, I'm just suggesting, can we come up with a workable alternative to democracy as African people? Because from Cape to Cairo, from Dakar to Mombasa, is the same story everywhere. The Africans are not making any progress. Even in the Caribbean, Papua New Guinea, Fiji Islands, anywhere the black man is, democracy is not working for him. Don't you think?
James, you're a historian, I assume, a form of.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay, but you know about history a lot. So you can lead that charge. You can be saying, you can start it today and say, anybody here who wants to join you, all the 600 and something people watching who wants to join, they can join you. Give your number, your email, your WhatsApp group, start a WhatsApp group, they join you. there's no need waiting for other people to start it. If you want something and you care about it, you can start it. And that's it. All right, I will see you when you start your WhatsApp group. I'll join. Who else? Ekene? Yeah. What keeps you up at night?
Sorry, my phone misbehaved, so I left, and I came back when Mr. Gary was saying something, right? And he made mention of when you know how useless Nigeria is when you try to set up a business. Either you want to build a company or you want to any form of business. That's when you truly know that Nigeria, the leaders aren't actually the problem, but the people. And that keeps me wondering, how do you begin to inculcate discipline in Nigerians? For example, in Nigeria, we all know that history is a dead issue in Nigerian educational curriculum, right? So how do we bring back history and also be able to instill political consciousness in our people so that they begin to think right? That actually is a problem. And when Mr. Rollins was saying something, I don't know, I think he was saying something about how Showore come to Nigeria. I was having a hard time to understand what he was trying to say. Because to me, I think Showore wanted to take advantage of the happenings in Nigeria. That was what brought him to Nigeria. He had no business coming to Nigeria. He just wanted to take advantage of the happenings to make noise and maybe draw popularity to himself, as a scam that he is. So, and what actually keeps me awake is because a lot of people are buying into his fraudulent activities in Nigeria. Because I see no reason why Showore should not mind his business and, campaign for himself, campaign for what he's there for. He's always against P2B, talking all manner of rubbish against P2B. Hey, man, tell us what you want to do for the country, campaign for yourself, and sell yourself. Somebody like me, I was actually rooting for Showore before P2B. In 2019, I was for Showore. But when I realized that Showore is this jealous, greedy fellow, I was like, okay, this guy is nothing to write home about. So what actually keeps me awake is how Nigerians are always being scammed, lied to, and they fall gullible to all these miscreants that amount to nothing. They will only come to Nigeria and vie for political position and enrich themselves and disappear into thin hair. So now.
We're running. Don't start again. Thank you very much.
Laura, give Lawrence a chance to respond to this guy. Say he was for Showore in many years.
No, I didn't say he was for Peter. I didn't say that he was for Showore. I said I was having hard time trying to understand if he was for Showore or not. But if he's for Showore, I have answer for him. I still have answer for him if he was for Showore, because I don't see no reason why.
No, wait. No, hang on. I want to understand who is left. I know CM is left. Forefathers is. Who else didn't get a chance to tell me what keeps them up at night? Okay, so it's only Forefathers and CM. So let me say this. I won't go back and forth between all the other people because we have to go. Let me say this. This is have your say, and we always let people have their say. But like I said, I think maybe I will make a video from the beginning. We play the video. It's always important that people be conscious of what they say and people will be respectful of other people. I understand that emotions will go up and down, but it's important that we care about each other. We're here because we care about Nigeria, and everybody has a right to their own opinion, even if you don't agree with the opinion. I don't agree with certain things I hear, but it's the opinion of that person. I can't do anything about that. I think people will have the right to say they don't like this person or they like this person. It's part of the political process. It shouldn't be held against them. All right. Having said that, let's continue. Forefathers, what keeps you up at night?
I think it's all the things I want to be made reality in Nigeria not happening in the next 4 years. That's the kind of stuff that bothers me. And some of them include, obviously defense posture has to change, and transparency has to increase significantly. And obviously we have to get power. For me, those three are the basics. If we get those three right, the rest Nigerians will take care of it. Because if you increase transparency, the lack of the distrust you have for authorities and the corruption that you have, all those things will be taken care of in one swoop. And this is why I call for making government accounts public. At least you can start with an experiment with NDDC that they give a lot of money and you don't see any development in the Niger Delta. In accounts should be shrouded in secrecy. This is how they are able to steal money. And all these type of things, it's something that we do in our own home. If something is getting lost all the time, either we'll put CCTV cameras or find some way to lock it. We have a way of monitoring what they are doing. And these things, we should be able to do them. There's no reason why NDDC's account should be shrouded in secrecy. They are not building any secret facility for anything. So we should know, and they shouldn't be able to steal the money from the Niger Delta. Because I know the devastation that is occurring in that area. A lot of people are going to suffer from all kinds of ailments in the coming decades because of the pollution, the environmental damage that has occurred in that area. And these organizations should be taking care of it, but they are not. And we have the technology now to monitor these accounts. There's no reason why anybody shouldn't be able to subscribe to an account of this organization and see what they are doing. The same thing can be replicated in Nigeria, and that is going to heal a lot of wounds because most people don't trust the government because they fear that the government is running away with their money. If we know where the money is going, how they are spending it, we are seeing it and monitoring it, we'll trust the government, and Nigerians will be willing to pay into the system. That is, for me, transparency, security, number one. And let me just address the point James raised about democracy. I've thought about that problem for quite a bit. What I found was that if we go dictatorship, given the way Africa is, we have so many diverse ethnic groups and all the rest of it, you tend to have a lot of problems because people would think that, oh, this one is cheating this one is cheating that one. And I thought in a different direction. I said, why don't we have a more advanced form of democracy instead? Because if you have a more advanced form of democracy where decision making is taken mostly by the people, like if you want to invite foreign troops to come into a country, the people should be able to say, you know what, there's a referendum. If you want to do any major stuff, there's a referendum. They do that in Switzerland, and you can increase the democracy in such a way that the people have a lot of power in the system, like making government accounts public. If you make government accounts public, they are monitoring everything. They are seeing everything that is happening. We know these technologies are out there to be able to do these things. Nigeria is so diverse. About 1,000 people, if they feel they are part of the system, and to do that, you have to have an advanced form of democracy, and the tools are all there to get it done. And those are the kind of things we need to be looking at. But if we don't get to this point, man, I worry for our future. And that is the one that really bothers me.
All right, thank you so much, forefathers. CM, you're the last person. What keeps you up at night?
Hey, well, what keeps me up at night? I don't think it hasn't changed. Being the type of person I am is the cost of living back home. I'm always very, very empathic about people. The cost of living in Nigeria is way out of the ordinary. Like I say, from my background, I have a very humble beginning. In fact, I was born into a very poor home. I know what hunger means. I know how we are living on the bread line. But thank God I am where I am today. So when I look back and see people struggling, I wonder. I lived in a face me and face you apartment. Then we used to have.
Where did you live in your face me and face?
I won't say everything. Just take that. That should be enough for now.
I wanted to tell you that they must be in a city. There are some people who grew up in a village.
Yes, at least in a city in Lagos. So, but the thing is, yes, the thing is, when I realize now that you have to provide your own generator, I wonder people living in face me and face you. Then everybody having a generator, where are you going to put it? You know. So when I look at the level of poverty now, I look back. I thank God during my own time, but I feel for the people. So if anything at all, because my own type of economics is no matter how you speak, GDP, this, all that, I know it's good to say it, but if you go to the market and the cup of rice, a tin of beans changes, man, whether you did your economics at Harvard with MBA to top it up, all those things, or Cambridge, it's not for me. And then I go back again. The person, the damper I used to take Ojuelegba to maybe Sulere changed. All those things. That is where the economics is. So Nigerians are really suffering, and it pains me as a person. When I'm saying it, hand on heart, it keeps me up awake at night. That's why I can't wait. If really P2B movement, the way people are following him, I feel that because P2B said his dream is that let him not disappoint the people. Because the real thing you do, if the average person is not feeding very well, we are in the Western world without subsidy in milk, egg, and bread in the UK. Anyway, let me leave it like that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate this. And
can you honestly, truly say to yourself that our country has changed for the better? Are our children safe when they go to school? Are our parents safe when we leave them at home? Is the Naira in your bank account of greater value today than it was 4 years ago? I, Muhammad Buhari, I am urging you to have your PVC, and on election day, you go peacefully and vote and make sure your vote counts.
All right. Thank you all today. What do you want to say? It's a reminder.
When was that?
That was 2015, I believe, or 14.
Okay, using it to catch you. Okay, well, it's a good question to ask. Are you better than you were?
It's good to always remember that.
Of course, we know that things have changed. There are two sides of changes: positive and negative. So the negative change people. The negative awaken the people's consciousness, right? If Buhari have done very well, if the change was positive, this movement will not be happening now, right? Nigeria will have maybe still be crying the way it was before, and I bet the negative change, and it was so negative and so bad that people have to wake up and say it is time for us to take our country back.
All right, thank you, Gary. I just wanted to thank everybody, but I saw Ify. She tried to join before, I believe, and something happened, and I just wanted her to say hello before we go. Ify, welcome to the show.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
I've been listening behind, actually, and some things I agree with and some things I don't agree. But
just tell us one thing you did not agree with. Just one.
I mean, honestly speaking, because I had an argument with my coworker before I left work. I just got home, and this. To be honest with you, like I told him, he's Yoruba, and what I told him, if we look deep inside our heart, the question: do we really want to stay united in Nigeria? Honestly, the answer is no. If we can tell each other the truth, the answer is no. This one Nigeria is not working. For me, it's not working. I don't know about other people. And he made a statement, and that was when I ended the conversation. And he said, if Tinubu loses this election, Nigeria will disintegrate. I said, what do you mean? He said, if Obi wins this election, watch what is going to happen in Nigeria. I said, but Tinubu is the person that will unify Nigeria. And he said, yes. I just took my bag and left. So I can understand and can see that we are still playing this mind politics and tribe politics in Nigeria. So if you ask me what my opinion is, I will tell you, let's go our separate ways. Northerners, be on your own. Southerners, be on your own. Easterners, be on your own. I think that is the best thing.
We've tried that before. We were enslaved and colonized. We've tried that before.
Let's try it again, forefathers. This is not working.
Did you just say that?
It's not working.
We should be enslaved and colonized again. That's what you are saying. We should try it again.
No, what I'm saying is that everybody go your own way. Biafra, they want to be on their own. Give it to them. This 1999 constitution is not working. It's not favoring us. It's only favoring the Northerners. So let's be honest with ourselves. This is not going to work. Let us go our separate ways. Whether Obi wins this election, whether Tinubu wins this election, whoever that wins this election, they are not going to unify Nigeria. Look at people who doesn't even live in Nigeria, who's gonna unify Nigeria. Or Tinubu, who is currently in London, receiving treatment, is gonna unify Nigeria. I mean, we gotta tell each other the truth. I need to leave why is this. I want how work.
All right. Nigeria is more united than you know.
I'm looking for my closing music, but before I find it and play that, Boniface, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You know, I wouldn't let Ify speak and I won't let you speak. It would be very unfair. So just a minute. Say one thing in 1 minute. Say hi to our viewers and just give us something.
My name is Boniface. The thing is, I've been trying to join the show when it was earlier in the day, but I couldn't. So I just came back from where I went to, and the show is still going on. I was surprised, so I decided to try again, and luckily I am available. So what I want to say is this: what will happen? What will be will be. The only thing I can tell Nigerians is to try their best. The worst is to do nothing. So what I would say is do your best and make the change you want Nigeria. Be the change you want Nigeria.
Wow.
So, let's just start from you.
Thank you so much. I like that. What will be. On that note, we have to end it here. Jude, thank you so much for joining us. Forefathers, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Please, if you can, like the video so that people can be able to see it. You know, the YouTube has this.
I have a question for you, Dr. Damages.
Go ahead.
What is my book? The book I won that last time. Was I the winner?
Did we agree that you won? There was a.
Yeah, that's why I asked. Was I the winner?
We have to put two of you together and see who finally.
Okay.
I think I won too. I think I won.
You didn't win.
I didn't miss. Even myself. I've almost forgotten about that. I won.
Did you win?
Yes.
What did you win?
What
book?
I was the maiden edition. That's a promo.
This American lives. This American life said you say children of retired God. I said I don't mind anyway.
Okay. Send me your email, your address.
Rudolph, what advice?
Okay.
You should try to put the link to the StreamYard at the beginning on the comment side, on the comment at the start of it, so that people can. It took me time to be able to find the link. You know?
Okay. Again, Dr. Damages.
Can I go ahead? Yeah.
I've been trying to pay my tithe, but I don't know how to pay my tithe in order to keep this forum going. I've been trying to do that, but I don't know. And I have friends that want to do same.
Okay.
But I don't know what is going on.
Can I just send me a private message and then
I can be collecting the tithes.
How do I do that? I'm not into that.
Oh, you don't know how to send a private message. Okay.
I don't know your email. How do I do that? I don't know how to do that.
I'll share my email here. Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right. Lawrence, thank you so much for being with us. Are you there, Lawrence?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
And Ify, thank you so much for being here. Boniface, thank you. I see Onochie, thank you for joining. We are very late, but it's all right. Thank you for joining us. And of course, tomorrow we have a show. If you have the chance, you can join us tomorrow for 90 Minutes Africa. Then, thank you, everybody. Those that watched at home, those that commented, we appreciate all of you. See you tomorrow.
Hold on.